Hello, this is Mark Geller, Kier Eagan on Severance, and you're listening to JulieBDeepDives.
Hey, welcome to the Severance finale waffle party.
Was that the whole thing, or just 2 seconds of it?
No, that was it.
Okay, because I looped over again.
I'll play it again. Here, hold on.
Okay, cool.
This is a riot.
Hello, this is Mark Geller, Kier Eagan on Severance, and you're listening to JulieBDeepDives.
I love it.
Praise Kier.
Praise Kier. I thought that would be a great intro for the live tonight. Mark Geller was kind enough to do that.
They loved it. Emil loved it. Especially
yeah. Yes, Emil is thankful.
Yeah.
Emil is okay.
His wiles live to see another day.
Yes. Yeah, we had Kier Eagan, aka in real life Mark Geller, but we know him as Kier on Severance on the live last night, and that was awesome. We had some technical difficulties, but it was still a great time, and he had awesome answers to our questions and awesome chats questions. So I really appreciate that he took the time to come. I mean, a lot of time. He was very generous with his time too. I mean, that was almost 2 hours that he stayed with us.
Yeah, I think if you didn't have your technical difficulties, he probably would have been on longer.
Probably. I think it might have. Yeah.
I found out he owned an alligator, so that was exciting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't remember?
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, that as a kid, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if you got my secondary question or not because the audio was so difficult because I wanted to ask him if it would follow him to school.
Oh, yeah.
You know how dogs follow you to school, but it'd be an alligator?
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe he'll come back again and then we can ask if he followed him to school.
Follow-up questions.
Follow-up, yeah. I talked to him, I reached out to him today, and he said that he'd be happy to come back on again. So maybe we'll have him back on. That would be great if he's up for it. I would love to do that, and we'll figure out the technical issues beforehand. We'll be prepared for it, and so we'll get that sorted out. But it was so kind of him to stay that long. Not many people. We have to remember now. We've had an embarrassment of riches with Doug Hughes' appearances on our live streams, and it's not the norm at all. It is very unusual for an actor to stay on, or any special guest to stay on that long. Anything over an hour is really unusual, and Mark stayed for just about 2 hours. When you add in the time that he was there right before the live, it was definitely over 2 hours. So,
I mean, getting more than 5 minutes out of someone is a lot.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people, they just get interviews, especially with like these big timers. Of course, like they get these press pool interviews where it's like 5 to 7 minutes. Honestly, it's not just the big names either. It's I've even seen like smaller supporting role actors and actresses, doing press pool interviews where it's like 5 to 7 minutes, and you can tell they're doing them all day because you'll see the same clothes in all these people's interviews. So it's just a whole day.
Yeah, I've been a part of a few of those, and the sad part about it is they're answering the same questions over and over and over and over again. Like, it's very rare that someone asks a different question, because everyone wants to know the same 4 or 5 things in an interview, and then they're gone.
That sucks. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's had a bit of a feel bit of the few of them, and it's they're not fun.
Yeah, and I'm sure the actors just it gets so stale after a while having to repeat themselves that many times. So
Yeah, especially for the catchphrase or anything like that, or any sort of little gimmick or anything. Yeah, I'm sure when Doug goes on these ones, they're gonna constantly ask him about not digging that hole. That'll be a constant thing that'll be coming up all the time.
oh, that'll drive him insane.
Yep.
That's gonna drive him nuts. Oh man. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's right. Doug will be part of these going into season 4, so that'll be a new experience for him. But anyway, welcome to the people in the chat. Thank you for waiting. We have Mr. Grant Gregory here as a guest panelist tonight. Later on, if we're still on by the time Helly Refined is up, Helly Refined is a channel.
Speaking of her, maybe I should go send her the link.
Yeah, that would be good if
let me go do that. I might drop out. Let me back in.
Okay. No worries. Yeah,
One of those
Helly
days.
Refined. Yeah, it's just one of those days. Helly Refined is an awesome channel who covers Severance. She might pop on later, much later, because she's on London time, I believe, something like that. So
I think so. I'll send it to her. We'll see if she responds.
Yeah. So she might come on later. Thanks for joining us, Grant, as always. Great to have you here.
Happy to be here.
So let's say hi to the chat. Scott, hey, thanks for being here. You're awesome. I appreciate all your support. Hey, Amy, nice to see you. Ryan, thanks, Ryan, for coming. And Dieter, good morning. Sorry we were late. My Wi-Fi kept cutting out over and over again. It's the first time that happened in a while. Hey, Mackie, been writing all day. Nice. Cooking and writing music. I'm thinking like lyrics or something. That's so cool. Okay. Dieter, that's just left me a message before we were live. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. Hey, Doc. Nice to see you, my friend. Hey, Miss J's Reviews. Hello. Hey, Just Me. Nice to see you. Nice to see all of you guys with Alice. We have so much to talk about tonight. So much in this finale. It's the most screenshots I've ever taken, and that's saying something for me. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. So get ready to deep dive, like really deep dive. Hey, Bill Chill. Good evening. Cobelians. Well, that's something I haven't heard yet. Oh God. Maggie said 30 seconds I feel are coming. And then he said, pause, Jesus Christ, my bad. Maggie. That's hilarious. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Dieter just learned what pause means. Yeah, well, if you watch Tony Teflon's show enough, you'll figure out. Eventually, you'll figure out what it means. They get into that a lot. They need to say that a lot because I don't know. It comes up a lot there. 15 seconds, and that's concerning. What? 15 seconds now. Hey, Fletch, nice to see you. Yeah, thank you for dropping the like. Appreciate it. I know it's bad timing for where you are in your location. It's not great. So I appreciate you dropping the like and listening to the replay later on. It's nice of you. Okay, so hey, did you remember my favorite word is serendipity, Dieter, and plug that into the AI? Because that's a weird coincidence because that no one ever uses that word. So I think I mentioned once that's my favorite word, and he plugged it into AI. You're sweet, Dieter.
Or maybe it was just serendipitous that he chose that word.
Maybe. Maybe it was. Hey, Kelly. What's up? Hey, Trace. Let's see. Who else? Did I get you all? Hey, David Agil. Nice to see you. Mustard. I love it. I love seeing you in the chat. It gives me an excuse to drop a Kendrick reference. So thank you. You have an awesome name. Hey, Matt Gilbert. Greetings, choreography and merriment. Yes, we got introduced to a whole new department. I knew there was more. I knew there had to be more down there. Finally, we found it. We found out. Who knows? Well, I mean, who knows what else could be down there? This is a huge building, so there could easily be more. Hey, Mackie, you make people feel welcomed and relaxed. Well, I'm glad. I'm really glad. That makes me feel good because that's the goal. That was my goal from the beginning, because that's the kind of space I always wanted for myself and struggled to find for many years. So okay, Matt, just gonna listen for a while. Let's see. Okay. Hey, Carla Olson, welcome. Helly R is coming on. Not really Helly R. My future fictional wife.
The real Helly R.
The real Helly R. I wish we could get her, but maybe someday. Hey, the real Code Knox sliding in. Nice. Your dedication is impressive. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. We try. Hey, Mark. Let's see. Hope you're all well. I've been studying so much that the windmills of my mind are turning overtime. Yeah, well, the windmills of our minds have been turning overtime trying to process this finale. It was an interesting song choice actually for the closing bit of the episode of the season. It was I was not expecting that song choice. Doug Hughes was in our watch party watching it with us, and he said, I didn't expect that to come on. I think it's from the 60s.
Yeah, it reminded me of something like you'd seen like a Tarantino film or something. An older obscure song, slow motion, lots of heavy grain on the film. Like, yeah, I liked it.
I liked it too. And I wish I had a chance to listen to the whole podcast about the finale, but I didn't. I listened to as much as I could, and they did mention that, and they said, that was an intentional nod to endings like The Graduate, things like that, and the way they ended on a freeze frame. That was
it's very Hitchcockian.
Oh yeah. I thought that was cool.
Now that they mentioned The Graduate, yeah, you can't help but see the similarities in it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I thought it was going to turn into a painting at the end. Like it would be stilled, and then they would pull out, and it would just be another one of those kind of oil painting looking things with a title.
Right. That would have been interesting too. Yeah, because I could have seen that myself, the way they freeze framed it, and it was getting kind of grainy.
Yeah. Like it spills The Graduate all over. Two people who aren't supposed to be together running off together. Yep. And then the now what?
And
what do we do now? Sort of. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep, that moment, that unspoken moment at the end of The Graduate where they look at each other and it's like, yeah, okay, now what do we do?
That was cool, but what do we do when we get off the bus?
Exactly. And at least in this case, we'll get a resolution to that. We'll get another season. This isn't going to be the end. If that had been the end and the series got canceled, I would have been upset because I hate open endings. I wouldn't have been happy. I didn't like the ending of The Graduate because I don't like open endings. I don't.
Yeah. That's a classic ending, Julie.
I don't like that.
I like this. I like this ending because I think Helena Eagan needs a win, and I think she got it when she got to run away with her man.
Helena? Wait, do you think that's Helena? Who's
100%? That's Helena.
No, wait, no, wait a minute.
But if she won,
I have one major problem with that, though. The problem I have with that is they forced her to go back down there after Irving tried to drown her. She said, "I'm not going back down there. I don't want to be down there. He tried to kill me. That's the second Innie who tried to kill me. They're animals. And then now it's basically a war zone. Why would she want to stay? She'd be running for the exit. I don't know why she'd want. I know she wants Mark, but does she want him enough to possibly die? Like she knows what her company is capable of, and I mean, why would she stay? That's what I don't understand about that argument that people are making.
Because she finally found someone. She's a young girl in love, and she's not thinking straight. That's just every love story. She got a man. She's just living for that moment.
Okay.
I don't believe it.
If it wasn't a war zone situation that seems to be happening, then I could see it more. I just don't see it because of that. I mean, she at this point in the story, she doesn't know that Drummond is dead, and like, so I mean, this could be all out warfare. But it seems like a war is brewing. She's rallying the troops too. She's rallying, she said they give us half a life and expect us not to fight for it. That sounds like something Helly would say. I mean, why does Helena give a shit about the Innies? Why would she be trying to rally the troops like that? It's another thing. I don't know. That's just me.
I think it's Helly.
No, I'm just saying that bit right at the end was her with Mark.
I don't think so.
Well,
there's gonna be a lot of arguing on this one, I can tell.
No. We don't have to. There's way too much to talk about. It's not. We're gonna have to. I mean, the whole thing isn't just about Helly versus Helena. It's fine.
And yet,
we've got a lot of other things to break down.
There's a lot more other things we can fight about. Let's go.
Not that we can fight about. Ryan, I'm sorry you have to go in 30 minutes. If only I could have started on time, but my technology, it wasn't the tech this time. It was, well, technically it was sort of.
It wasn't the cat this time?
It was the Wi-Fi.
Not the cat?
Device. Not the device. It was the Wi-Fi and the cat. Yeah. I blame the cats. I think it's the cats who are doing this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They do own the internet, Julie.
They do.
Did you know?
They do. Well, glad you can come back later, Ryan. Yeah. And we appreciate you being here. It's awesome to have you. Okay, we already highlighted that one. Haven't had a crush on a fictional character since my teenage years, but Helly are. Yeah.
Horribly underrepresented in this season, I will say.
Oh God, yeah. I agree. We didn't get enough Helly.
I'm more of a Helena fan.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Helly, no, she's too she's too boisterous. She's too crazy for me. I don't think I'd be able to handle that.
I don't know, but
and also, I think
kind of quiet crazy though. She's kind of quiet crazy. She'd stab you, but you just be turned around, you wouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right about that. But there's that part of me that just goes, yeah, but I could change her. I could fix her.
Yeah. Well, that's what people say about Sarah and From.
I could fix her. I really could. A nice dinner or two. Yeah. I'll show her it's very simple. I'll take her around all the tools. These are not for stabbing. These are for stabbing. You just give her the lay of the land.
That's it. Yeah.
Sounds like a love match.
Every guy thinks they can fix the crazy ones, and just best sleep with one eye open, especially if you're with Sarah, because take a look.
She might even force you to do it.
I don't know. I think Eagan is right on the toes of Sarah, though. I would not keep my eyes closed around Eagan. Any of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him. Hey, Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you. Okay. What else do we have here? Mackie says I haven't written anything good music-wise lately. I've been back to writing this story. Oh, a story. Cool. Story you've been writing for the last 2 years. Well, good for you. That's awesome. What else here? Gemma in the blue biker short outfit was bananas. Wait, what blue biker short outfit? I don't remember that.
Oh, it was really brief.
Yeah.
It was in the other episode, but I think there was a couple second shot of it. That blue one with the little shorts and the kind of the top with the white on it. It's blue with like white.
Oh, it's not in this episode then.
I don't think so, unless it was something they showed to show a memory. but I'm not 100%.
Okay. Oh, so today we are doing a giveaway of a t-shirt for MagickwithaK. She's an awesome Etsy shop, MagickwithaK. She has such cool Severance merch. So we're going to be doing a giveaway of a t-shirt tonight. Now, I believe you just need to be aware if you're out of the US, if you are in a country that has import fees, that's the thing she can't cover. She can cover shipping, but not import fees. So some countries have them and some don't. So if you want to participate in the giveaway, then just be mindful of that. I just have to warn you in advance. So you don't have a nasty surprise with a giant import fee if you do win. It's a Scary Numbers t-shirt. And I'm going to pull that up in a minute and show you. I'm just going to greet a few more people, but I'll pull that up and show you guys exactly what it looks like. And I'll just give you a quick look at her Etsy shop before we get started. She was very kind to agree to do this, and we really appreciate it, especially designing a shirt with my channel name as the file name for the Scary Numbers. It's just really cool. I've never had any merch that had my channel name on it, so that's pretty awesome. Hey, Dabby Abby Bo Babby. Nice to see you. I know it's late for you. You're probably going to be asleep soon and then waking up to us later. Open endings. Oh, you like open endings? I don't like them in books either. I hate them everywhere. You get to decide what happened next. I don't want that though. I want to see it play out.
I want to be told. I want them to tell me.
Have you listened to some of the theories we've come up with? We're not good at doing a decisive ending. We don't want to come up with an ending. We want the authors of the story to bring us the ending. That way we can theorize how it could have been better. But if you leave us with an open ending, we're going to have 300 different ones.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
How about they all ended up happily ever after? The Hollywood ending.
Yeah.
The end.
Yeah. I like Hollywood endings. I like Hollywood endings, you know. It's better than real life. I can live vicariously through the Hollywood endings. So some of the chat, okay, we'll do a poll tonight. Some of the chat thinks it's Helena and some think it's Helly. So it looks like Matt thinks it's Helly and the Real Code Knox thinks it's Helena. So we will do a poll and see what people think about that, because I'm genuinely curious. I would love to hear everybody's ideas. Hey, Real Cinema Therapy. Our friend, also known as Grow and Thrive. We know her as Grow and Thrive in the YouTube community too, and L'Oriella in the Discord. She's terrific. She has a channel covering Severance, which is awesome. And she just released her Severance, I believe it was earlier today, her episode 10 breakdown. So make sure you check that out and subscribe to this awesome, really insightful member of our community who brings her own expertise and psychological insight and knowledge to analyzing this show, which is inherently psychological in nature. So give that a view and subscribe to her, please. I would truly appreciate it if you would do that, because she's terrific and she deserves it. She has great ideas. And she's been with us on the show here before too, and she did an awesome job. She's a natural. She could be doing live streams herself. She's so good. And we're gonna, hey Boo. Oh no, my cat is she just came over and she it's like she's saying hi to me, so I feel like I have to say hi back, because she looks at me and she makes a little noise. It's like a greeting.
Yeah, you have to greet your cat.
You gotta say hi back. Now you're probably gonna hear purring in a minute. She's right in front of the mic.
Yeah, I heard it really loud.
Oh, I thought that was you.
I heard it really loud last night, Julie.
Oh yeah, she's loud. She's very loud. Hey Samuel, I want to see how Helena and Helly use the video camera to chat. Your daddy doesn't love you would hit hard.
I'd love to see a Helena back and forth. It would probably get like crazy, a lot of yelling.
Yeah.
A lot of
I
throwing
think
the camera, maybe breaking the camera.
Oh yeah, it would get heated. Helly is a firecracker. So
Maybe the camera would be set on fire during it.
yeah. It wouldn't be pretty. I would love to see that. And yeah, now she can throw that right in Helena's face. Your daddy doesn't love you. He admitted it. Damn, that was cold. Hey, Morgan.
You could always say, "Well, I slept with Mark," and then she's like, "Well, so did I."
Yeah.
They'd be arguing over that. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, she'll get pregnant with twins soon enough.
Yeah, probably. I'm surprised actually they didn't. I was surprised and pleased and relieved that they did not introduce a pregnancy storyline, at least this season. That doesn't mean we're not getting one.
Yeah.
It's probably coming next season, but I'm glad we at least got a reprieve from it. I did not want this season to be about Helly versus Helena and then pregnancy for the rest of the season. No, thank you.
There just wasn't enough time. I think just the timeline didn't warrant it. But next season it will.
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah,
I stand by that. Yep, it's coming. Yeah, I completely agree with. I mean, I already saw all the signs, all the clues, and then the clincher was when Grant was on here with us, and Grant, you pointed out the foreshadowing with the Chinese restaurant sign, and right next to Mark's head it says "fu." I mean, father in Chinese. Yeah, this show loves to do foreshadowing. I'm sure she's pregnant. It's just coming next season.
If it's not for that, and then all the eggs and all the babies and opening credits and everywhere else.
Oh God, yeah.
Everything's abundantly
babies, eggs.
fertile.
Yeah. They've made it pretty clear that there's something to do with a baby coming along, and it makes me think with the way that Helena acted with Mark in the restaurant that she found out that she was pregnant then. You know, come home and meet my father and everything like that, because she was really she was like she was almost smitten over him, and it was really weird. But yeah, I just don't think we got I don't think we got enough of Helena or Helly this season.
I don't think we got a lot of characters this season.
No,
it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
I thought the same thing about Cobel, and then I felt like we got too much.
At the end.
Maybe it was just the way that they did it. Like, yeah,
you're like, more cowbell, less cowbell, let's go.
It's like the fact that she did all the severance thing plays into nothing that happened in the final. She didn't tell them anything. That whole episode was essentially just a waste.
And she was really vague, and you'd think that Devin and her would be waiting outside that door for Gemma. I was hoping there would be a Gemma rescue, but there wasn't.
Yeah, I found that really weird that she wasn't there. But I know they did say I know they did say that they filmed a thing of Gemma Devin in a car in the car park, but that wasn't shown. So whether that was because the actress said that she filmed that scene, so whether they're going to use that as an extra or if it's something along those lines where it was just to be sure. Because I mean, it's a pretty expensive series. It's one of the most expensive TV series that have been made. So they do a lot of shooting, and there's a lot of stuff that doesn't get seen. So who knows whether it's don't let anything out, because a lot of places do that. Game of Thrones was notorious for shooting scenes that had nothing to do with it, that didn't happen. Yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting to see if that is something that was actually going to come up later on, because there might be a flashback or a side story or a pivot or anything, because I just don't know where they're going to start the next season. Like if you were to write the next episode, where do you start it after that ending? Like,
I think you'd have to pick up right where it left off.
I don't think you can though.
I
feel like it was too perfect of an ending. Too perfect of an ending to just go, all right, now we're here. They'll be separated again. They'll spend a few episodes coming back together, And then once again, the season will end with Dylan stopping Milchick getting through a door, because that seems to be his arc at the end of season 1 and the end of season 2. That was basically what he's trying to do. Instead of trying to let Milchick in, stopping Milchick from getting in the first season, he's trying to stop Milchick from getting out in the second. So, a weird dynamic.
Right. Yeah, I think. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a bookend. It parallels what happened in the finale of season 1. You know, Dylan was barricaded in somewhere, and Milchick was trying to bust his way in. And in this time, you know, Milchick was, you know, barricaded in the bathroom against his will and trying to bust out, and Dylan on the outside. And again, in both cases, he said, "Fuck you, Mr. Milchick." I loved that. The symmetry, the callback. That was great.
Is it a case of it ain't broke, don't fix it? Is that what they're doing?
I don't know. I
mean,
mean,
repeating something instead of coming up with a new idea.
I don't.
Well, I mean, they even did that with the previous episode with the whole "she's alive" line. Like, it felt so weird because everyone already knew that information. And
but this show is all about duality, and I've noticed in multiple cases they are doing things this season that parallel or mirror things that happened in season 1, and it's not an exact duplicate. I mean, the "she's alive" thing, that part wasn't really necessary, but other things, I like how they mirrored season 1 in many different ways, but with a different twist. Like they opened season 2 in a similar way to the way they opened season 1. They, instead of Mark walking through the halls carefree before any of this stuff happened to change his life, now you open season 2 with Mark running in a panic, disoriented through the halls. And this is, you know, mirroring. It's showing, you know, it's a reference back to what happened in the beginning, but how much things have changed now. And they keep doing this again and again this season, and I liked it. I think it's just, it goes back to the duality theme and the mirroring of things. So I like how they do these callbacks. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't find it repetitive. Now, if they do it in season 3 and they repeat stuff too much, if they do too many callbacks, then it might get to be too much. But for now, personally, I liked it. So, okay, I'm going to go through a few more comments and we'll get into the breakdown. And I'm going to show you the shirt that we're going to be giving away tonight as well. And we'll start that giveaway while we're doing the episode breakdown. We'll start collecting the entries for that. Hey, Keith A. Helly or Helena was barefoot in the hallway with Mark in the closing moments, if that hints at all. Oh, okay, I didn't catch that. Interesting.
You know, that was one of the things. It was the look that she gave, the fact that she wasn't wearing the shoes, that she deliberately puts Helly in because they're uncomfortable. Like, yeah, there was just a lot of little things. I'm just like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. And I thought, what would Irving do? And then I did that.
Right. Mark says Innie Mark banged Innie Eagan, and Mark Scout is Cobel's son with Jame, which they sired in the shadows, a foreshadowing of Kier, who was sired through incest. Oh, geez. Oh, that would not be good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've seen this before. I'm like,
yeah. Also, you got to understand that would make what's her name, Cobel, a teenager, like a young girl when she gave birth. Then
it's possible if
she's not in the 60s, based on her friend who she was there with together.
And Mark is like 51 or something, I think.
I think they said Mark was in his 40s.
Adam Scott is not, but
so we're aging Adam Scott down and aging Patricia Arquette up. I see.
Yeah.
No sexism in Hollywood, that's for sure.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's a stretch for Mark to be Cobel's son. I wouldn't find it a stretch to think, though, that Jame Eagan took advantage of young girls. Like, cult leaders have done that before. We know that. So I wouldn't I wouldn't be surprised if he took advantage of Harmony, but I don't know if the age is gonna line up for him.
Yeah,
That's
I don't know. This show has a really interesting way to deal with consent. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Just none.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's my point.
0 consent to everybody.
Yes. Mark. Oh, that's cool. I have that shirt bookmarked for a future purchase, Julie, but I imagine that they are frolic numbers, not scary. Well, thank you. The shirt with my channel name on it. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it.
Wasn't the last number a happy number in Cold Harbor?
Yeah.
Allegedly,
yes. I don't know where that came from. At least it was happy. I guess, yeah, I guess the numbers were happy numbers that they were looking at, but at the time I was confused as to why she said it. All kneel before Lorne of Mammalia. It was great to see her back. I liked that. Yeah, Lorne is fantastic, Debbie. I agree, and you're welcome. You're welcome, Lori. I'm happy to help however I can. Because you're an awesome, kind person yourself. So I hope people check out your channel, Real Cinema Therapy. Dieter dropped the link in the chat, so you guys can find it. Oh, wow. Debbie says, I listened to a cat purring in a certain frequency as part of a pain management distraction technique. They're amazing animals. Wow. That's interesting. Maybe I should look into that. I certainly have a lot of pain I need to manage. So, the real Code Knox said, when Helena made the egg sunflower kid, I knew she was pregnant. Yeah, that was a clear bit of foreshadowing. Yeah, among other things. There are multiple levels and layers of meaning to that we broke down last week. So we decided something, since there's so much to break down with this episode and it's going to take a long time to do, rather than do call-ins tonight, we're going to do another live stream next week to discuss the finale with anyone who wants to call in. And so that way we can get the breakdown done before 12 hours have passed tonight. And then next week, anything that anybody wants to call in and discuss about the finale, you can call in from the beginning of the live. So we're going to do that next Monday, going back to our normal night, Monday next week. And yes, I just want to highlight this. Scott posted this link. This is a link to a PayPal account that Dieter set up for me. He was kind enough to help front the money for a laptop because of my technological issues, becoming more and more of an issue as I'm trying to make content. So yeah, any donations at all, doesn't matter how small, everything helps. So when you see that link in the chat, it says Dieter, but that's on behalf of me. Dieter is essentially my manager at this point. I mean, he's my unpaid manager. I wish I could pay him a salary because he deserves it. He really does. Anyway, so before we get into the breakdown, I'll just show you really quick. I'm going to show you the shop, and we'll start the giveaway, the collection of entries, and then we can start the episode breakdown. So here is the Etsy shop. And get rid of that. I need to find the exact shirt though. Dieter, if you have the link to the exact shirt that we're giving away that has my channel name on it, I haven't been able to find it on here. It's got to be here somewhere. I just can't find it unless Dieter has the link. So she's got all kinds of stuff. We also have, there's a 15% off. Maybe if I click on this, it's like one of the options. So if you look in the description of this video, there's a link to get 15% off any of these items in her shop. And she's got mugs, t-shirts, candles, notebooks, all of which have funny lines from the show and scary numbers and any number of things like that. Select the color. Maybe it's under this. I don't know. Dieter ordered one from here, so it's got to be here somewhere, but I don't know where to find it. Anyway, at some point, Dieter, just help me out and share the link for me again, because I don't know where it is, but it looks.
Do you have the picture of him wearing the shirt, Julie? Julie?
I should have saved it. I didn't save it. No.
Oh, you didn't save
He
Dieter's
keeps
picture of him
dropping the
wearing the
link, and
shirt?
no, it's not saved on my device. I keep clearing everything off the device for the lives, so I don't have it saved on here. I put it on a separate drive. Anyway, this is the shirt. It's basically this. It just says instead of Cold Harbor, it will say JulieBDeepDives up in the top left corner, and it's got the scary numbers. Or maybe not scary numbers. I don't know. But they're numbers. So that's what it looks like.
Either way, enjoy
And
each number equally.
yes. Oh wait, I didn't show it. Wait, I was showing the wrong tab. This is it right here. That's it. So yeah, instead of up here, instead of Cold Harbor, you can see it'll say JulieBDeepDives right there, and where the file name is, which is super cool. Really appreciate that she was kind enough to do this. She's such a nice person, and she has awesome merch. The person who owns this shop. I love all the quotes that she chose, quotes and references from the show. She's got tote bags, yeah, candles, hoodies, t-shirts. So check out her shop if you haven't already, and you can get the 15% off on any of these items. There's a link to that in the description of this video. And I'll put that in all my video descriptions. I'm going to still be making some more Severance videos. My my episode 10 deep dive for the finale, I'm hoping I'll have that out by the end of the week, and I'll put the link in that too. The link, I think she said it's good until June, so that was really cool of her to do that for us, just for followers of our channel. So that was really kind of her to do.
Yeah, it's
And
unfortunate they don't do shipping out to Australia, so I'd end up designing my own ones.
yeah, that sucks. Yeah, certain countries in Europe she can do, but if there are import fees again, that's the only thing she can't cover. So
Yep.
So I guess all I have to do now is just use a no. It's got to be an easy word this time for the giveaway, because when I used I forget what I did last time. It was
Kier.
You did
Use
Kier.
Kier, and nobody knew how to spell it, and they didn't know if they needed a capital letter or not. So small word, easy to spell, no caps.
Just go hashtag
Okay.
shirt. That's probably the easiest way of doing it.
Okay.
That's not fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Lumon. No, not Lumon. That's a capital
Hashtag
word.
I really enjoy melon parties. There you go.
Oh, Waffle party.
Yeah. Or or we could do hashtag goat. That's another one.
Yeah,
that
easy.
works.
That's the easiest
done.
thing you could possibly do, Julie. Good for you. Yay, let's go.
Yeah. Okay. So
Sweet.
there we go. So hashtag goat. So all you have to do is type hashtag goat, and I'm gonna
I'll
be
do it every single time. I dare you to say it again.
So I'm gonna leave that collecting entries for, I guess, the quite a while. I'll leave that going for a few hours. And thanks for dropping the link, Dieter. I appreciate it. And so I don't know why I didn't put that on the screen the last time I did a giveaway. That would have helped people spell the thing right. But anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to show the actual shirt, and then we can get started with the episode breakdown. Let's see. The Wi-Fi has been a little slow tonight, so just bear with me for a second.
Somebody hashtag screaming goat, so I just did that for them. Thank you, Faith and Repentance.
Hashtag screaming goat.
Oh,
the screaming goat is awesome. Yeah.
Oh, you want me to? Here you go. This for you, Julie.
Nice. So I'll keep that going, and then later we'll select one, and it's completely random. So Okay. I think Dieter gave me the link here for the shirt. Where is it? Wait, that's not it. Oh, yes, it is. Here it is. Never mind. I got it. Wow, it's in 7 carts. It's right now. It's in 7 people's carts. That's cool. Those 7 people are considering buying it at the present. But this is it right here. This is what it looks like. So that's what you'll be getting if you win. And thank you so much to MagickwithaK Etsy shop for doing this giveaway with us. I truly appreciate it. It was very kind of you. So thank you very much. And okay, I think with that, we can get started with the episode breakdown. I'm going to leave this running in the background. So every now and then I'll just remind people as people show up. We'll remind you of the hashtag so that new people can participate. And I'll just leave it running. It's going to be just running in the background, still collecting entries. So that's
Would
that.
would you be able to just share my screen real quick? I just wanted to show you something.
Sure. Let's see. A little bit slow. Hold on. Clicking. Okay, let's try again. Oh, I guess I have to remove mine first. Okay, that's why.
Yeah, so this is a t-shirt that I designed, so we can have it. I'm gonna be wearing it next time we do our from reviews and watch-alongs. So
cool.
got talisman with a talisman there, and in honor of Milchick in that last episode, I got me and the wife a bumper sticker. If it comes up and shows what it says, there we go.
Nice. Nice. Devour feculence. Love it. I think that's the greatest line in the history of the show.
We were unable to get the t-shirt, so I'm going to redesign that t-shirt, so I can have one that says the JulieBDeepDives on it as well.
Oh, cool! That's awesome. Thank you. That is so cool. So yeah, that's probably the greatest line in the history of the show. I love it. So that's awesome. And all right, so I'm going to open up my photos and can start diving into this breakdown here. Okay, so fittingly titled Cold Harbor, of course. And we finally had our reveal of what that was, and it was so much simpler than any of us could have predicted. I mean, it should have been. I mean, the answer was right in front of us as to what it could be, and it's her deepest trauma. Her deepest trauma is the loss of her child. So we were all just overthinking it.
I know what it is, but I still don't get it.
It was
in
French.
I don't get what the room was for.
It was Cold Harbor in French on the crib. Is my mic on?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, but I mean, if she's severed and she goes in there, she's got no memory of it anyway. You don't bring your other stuff with you, so that's what I thought it was. I didn't think she was going to be desevered in that. I thought it was going to be literally Gemma having to do a task. Because it would have made more sense.
Breaking down the crib was a task.
Yeah, but that was a severed person. It didn't. There wouldn't have been any. Yeah.
But that's what she did with the thank you notes as well. It was a task.
It was the ultimate test of the severance barrier that her having to confront her deepest trauma. First of all, they had her put on the same outfit that she wore on the night that she left Mark and was most likely kidnapped by Lumon. She looked horrified when she saw the outfit and said, "What's happening?" Then they brought her to that room, confronting the empty crib that was symbolic of her deepest trauma, her most her most horrible, most painful experience of her life, which was her infertility battle. And if the severance barrier could survive that and she still didn't remember, then that was it. Then she would be complete, and she needed to be in there and still complete the task. but Mark interrupted, so it screwed the whole thing up for them. But as she was taking it apart,
I was just confused with it. That was for me. That's what it was. I was just a little confused because I knew it was, but for me it would have made way more sense if it was Gemma doing it, because when you put a new personality in there, they don't carry the trauma across with them. And that's what I was just like, okay, so why is there a severed person in here?
Uh-oh. Well, that doesn't happen much. What happened? Scarlett, you still there?
I don't know. I guess I thought every time Gemma went... Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear you.
I might be on a delay with you. It might be on your end. Well, I mean, every time Gemma goes into a room, she's an innie, right? When she's writing the thank you cards, when she's in the plane room. Those are innies, right?
They're all
innies. So what would be
innies.
any different than with the crib room?
Exactly. They, you know, they like the whole idea is that, you know, they're testing to make sure that the severance barriers hold even when she's confronted with various things that are unpleasant or upsetting to her. And she hates going to the dentist. Makes her very anxious. She hates writing the Christmas cards. She must be terrified of crashing in a plane. And in all of those rooms, the severance barriers would hold. While she was in there, she didn't remember anything of her actual life. And when she would leave, she was getting more and more desensitized and not feeling anything. I mean, she would feel a little bit, but she was not panicky. She was calm. She would feel, you know, her hand would be sore or her mouth would hurt, but it wasn't anything severe. And ultimately, yeah, this room was the ultimate test. And they said, as she was in there, it's working. The severance barriers are holding.
I just wish that either of us would have caught it, you know, because it's such a simple thing. It's written right on the crib box.
I know.
It says Cold Harbor in French. And you know French.
Yeah.
I totally missed that as a thing. I was like, I didn't make the association, and I only saw one person mention that thing might be baby related, and I just bypassed it because so many people were talking about getting in a car crash and being in water and being drowned that I didn't think about it.
I know. I would have sworn that it was going to be her getting drowned in that room. Because they asked her, why else did they ask her in episode 7 what would be worse, drowning or suffocation? I mean, that was, what was that, a red herring? I guess that was weird. Anyway,
I guess it's just like a test because you can find that online with the severance material and print that form out, and it does have a whole bunch of stuff like your measurement of woe, how much literature you've read during the day. They're just a bunch of random questions, so I guess it means something. Some judgment of something during the day.
Right.
For them.
Right. Yeah. Hey, J. Dean. Didn't make sense. How is this different from Innie Mark not recognizing Ms. Casey all these years? I think, I mean, yeah, you have a point there. I mean, because the severance barrier was holding in that case, and it didn't seem like anyone was really even paying attention to that other than Ms. Cobel watching to make sure that they didn't remember each other. So you have a point there. I don't know. I guess the loss of her pregnancy and the inability to conceive, that was the ultimate test they thought for her. But you do make a good point. You make a good point there. So anyway, so I don't know if I don't know what happened with Grant, but hopefully he'll come back. And hey there, Gabrielle. Their parallel tests both were testing if the barriers held. It seemed to me like only Cobel was doing that with Mark, though. It seemed like it was her pet project. I don't know, but maybe it wasn't just her. Maybe it was just that Cobel was especially interested in it because the chip was something she invented. That was what it was. I think in both cases they were making sure that Mark didn't remember also. Definitely. I remember Cobel was watching the two of them in a wellness session, and Milchick said, it's a good thing, right? They don't remember each other. Cobel didn't look so happy about it, though. I found that odd. But anyway, let's get into this. And please hit the like button if you haven't already. That really helps people find the stream. And so the show opens with right where episode 9 left off at the cabin, with Mark saying the last thing that he said to Devin was, she's alive. And immediately, just like we figured, I mean, this was the predictable part, Cobel asked him if he's finished the Cold Harbor part, the Cold Harbor file. Because they need to know that's why they brought him here. If Cobel had said that if he's finished Cold Harbor, she's already dead, meaning Gemma. And he's wondering, what is this place? And Devin explains it's a cabin for giving birth, and he's just completely bewildered by the whole thing, wondering why he's there and why Cobel is there. And Cobel asks him again if he's finished the file, and Mark says no. So Cobel says, then she's still alive. We can save her. And it sounds like it's something that she genuinely wants to do. I mean, to me, it seems like she's on her redemption arc now. And maybe she'll double cross him next season. But for now, she's on his side. It could just be a matter of wanting vengeance against Lumon. But as of now, she's still on his side, wanting to save Gemma. So I figured she would be. Who knows if that will pan out in the long run, or if she'll try to double cross him later. But for now she helped him. And yeah, so they explain that there's a hallway down there that's different from the others, and it's hidden. It's long and black, and Mark knows what it is because he saw it in Irving's drawings with an elevator going down, and he says that they know where it is. So finally, they can exchange information, vital information coming from both sides. And yeah, so this was a really smart move, actually, that they did this. Being able to actually talk to Innie Mark, get that information from him. He gets the information on what Cold Harbor does. This was essential to what needed to happen. Anyway, thoughts, Scarlett?
Yeah, I don't know about Cobel. I got some notes here. I don't know if it's from the same scene, but she says, "Save Miss Casey. It doesn't have to kill you," which I put manipulation lies.
Oh yeah, not the same scene, but yeah.
Do you think she's just using those words to get him to get her, and then it's like, "Sorry, Mark, there'll be no Hollywood ending for you."
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, you have to remember, though, she said that to Innie Mark. She said there will be no honeymoon ending for you and Helly R, because that's the truth. There is no way that he can have a honeymoon ending with Helly R. That's just not possible. She wasn't talking about Gemma. Gemma, they have a shot at having a happy ending with Gemma, but there is no way in hell. Sorry, Mark and Helly shippers, but there's just no way that they can have a happy ending. I
also think there's no happy ending for Miss Casey.
Well,
her 25 other friends.
No,
they get the shaft.
So. Yeah, Miss Casey. No one seems to care about.
Yeah, because as much as Innie Mark says, I only had 2 years of life. How much life did Miss Casey have? How much life did her other Innies have? Probably nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. And if you try to reintegrate all of that, that would be a lot. To have 26 reintegrated Innies. It was 25 files plus 1. It's Miss Casey. That's 26 plus her outie. That's 27 sets of memories in one mind. I mean, can the brain even take that kind of reintegration? I don't know. I think those Innies might have to be sacrificed.
So I thought it was a really interesting turn of phrase when she said save Miss Casey, because they're not.
Right. Yeah, she, because she said, Cobel said Ms. Casey, and Devin said Gemma. Devin, like, kind of corrected her and said Gemma.
Yeah,
So,
she's always correcting Cobel through the scene.
yeah.
For the good and the bad. I love Devin. I wish I saw more of her.
I know. Yeah. Hey, Alexis. Thanks for popping in to like the stream. Watching Severance now. Oh, nice. Yeah. We're gonna be dropping huge spoilers, so definitely make sure you avoid that. But thank you for popping in to like the stream. I appreciate it. And enjoy the show. It is one hell of a ride. I loved the finale. I agree, David. Well, harmony is what they need in more ways than one. That's that's fitting that she's named Harmony in this situation. Yeah, harmony amongst all the chaos of all the different versions of their divided selves. Yeah, we all need harmony in our lives. Yeah, I could use a little bit of that myself. Gabrielle, why does she say she cares about Mark? Yeah, later she says that in a later scene. She's like, I care for you. That was weird. I don't know.
Weird.
Why does she care for him? Yeah, I don't know about that.
Kind of weird and unwarranted and probably not really that appreciated.
Yeah, don't know. I don't know about that. That was a strange line for me. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, that's a good point. The real code Knox. Cobel knows Mark didn't finish the file because he would be dead too. She even says it. She says tomorrow will be your last day at Lumon. There will be they won't have any use for you anymore. That implies that they were going to kill him too. But wait a minute. No. I understand it. I think I get it. They wouldn't need to literally kill Mark. They would just have to kill his Innie, as in fire him. Maybe take the chip out of his head so that his Innie would be for sure dead. But all they would have to do is fire him. He'd still be alive. They wouldn't need to kill him. They'd just fire him like they fired. Remember those people from episode 1? They just lay off.
I remember them well, Julie.
What?
I remember them well, and they also didn't get enough screen time this season.
Mark W, Gwendolyn, Mark W was complaining.
Dario.
Yes, Mark W was complaining that they laid him off again, that it's just happened recently and they just did it again. I think they would have just fired Mark. I don't think they would have needed to kill him. I think they were going to kill Gemma though. That they were going to kill her. I don't know why. We'll get into that later. We'll never get through the episode if we jump ahead on that all that stuff now.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay. So he wouldn't be literally dead. That's my opinion. Anyway, so moving on. Jame and Helly, we picked up right where episode 9 left off as well, with creepy ass Jame appearing behind her and smart Helly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I think there's a delay.
Go ahead.
Did that have the fade where Mark's head faded into Helly's head, or is that later? Because that was a really cool fade.
Not in this one.
Okay.
No, probably later.
All right.
Trust me, I take so many screenshots that the fades are probably all in here. There were some really cool fades.
I'll trust you, because you can play it like a picture book where you're going like this, flipping the pictures side to side.
Oh, you bet.
All right.
You bet.
Okay.
You bet. Because that's the great thing about doing taking this many screenshots and the beautiful fades and dissolves that they do between scenes. Very artistic and symbolic. I get all of them because of all my screenshots. So it's the next best thing to having clips. Anyway, very smart Helly grabs a pen immediately, like to use it as a weapon in case he's going to attack her or something. I would too. Go Helly.
Trying to make her sire.
Oh God. Horrifying thought. Yeah. This scene was so great. He said, "What a fine speech you gave at the party. I was cross with you after. I threw a tin of candies." What the fuck? What the fuck?
How dare you?
And I love her response. God, you're fucking weird. And yes, he is fucking weird. I love Helly. She's like, who? Of course, people are naturally going to ship Mark with Helly because Helly is awesome, and we barely know Gemma, and I understand that. I just don't see logically any way they can end up together. It doesn't make sense. It's not possible. But I love Helly. She's fucking awesome. She's great. And I wish we had more of her in this season. But yeah, she says, God, you're fucking weird. And then he starts to move closer and yeah.
I would have a weapon too.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Yeah. Good move, Helly. And he says, I do not love my daughter. I used to see Kier in her, but he left her as she grew. I knew it. So somebody, I believe it was L'Oreella, L'Oreella of Real Cinema Therapy channel, when we did our watch party for episode 9. I believe it was her, if I'm not mistaken, who said that when he showed up and said, you tricked me, my Helly, that he was looking at her like the child like version of his own daughter, kind of restored to that version of her who he missed. And I think that's 100. I knew that was 100% spot on. I put it in my video for that week. I said, I think that's why he's approaching her here. And I think like for whatever reason, Helena must have disappointed him somewhere along the way, no matter what she does, even though he's got her under his thumb. She does practically everything he wants. The only autonomy and agency she even had that we saw was the way that she ate her eggs differently than the way he would like. He said,
I also have a theory that the green shirt is part of that she chose a green shirt to wear before she went to work.
Okay. Maybe
to kind of give the finger kind of like the egg to the Eagans.
Might be disappointed with that too, like little things like that, like tiny areas of her life where she's trying to have some agency, because she lives with her father. We know she lives with him.
She's not sure why.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. I don't get it, but she lives with her father just to be under his thumb, and she was forced to go back and work there twice this season. It was clear to me after the MDR coup that she did not want to go back. She sat at a meeting silently while they said that, we're going to give Mark what he wants. And that includes Helly R. He won't finish without her. And this was after the MDR coup, which was really triggering for her. She seemed triggered by the fact that Helly invaded her space at the gala. And she sat there silently while they said that they were going to send her back. But they at least sent her back as herself so she could feel more in control. But after the Irving situation, Irving almost drowned her. She didn't want to go back. She said, I'm not going back down there. That was the second time an Innie tried to kill me, including her own Innie last season.
Sure.
And they said, no, you're going back. She said, well, she said, I'm going to go back as myself then. She said, I'll just fake it again. They said, no, we can't take that risk. The board appreciates your sacrifice. That's what Natalie said. She was forced to go back against her will. She is under his thumb, and she just doesn't eat her eggs raw like Kier did. And that disappoints him. He wants utter and complete control over his daughter. And this is, this kind of, this is something that I think a lot of people deal with their parents. When you have a parent who's a control freak, if anyone out there can relate, if you have a parent who's a control freak, when you grow up, you wind up disappointing them because they no longer can control everything you do, and they idealize the way you were as a child. And this is what he's doing,
So you don't think the "you tricked me" thing could mean her going off and having sex with Mark twice and bringing new blood into the gene pool as well?
I mean, it could mean, maybe it could have more than one meaning. But in this scene, he explicitly does refer to the at the gala, you know. But it could have a double meaning. We could find out it has a double meaning.
But then he's also referring to people, the ones I sired in the shadows, like later on too, which is so gross.
Yeah.
He's a Sue.
He's all kinds of ick.
Yeah.
So anyway. So, yeah, he's disappointed with Helena because he can't control literally every move she makes like he could when she was a child. He's a control freak. Cult leaders do tend to be control freaks. They're all control freaks. He's the current leader of this cult, and so he misses the way she used to be. And then she says, "You sound like a great dad." That was a great comeback.
Got some great lines.
The fact that he just came out and said, "I do not love my daughter." That's nice. Yeah, great dad. Good job. And this creepy line, "I sired others in the shadows," but he wasn't in them either. So this explains what was going on with that scene at the birthing cabins with the guard who said to, Cobel said to her about Devon, she's one of James. So so he said he's impregnating women. He is impregnating women and sending them to the birthing cabins to try to sire another child who he could see here. This must be something he's doing a lot of, and spreading his seed all over the place. It's just so gross.
Yeah, you know the one story of the doctor that worked for like a sperm donation clinic, but then knocked up a bunch of his own sperm.
Yeah.
I think they did a show called Our Father or something on Netflix. That was a documentary or a biopic or something.
Yeah.
So the doctor, like all the patients received his sperm and not a random sperm donor sperm.
Oh, that's so gross. Oh my God. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's really gross. Everybody, don't do that at home, kids.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, because when you go to get a sperm if you want to have a baby and get a sperm donation, it's usually supposed to be a random donor that you know about, not the doctor impregnating everybody.
Yeah, it's kind
and
of
that's
like
the same thing Jame Eagan's doing.
Yeah. It's such a violation. That's not acceptable. Wow.
Yeah, it was not. You should watch it. You should watch I don't know if it's a biopic or a documentary. It's called Our Father. I know that.
I mean, it's like violating these women because they didn't consent to have that person's sperm in them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway.
So apparently he's been doing this for a while because, he said that he's sired others in the shadows, but he wasn't in them either, and he's still doing it. That's why that whole scene at the birthing cabins happened. Devon pretending she was pregnant and Cobel saying a bunch of code words to the guard, and then she was let in. So, wow. So he's trying to find someone he sees Kier in. This guy is a real nut job. He's trying to birth someone else so it's like, apparently the spirit of Kier is a fiery spirit. That is who Helly is. The fire of Kier, like somebody rebellious, somebody who's not docile, and his adult daughter, she obeys all of his commands, and she has no autonomy. She's driven to work every day like a prisoner, and yet you'd think that would freeze him, but it doesn't. It's the opposite. What does he want? For her to like stand up to him and yell at him, or like look what just happens here. He says, "Until I saw him again in you," and then she jumps up and yells, "You and your family created hell, and you're going to burn in it." And he likes that. He likes it. He says, "There he is." So he wants his daughter to yell at him and stand up to him? That's what he wants? I'm so confused by that. It's so
Mhm.
weird. I guess he wants that. He wants a passionate, rebellious spirit. That's Kier? That's the spirit of Kier? Okay. Maybe she was a Hellion as a child, like a Hellraiser. She was she must have been.
I kind of agree with Matt in the chat here. He said that he wants her rebellious and controlled. Ridiculous. Ridiculous once.
It is indeed. Hey, S. Madison, glad you came back and joined us after last night.
Yeah. Hi.
Thanks for joining us. You didn't miss much. We just broke down the first scene in the cabin with Mark and Cobel, and now we're in the second scene here. He's a raw eggs freak. Yes, Helly the Hellion. Yeah. Yeah, she's something else. It's very paradoxical, Matt. Like, I'm having trouble understanding exactly what he wants from her. Like, she can't do anything right. In his eyes, it's like, what does he want from her?
Unless they're supposed to be, she's even supposed to be more of a sadist than he is. Like, outdo him in sadism.
Yeah, I don't know. Keith, that Keith is the one who said this about that's crazy that they did that doctor did that with the skipping his own sperm. That's crazy. Anyway, so what's he got? 14 kids? Yeah, he probably has a lot of kids. He's probably on some Elon Musk or Nick Cannon shit.
Or when she was at the gala and she's like, I used to think that I had thousands of brothers and sisters. Yeah, you might have thousands of brothers and sisters, Helena.
She really might. That's like foreshadowing. Yeah. Welcome back, Amy. Yeah. Yeah, the whole show is not about Mark. It's also about Helena / Helly. I agree.
Kinda.
I wish it were a little more Helly and Helena.
Maybe seems really unbalanced.
It is unbalanced. But I'd like to see more.
Yeah, I was hoping there would be more of Helly being aggressive. She kind of took a docile back seat in this season. What I liked about her was the whole first season when she was very active, like a very active character.
I agree. Yeah. Look at his face. No, this is after she yelled at him.
To?
Yes, you do.
No.
This is where he said, "There he is."
Look into my sexy eyes. You want to be impregnated by me, don't you?
God. Oh, Jesus.
Take my lineage.
Nightmare fuel. Oh, God. So this is also a reference to the Good News About Hell episode, season 1, episode 1, when she says, you and your family created hell and you're going to burn in it. Cobel said that, her mother didn't believe in hell, but she said that the bad news, that's the good news. And the bad news is that what humans imagine they can usually create. So that was a reference back to that. Like they created hell. The Innies live in a kind of hell. And that was a reference to that. I liked that. And he says, there he is. There's Kier. And just says, tomorrow is a special day, and turns and leaves.
Great.
Just leaves. And it ignores all her questions. Why did you come here? What do you want from me? Just turns and walks away, which I figured would happen. People were predicting, that she's going to wind up being brought to the testing floor and, trapped there or something. They wouldn't do that to her because she's also Helena. So I didn't really think anything bad was going to happen to her here. I figured he was just going to leave.
Plus, in the next season, when she becomes pregnant with twins, she's going to have the Kier lineage, and he's not going to mess with her because she's got the babies.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, that's going to be a tricky situation.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen with that whole thing. She's in the middle of an Innie revolution now. I don't know. Anyway, so back at the cabin. Oh, my cat is trying to get in my box of food here, and she's being a nuisance. Anyway, back at the cabin. So he says, so wait, when I finish Cold Harbor, they do a test and then they kill her. Now, I would have liked to hear a little bit more of whatever they said right before that line, because like, did she literally say they're going to kill Gemma? Literally? I assume so, but I would have liked a little more background on that. Why the hell are they killing her exactly? We'll get there later. I don't think it makes any sense. I don't think it makes any sense that they would kill her. I never thought it made any sense, because if they're refining her chip and this is going to be something they use to market it to mankind, they think this is a cure for mankind. The whole point of the cult of Kier is the war against pain, as they say in this episode, and they want to spread this chip worldwide and tell people they don't have to experience anything unpleasant anymore. Just get this chip. They would need her alive to prove that it's real. I mean, what are people just going to take their word for it?
I thought they were just going to kill. I thought they were just going to kill off her Audi.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
I
because
thought,
I feel like what I was talking about before with double inning people, so they could Marcia White them off to the cabin for the golden thimble and all that. That they would be 2 innies, and then the I think they're doing it enough times so they can get rid of the Audi, because I think even when they were double inning people, and I don't know if I even want to get into this, double inning people, maybe the Audi was still bleeding through somehow, you know? So you had to do it 26 times. And that was a magic number. And then you kill the Audi and then it doesn't bleed through anymore. You know, you don't get that bleed through.
Yeah, and I loved Matt Gilbert's theory about Cold Harbor room being where they would drown her, but my theory, building on his theory, instead I just took a different approach. I said I think that they're not going to literally drown her to death. They're just going to keep partially drowning her over and over again. And that level of trauma would kill off her Audi persona forever. I think that would make the most sense, because if she's dead, who are you going to show to the world to prove that this chip actually does this and convince them to do it? You need a prototype person to show to the world. Here's proof. Look what we did with this person. She no longer has to feel any pain or discomfort. She's desensitized. All her tempers are balanced. That I don't understand that. I really hope
I don't know. Maybe there's a main Innie that's the the main Innie of the 26. There's like a spokesperson for the rest of them that thinks she's the Audi, kind of like in the Twilight Zone episode. Like, I think I'm the Audi. But she's not. Right. I mean, that's the only way I can reason it, and it's hard to reason it.
And I still don't understand the reasoning for killing her, literally. And that's what they were going to do, from what they said. That's what they were going to do. I don't get it. That's what they're telling Mark. That's what they say later in the episode with the goat, which we'll get to later. But so Mark is saying like they're going to kill her. And Cobel says so this is the plan. She tells him to finish the file, which I wasn't expecting. I thought if he finished the file, she'd automatically be screwed. But
yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought the exact same thing.
I was very confused by that, but I guess so. The point is, it's not finishing the file that immediately would trigger something like Gemma's effectively dead. I thought that, finishing it would mean, okay, she's irredeemable now. Her outie will die. That would be it. But no, after finishing the file, they were just going to kill her. So after finishing the file, he would need to get down there quickly and get to the testing floor. She said they won't let you leave MDR until that file is complete. So he wants to know how he can find her. And Devin says you won't. They tell him that your chip is only attuned to the severed floor. So once you get down there, you're going to be your outie. Then he'll find Gemma, take her up to the severed floor, and he'll guide her to the exit stairwell. So he's like, his mind is kind of blown here. And Devin is, trying to, empathize. Like, this is a lot to deal with, but if we can prove she's alive, we can prove they fucking kidnapped her and it will end them.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not thinking about the innies here.
Mm-hmm. They're just as bad as the Eagans sometimes, quite honestly.
Yeah. Because she says it will end them. And then he says, okay, but what happens to us?
Mm-hmm.
Devin's like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
We didn't think of you as a person, Marcus. Sorry.
Yeah. He says if Lumon ends, then what happens to every innie on the severed floor? And Devin just looks down like, oh, right. Forgot about you guys. And I understand how he feels. I get it, He says, oh, okay, you want me to give my life, the lives of everyone down there.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, oh, no, it's not that simple. He says, just to save one person you happen to care about.
Yep.
He has a point,
Mm-hmm.
He has a point. His life matters too, and the other innies' lives matter. Cobel says it doesn't have to end your life. And
is that a lie?
I mean, it's I guess they're saying that he would live on as a reintegrated version of himself, and that's what they're gonna show him via the videotape. Devin gives him the video camera, saying there's somebody else who wants to talk to you, tells him to play it, opens the balcony doors, and they tell him to watch it, record a response, and step outside, because that's, I guess, any doorway in these cabins will switch you back and forth between innie and outie. So
hopefully no pregnant woman wants to get a little fresh air outside.
Yeah, because that would be confusing. Yeah, so we get a long-awaited conversation. I never expected this was going to happen. This is pretty cool, actually, how they did this with Mark talking to himself. Mark versus Mark. Ruling Marks.
Yeah, I found this pretty intriguing.
Yeah, it was very cleverly done. I loved it. The whole conceit that they came up with the innie cabins being a way to switch you on and off, that enables you to do something like this. That's so cool. And yeah, I love that they had a way to do it, because I didn't see how this could ever be possible otherwise. Yeah, people do it at Lumon when they're submitting a resignation request, but other than that, they never get to talk to their outie. And this is without Lumon supervision, so they could say anything. So he's like amazed by it. He did such a good job of playing the innie versus the outie. He looks like he has this look of innocence on his face when he's Innie Mark. Like he's like, wow, it's me. He looks like a little kid looking at himself. And outie Mark explains that he's sorry. He apologizes, which I thought was great, because it's a callback to in season 1 where Ragabi said to him, I believe it was season 1, that you created this innie without his permission. You brought him into the world without his permission. just, to make life easier for yourself. And now he's realizing that, so he apologizes and he says, I created you as a prisoner and as an escape. Lumon told me you'd be happy that the Innies are content, and because I took their word for it, you've been living a nightmare for 2 years. It's horrific what they've done to you, and the reason that I'm here is to make it right. And I'm hoping that with all that we have in common, that you'll give me that chance. Here's the thing about this, though. He wouldn't be doing this if he didn't want Gemma back.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't be doing this. Remember, he had no interest whatsoever in reintegration. He didn't give a shit about his Innie or anything like that. And okay, now he has more information. Yeah, he got more information this season. But remember, even after the MDR coup, Devin told him what his Innie said about how they're being abused down there.
Mm-hmm.
And he still refused to start reintegration until Ragabi told him his wife is alive. So he's full of shit here when he's telling Innie Mark that this is why he's here. He's doing this to make up for it. Or the reason that I'm here is to make it right. No. The reason that he's here is to get Gemma back. And I understand that. But come on now. He's full of shit.
Matt Gilbert had a good comment because he says that one thing I noticed here is Mark S says we, whereas Mark Scout says I.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Scout is all, I want to have my wife back. Mark S is, we made a life. We made it work.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting observation.
Yes. Good observation, Matt. Yep. He says, I have to have my wife back. And we made a life. Absolutely. It's all in the wording. Yes. He's a child because he wants to live. Well, yeah, absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
Most people do.
Yeah, exactly. Most people do want to live. Dieter, what I don't like about this is, what about his reintegration? Did we see anything about that? The two Marks would live, right? Yeah, apparently he's not having any more glitchy moments on screen, but they're still happening. They make reference to it in this, that he's been seeing flashes. He said, you've probably seen flashes too. But they're not showing us those glitchy things anymore.
Yeah, I wish we would have saw more of that. Just saw more of that in general.
Me too. Rather than just hear about it through exposition. That would have been nice, but yeah. Mark S has developed solidarity with others. Scout is selfish.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I sympathize. I empathize with him for his grief. The reason why he got severed, he did it because he couldn't deal with his grief and he wanted to bury it. And he was lied to and told that, like even in this season, Milchick said, that he is happy and has found peace or something like that, and it will make its way to you in time. Just give it that time. It seems like they marketed it to him as some way of dealing with grief, and eventually the solace that he's found as an Innie would make its way to him. So he has been lied to. I will say that for Mark Scout, he's been lied to about how the Innies were being treated, but he was still being selfish, and I have empathy for him, but yeah, he's not doing this. He's lying. He's not doing this for his Innie. Yeah, the Innie doesn't have the influence of the outside world. It's the pure, unfiltered you, definitely. Hey, Starry. It was interesting the difference in approaches between Dylan and Mark talking to their Innies. Dylan did it right. Mark did it wrong. I agree.
But Dylan let the other Dylan choose.
Right.
We'll get to that. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Outie Dylan was just being honest and compassionate to his Innie and let him choose. And Mark S is just saying what he wants to say to get what he wants. But reintegration is framed as a kind of false hope for Mark S. It killed Petey, and it's a death for Mark S. Right. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so let's see. Innie and yeah, it would be nice, right? I'd like to schedule a meeting with my inner self. It was touching. Absolutely. Anyway, so back to the by the way, we still have the giveaway going if you want to win a Scary Numbers t-shirt from MagickwithaK on Etsy. Just type in the chat hashtag GOAT, GOAT, all lowercase letters. So yeah, if you want, yeah. So we're going to be giving that away at random and collecting entries from everybody who types hashtag GOAT, GOAT, all lowercase letters in the comments. And later I'll do the giveaway and it'll pick somebody at random. And it looks just like one of the computer files with the scary numbers, and the file name says my channel name on top, which is cool. Nightman LOL, hey, Innie's kind of selfish, unpopular opinion, but imagine declining a sacrifice even though you're gonna die anyway. Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to live, everybody wants to put their own lives first. And Mark's Innie, he makes a selfish decision because he wants to stay there with Helly. So I mean, you have a point. You have a point on that. Absolutely.
But Outie Mark also wants to live, and Outie Mark wants Gemma, who at a cost of Miss Casey and her other Innies is going to sacrifice them.
And the problem is,
so they can eventually maybe be together.
The problem is there's no way that both can have perfectly happy endings. Someone is going to have to make a sacrifice, someone, they can't both have their way. They can't both, like, even if they reintegrate, Outie Mark has an advantage. He already has his Outie life. He would just gain the memories of his Innie, and his Innie wouldn't get to be with Helly anymore. So there is no perfect ending for all of it. That's the unfortunate thing. Everybody is selfish to some extent. We all want to have, the person we love in our life. We all want our lives to continue and not to have our lives ended. So if you look at it that way, yeah, they're all selfish to some extent. It's natural. Anyway, so moving on. So he's being very manipulative with what he's saying here to Innie Mark. Not gonna lie. The whole empathy thing that he's doing and all that stuff. But moving on, then we get to see these statues. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, pregnant Kier. Is that Kier that's pregnant?
Yes, apparently this is pregnant Kier. Mark Geller, we interviewed Mark Geller live last night, and he said when he first saw this was a surprise when he watched it. He didn't know they made this. And sometimes when he doesn't know about all the artwork ahead of time, so sometimes he's surprised by it. And he said he first thought it was just fat Kier, but he does think that it's supposed to be pregnant Kier because this is a birthing cabin and it's a symbol of fertility. It's just weird as hell. Because, yeah, he's fat, but look at the way he's holding his stomach the way a pregnant woman does.
Yeah.
So I think it is pregnant Kier, and it's symbolic of the way that Kier wants to, this cult wants to sire children of Kier, quote unquote. So even though he's not literally pregnant, men can't get pregnant. It's like it's a metaphor for the way that this cult sires or brainwashes adherents to the cult. But it's a funny image anyway. So Innie Mark records a message back, and let's see, wait a minute. Here we go. He says, I never expected to actually speak to you, let alone get an apology. So thank you. Wait, why is this black? Oh, okay. So this is him going outside and doing the transition with the eyes rolling back in his head. He does a good job with that. It's creepy. So yeah, he heads outside and now he's back to his Audi and gorgeous scenery. And he plays this back, and then it's Innie Mark talking to him, and he's such an innocent little kid with his smile. What a great job Adam Scott did playing the two versions of himself. Adam Scott's out, Mark's Audi has this. Mark Scott's Audi looks like he just walks around with a rain cloud over his head all the time, just pouring rain on him. He's like an Eeyore, depressed, miserable, cynical, sarcastic, and Mark as an Innie, look at his face. He's so happy, and everything about him is just lighter. His facial expressions are softer. Did a great job. So he says, I never expected to actually speak to you, let alone get an apology. So thank you. And meanwhile, Audi Mark's like, holy shit. Because this is the first time he's ever actually gotten to see his Innie talking, and he has no memory of it. It's got to be a trippy thing. But Innie Mark says nightmare is the wrong word because we find ways to make it work to feel whole, which is why what you're asking scares me, because whatever this life is, it's all we have and we don't want it to end. Can you understand that? Yeah. So he has a point, this is the life they've been given. And that's something actually that Audi Mark said in season 1 when he was on a date. He said, he was talking about how he and Gemma tried and failed to have kids. It didn't work out. And he said, eventually you just have to accept that this is the life you've been given. And it's something that the Innies, ironically, have also done now. He couldn't really accept that life he had been given. He buried his pain by getting severed. And the Innies, well, they're suffering in their own kind of private hell, but to survive, you have to forge some kind of a life, and they do. They have lives. Whatever life they have, yeah, it may suck, but they make the best of it. They find ways to be happy and be like a pseudo family down there, and they don't want it to end. It's still a life. A life is still a life. It still has value to them. So he's afraid of doing what his Audi is asking him to do, understandably so. So, and you could see how manipulative. I'm just gonna. I feel like this is too wordy. I'm just gonna say Mark. Okay, so Audi Mark is Mark.
It's a very Milchick thing you're doing there, or a Drummond thing.
Yeah, because
too many big words.
It's way too cumbersome to keep saying Innie Audi. So Mark, you can see how Mark, look how his face look how his face changes right before he starts recording. He looks annoyed at how Mark is not really being cooperative, and he's like, okay, what the fuck do I say? Then he turns on the camera and he says, of course I can, I can understand. Such a good point. That sounds so condescending anyway. Like, of course I can. Such a good point. I'd say the same thing in your position. However, and then he does like a little smile. This is so not his normal demeanor. He's like, however, Lumon doesn't have to be your whole life. Now, you may have been seeing flashes lately of my world out here. I've been seeing yours too. It's a process called reintegration. It's a way to recouple memories so we can be one person. I started this because I see now how unfair all this is to you. And once my wife is free, I swear I will finish the process. Because this life, our life, belongs to both of us, and I want to share it with you. So, no, he's full of shit. That's not why he started the reintegration process. He started it to save Gemma, as he calls her, my wife. He doesn't say our wife, my wife.
My wife.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What?
It's a little Borat. My wife.
Oh.
Never mind. Or so he says my wife, I think my wife.
Yeah. And then the moment that he stops recording after he says, I want to share it with you, and he looks earnest, he shuts off the camera, his face immediately changes. He's putting on an act. And Mark responds, okay, but what does that mean exactly? You get the right side and I get the left. Is this like a top bottom situation? And
that's more telling. Top and bottom.
Yeah.
Master and servant kind of a thing.
Yeah. Like who's gonna be dominant in this situation? And then I like how it does this cool fade into, so it looks like they're facing each other, talking to each other as it's fading into Outie Mark on the outside. It does a fade effect, and he's like, no, it's like both of us, like one person combined, my memories and yours, my trauma and yours, but the good stuff too. At least he admitted that he has trauma that he'd have to share with him. I'll give him that. And then they keep doing this cool thing where they mirror shots of them looking at, so it's like they're having a conversation on opposite sides of the screen. They're mirroring the shots. And let's see. So then Innie Mark responds, okay, but you've been alive for what, 20 times longer. So whoever this new hybrid person is, it's like he'd be way more you than me. And he makes a good point, how much of Innie Mark would be part of Outie Mark, or O Mark, I should say.
You don't want to say, oh, Mark.
Yeah.
Every time you say that, I hear the British Arquette's voice.
All right.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah. So so Mark says, I just don't think that's how it works. And Mark says, okay, how does it work? So it keeps cutting back and forth.
How does it work?
Good. I would want to know too. Yeah. So it starts cutting back and forth a little faster, like they're really having a conversation. And Mark says, look, I mourned Gemma for 2 years. I lost my job, my teaching job, because I fucking started showing up drunk. So we're getting a little more info from this. Like, we knew he lost his teaching job, but we didn't really know more detail. So he was drinking too much. He said, I hid all her stuff in my basement because it was easier pretending that she never existed. And I thought that was protecting you from that pain. And so he didn't think he was protecting Innie Mark. He thought he was protecting himself from the pain. But anyway, he was. We already knew that, the fact that what was I going to say? That he hid all Gemma's stuff in his basement in season 1. We saw that. He's clearly not coping well in a healthy way at all. Okay, so here's where he brings in this part. This is this is manipulative here. He's like, oh, hey, Miss Cobel told me you like someone down there, right? Helena Eagan, right? I think her Innie name is Helena. Bad move, Mark.
Yeah.
Screwing up her name. Yeah. Bad move.
No words.
He said, honestly, I love that you got that experience. So now you can imagine what you and Helena have, but multiplied, like thousands of days of joy and arguments and passion. Then you can see why I have to get my wife back. I have to have her back. So yeah, he screwed up. That's where it took a turn. Screwing up her name. And he's talking down to him, you know, like he's disregarding the fact that his Innie would have to give up this person, and he doesn't just like her, he loves Helly.
Mhm.
But he's talking down to him like a little kid with a schoolyard crush. It's no big deal. So they are very much like children, but their lives matter too. And
Mhm.
and he's, you know, basically saying, well, what he had with Gemma is more important, you know, like multiply what you have with Helly by thousands, you know, because they had more time together, and that's true,
Mhm.
but still, it
Yeah,
wasn't
but
the right
I could see Innie saying, "I've had less time, so my time's more important because I've had less time."
Yeah, I could see that argument. And yeah, Innie Mark does not take well to that.
Mhm.
Look at his face after you heard Helena. That was his face.
I mean, it's just like parents giving their lives up for their kids because their kids have had less time on the planet.
Right.
You know, if they've had time to live their life.
Right. It's a good point, you know. So then Mark says it's Helly, actually. Helly. It's the person I'm in love with. So in other words, he doesn't just like her. This isn't just a schoolyard crush. He is a person, and he says I'm with a real emphasis to it, and says he's in love with her, which you'd know if you ever had taken an interest in my life before tonight when you need something. She's the person I'll lose if I do what you say, because you know as well as I do that her outie won't reintegrate, assuming that's even real, assuming every word out of your mouth isn't a lie. I don't blame him. I really don't. I don't blame him at all. You know, because there is no way for him to have a future with her outside of the place. He could reintegrate. Helena won't. He'll never get to be with her, and that's who he would have to lose. There's just no way around it. I don't see any way for him and Helly to ever have a happy ending in this show. In the end, when the series is over, it's just not going to happen. So the only way it would happen is,
unless Helena does a 180.
even if she did, and she reintegrated, Mark, Mark, I don't think he would want to be with her after everything she did. He knows all the stuff she did, you know. I think he would choose Gemma in the end, once he's reintegrated. But so now he's questioning everything. Maybe reintegration isn't even real, and you know, Mark says, you know, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to save my wife. I can't abandon her. I won't abandon you if you help me. And Mark says, you know what I think? I think the second you get your wife back, and this is things get really heated. I like how they did this with the mirroring of the shots, by the way. You know, kept cutting back and forth between shots of Mark on the right side and then Mark on the left side of the screen, mirroring each other like that, just their eyes back and forth. Really artistically done. Two halves of the same person, two selves within the same body. So
also one in red and one in blue.
Yes. One with the reddish light of the fire and one with the bluish light outside in the dark.
But kind of reversed, because the Innie is the one that's red and the Audie's the one that's blue.
Yes. Yeah, so it is reversed, but yeah, so Innie Mark jumps up and now it's getting heated. He's like, you know what I think? I think the second you get your wife back, you forget I ever existed. I think that I disappear along with every Innie down there. And Mark mirrors what he just did. He jumps up. So once again, showing they're very much the same person at their core, you know. He jumps up and he says, we're in this together. Can't you just trust me? And and then he yells for Devin. Yeah, so they come running in, and Mark says he's a fucking child. He won't listen. I mentioned reintegration, and he basically called bullshit. Devin basically said, well, he's not wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I love Devin.
She's
Points for Devin.
she's admitting that they are bullshitting him. Do you think Mark even does intend on completing the reintegration process if he gets his wife back? I think he might just abandon that completely.
Maybe.
I mean, because he wouldn't have to. Like,
Yeah.
he could just, like, why do this risky procedure on his brain? Just leave it alone. Once he has his wife back, there's no need for him to do it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Cobel says, "Let me speak to him alone." And so Devin takes off. He does this creepy effect again with his eyes rolling back in his head. I love how Adam does that. And transitions back to I'm Mark. And Cobel finally just cuts the shit and tells him what we figured out a long time ago. Like, this was the part of the episode that was not surprising. I figured this out season 2, episode 1, the moment Gemma's file flashed on screen for a split second and we looked at it, it was her face, Gemma's face. It said Cold Harbor. It had 5 bins at the bottom of the screen, just like the screens of the MDR computers, and numbers that, different numbers assigned to each one and percentage completed. That made it pretty clear at that point that Mark was refining the numbers on the chip in his own wife's head. They basically showed us that. They revealed that at the very end of the first episode. You just had to pause it because it was a split second thing and it was really only meant for us to see. Which I'm surprised they did, to be honest. They didn't have to show us that. They could have held that back longer. But they did. They showed it to us, and so, I mean, it was pretty clear from that point that he was, all those numbers he's sorting are compartmentalizing his own wife's emotions, refining the numbers. Each time he would refine a file, he was getting a room ready where she would compartmentalize her emotions in that room downstairs. Every room, the name of each room corresponded to a file number. So, once we saw that, it was easy to put that part together. So Cobel tells him that the numbers are your wife. The MDR numbers are a doorway into the mind of your Audi's wife. She says, "What do you see every day when you look at them?" And he says, "We feel things." See, as they're feeling things, they're compartmentalizing their own feelings, metaphorically, by putting those numbers in boxes. And they're helping the science, the testing floor team to compartmentalize Gemma's emotions, getting those rooms ready. That's what they've been doing this whole time with the numbers.
I put in my notes, we knew the temper thing already.
Right.
I think I came to the same conclusion that you did.
Yeah, like, we figured this out a long time ago.
Yeah.
This wasn't a big surprise reveal. Do you think that do you think that the show expected us to be surprised at this part? Like,
I'm not really sure, because I'm not sure they knew how much people theorize about this show, like at least Ben Stiller and Ed Scott on the podcast.
Yeah.
I don't know if they knew that.
Because look how they showed, as she, like, they're treating this like a dramatic reveal as she's talking. They show this. They show the numbers. They show the numbers over his eyes. They showed a picture. They showed a shot of him at the computer. They're treating this like it's some big dramatic reveal, but we could have, those of us who comb through the show and dissect it figured this out in the first episode of season 1. So, I don't know. I just thought it was kind of weird that they treated
I don't think this is the kind of show that was made for people to be on their phones and paying halfway attention to it. Anyway.
No. You have to be locked in and paying close attention to this show to follow it. And if you weren't paying attention to that part of it, when that split second thing flashed on the screen at the end of episode 1, you would have missed this. But she said, so he said he feels things, and she says, "What do you feel?" He says, "Sometimes we feel sadness." And then she says, "Whoa." And you see that is the woe dancer from season 1, Waffle Party.
Well, finally, there's an actual Malice that's the goat, because people were saying the goat was Dread, and I'm like, no, the black lingerie older lady is Dread.
Yeah, now it's confirmed who is who is who.
Yeah, because a lot of people were saying the goat was Dread, so I never got that impression.
Right.
I did like this display when she talked about each of them, and they showed the Waffle Party equivalent.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed this. This one was Frolic with the goat head.
No, that's Malice.
Oh, how come? Wait, am I missing one?
Yeah, the
Maybe I
Jester.
didn't get one.
Where's the
I might have
Jester?
missed. Oh, I missed the Jester. I was taking a lot of screenshots, but I guess I missed one.
Red's your favorite color, Julie.
Yeah, I missed one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because she says them in order: Woe, Frolic, Malice, and Dread. But
Mhm.
I guess I missed one as I was taking screenshots.
Poor Frolic.
Yeah, no Frolic in here.
Imagine a Jester wearing red lingerie in here somewhere, you guys.
That's so fitting into my life. No Frolic for me. No Frolic for me. I
Nope.
don't get Frolic.
No Frolic.
I get Woe, Malice, and Dread.
Great. Is that on the t-shirt?
It should be. So this one is Malice, the goat head. And then Dread.
Mhm.
Dread is the hag, I guess.
Yeah, I call her the crone.
Yeah.
There's like the bride, the crone, the jester, and the goat. Or ram. Sometimes people call it ram, but I call it a goat because there's goats in the show.
Yeah. Yeah, because there are goats. So yeah, I would call it a goat too. I mean, it just makes sense.
So you don't have any ether frolic? No ether frolicking?
No. I wish. So she says, so he says, so that you're saying the clusters are, she says, they're tempers, the building blocks of her mind. He asks what he's building. She says, every file you've completed is a new consciousness for her, a new Innie. He's like, I've completed 24 files. And she says, Cold Harbor is the last. Tomorrow will be your final day at Lumon. You will have served your purpose, and so will she. Now, I don't think that means they were going to kill him, just his Innie. Just fire him, maybe take his chip out of his head or something, but he would have been laid off. And she was going to literally be killed from the sound of it later in the episode. So he says, why are you telling me this? What are you, he says, what are you doing here, really? And no, wait a minute. Why do I have this here? I guess while she was talking, it was doing this. So there was this cool overlay while she was talking about the files that he was refining. There was this this shot of different files popping up while Gemma's walking down the hallway. There she is in the dentist room, Wellington. Again, this is not a big reveal, but they're treating it like one. We figured this out in episode 7.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's the problem I have with episode, the sophomore slump or whatever. I shouldn't call it sophomore slump, but
yeah, this is not a big reveal either. I mean, if you were really paying attention to episode 7, then you already knew that all of those file names on their computers were corresponding to rooms that she visited. We figured that out already, but I guess maybe we're just the diehards that pay really close attention, and most people might need the assist. I don't know.
Or they wanted to make it pretty, because the season's pretty. I won't deny the cinematography and the graphics and everything are, A+.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, look at this one here. How, you see Mark in the background still, but then there's Gemma, there's the Wellington file. It's all kind of faded together. It's cool.
Yeah, but if they did this, they didn't need the exposition earlier.
Right. Yeah, and then, you have the Allentown room. We put this together too. I mean, all you have to do is be paying attention and not looking at your phone for the whole time you're watching the show. Don't look away.
That.
What?
I don't think they're relying on that. People won't be looking at their phone.
I think they just assume that that we're not paying close enough attention. Yeah, we're all looking at our phones, but if you're paying attention, then you would notice that the names of the rooms corresponded to the file names that they were working on. This was Allentown, the Christmas room.
That's Ben Stiller's wife's hometown.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, cool. Threw in a little homage to that. So, yeah. So then, she says, so Mark, there'll be no honeymoon ending for you and Helly R. She's in Eagan. You're nothing to them, nothing to her. They're using you. No, I don't know if that was the right tactic to take, to put it like that, because if that was supposed to calm things down, that just made it worse. He starts yelling, "No, I don't believe you." And she said, "They'll discard you like a skin husk."
Yeah.
He says, I think you're using me," and storms off while she's still yelling at, "Reintegration is your only chance." I don't blame him. You know, they really handled this wrong. They really did. He takes off and he says to Devin, "Do you love your brother? Then you better tell him that the next thing I see better be the severed floor, or I swear he will never see his wife again." Talk about a threat. Wow. He's like, it sounds like he's threatening to kill somebody, but it just means, you know, yeah, he's not going to cooperate. So
I really think he wants to see Helly, right? That's his motivation.
Yeah. So Cobel, and this is where Cobel yells, "I care for you," which is just weird.
So awkward.
Yeah. I care for you? Like, why?
Choose me over Helly R, Mark.
Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. Does she really care? Why does she care? Or is this just she's out for vengeance against Lumon and using him in the process? It's really hard to understand. So for now, I think she's an ally and she is trying to help, but what her end game is, that's up for debate.
Yeah.
And then he leaves, and the next thing he knows, he got what he wanted. The next thing he sees when he wakes up is Lumon, and he's back. And there's a new painting.
This ridiculous painting.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, this unbelievable. More new artwork.
This is like a curtain call for everybody who's been in this season.
It is.
Everybody take their bows and their flowers.
It is. Literally everybody's included too, you know? Even the 4 lookalikes that were up there. The 4 lookalikes are up there. You got
I call that the Egan's Assemble area, like Avengers Assemble, but they're Egan's Assemble.
Yeah. It looks great, you know, like they are all assembled together at Woe's Hollow. And up there, we got, I think those are the 4 lookalikes. There are some O&D people up there, including Felicia. I see. I don't know who these people are.
There's Jame and Kier on either side of Helena. I think Helena is directly above Mark because that kind of insinuates they're going to have a kid, I think. And be the next of the line.
Yeah, could be.
The one way up at the top in the middle is Helena. And then Kier's on the one side and James on the other side.
Oh, okay. Oh, Kier,
I can't even say
right.
Jame without going, ugh.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh god. Yeah. There's even Grainer, and he's dead. Grainer's here.
Well, there's Grainer's even here. Rebecca's there, and some of Rickon's friends. Potter. Yeah, they're all the way over on the one side.
They don't even work for Lumon. What are they doing in the picture?
Well, Gwendolyn Y is there, and Mark W, and they're not working for Lumon either. It's like that's what I say. It's like a curtain call for all the players of the second season.
Yeah, but those people at least used to work there, so I find it weird they'd have Rebecca and, you know, non-Lumon employees. That's just weird, but they probably just threw them in as a
Well,
little Easter
Devin's
egg.
there too. Devin and Rickon and all her friends.
Devin and Rickon, Irving, Helena, Bert, Mark W, Dario, Gwendolyn Y, Miss Wong, Natalie, of course, the goat
Amber
people.
King.
There's the jester back there too. The
There's the four
tempers are back.
tempers, yeah.
The four tempers are back there. Also that goat guy. There's Lorne. There's the guy who was in the goat room in season 1. He's back there. Mark is in the center like some kind of messiah.
With a look of ecstasy on his face, which is, telling.
Oh yeah. Yeah, look at that.
That's Adam Scott's O face, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's experiencing some kind of climax here. And then poor Miss Casey's next to him on one side. Dylan's there. Yeah, this is hilarious.
Be great to hang over your fireplace, as a conversation starter.
Oh yeah, I'd like a print of this. There's Helly. And yeah, here's a better shot where you can see it better.
Symbol.
There we go. They can see this better. So there's Helena and Kier to this right, our right. Jame, is that Jame? He looks different there, but Jame Eagan.
No, that's Jame. It's just the non-creepy looking Jame, which is surprising. There's actually a non-creepy version.
Right? And then there are other former CEOs who are currently dead. Other
Myrtle
CEOs.
And Lorena, or whatever her name was. Lorena Bard,
whoever the rest
Ambrose,
of them
who knows?
Yeah.
The lesser Eagans.
Yeah. Dylan, Irving, Bert and Felicia.
Yeah, they even have Elizabeth, I think, from the optics room, which is weird.
Here's Milchick, Ms. Wong.
With the theremin. She has a theremin too, which I think is sweet.
A what? Oh, a theremin. Yeah.
Yeah, she's holding it, if you see it from the further shot.
Grainer, Milchick again, Ms. Wong. Oh, I think I got a couple duplicates. And then there's you see Whoa. That's the temper.
And she's in a bra. That's nice that they put her on a bra in this thing.
Yeah.
I'm wearing my best bra.
Yeah. And there's that's the guy who was taking care of the baby goats in season 1.
Yeah.
And Lorne. This is the way I recognized Lorne. They made her look completely different in the finale, and I didn't recognize her, and I didn't know who she was. This is the hilarious goat dude with the giant goat headdress. I loved him. I wish we had seen him again. Cobel. Miss Casey. They love to do the shots of the eyes. And then the shot of Mark's eyes.
Ecstasy eyes.
Ecstasy eyes. Yes. Helly shows up for work. They're like looking at it together. It's pretty wild. And then all the lights go out ominously. And the title of the painting, I think I got it somewhere. I thought I had a picture of it, but I guess maybe it didn't upload when my Wi-Fi went out. It was something about the triumph of Cold Harbor or something like that.
The something triumph of Cold Harbor too. There's an adjective in there. Yeah,
a few of the pictures that were uploading I didn't get because my Wi-Fi went out in the middle of it, so that must have been one of them. But it was something about the
people in the chat, help us out. Find out what that adjective is.
Yeah. It was something to do with the triumphant completion of Cold Harbor. So, this is a few more pictures that I didn't get either. So, they were walking down the halls, and it was just like the hallways to the goat room in season 1. As they were walking, the lights would come on as they're walking past a certain area. Really cool, creepy ambiance. So that was fun. For some reason, all the halls
Okay.
were lighted that way.
I got it, Julie. The exalted victory of Cold Harbor.
I love it that somebody
Thanks, Keith.
actually. Thanks, Keith. I knew somebody in this crowd would know it, because you guys are all so smart, and obviously someone's gonna have it. Someone's gonna have that written somewhere or remember it. So thank you for that. So thanks, Dieter. Appreciate it. Trying not to babble for too long and get through it quicker. Yeah, David, that pose that he was doing was kind of like the Baphomet pose, but it was reversed because the right hand should be up instead. And the Kier statue does something like a Baphomet as above, so below pose later in the episode too.
Yeah, it's like ceremonial magic stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's magicians that have that too, like in the tarot, the magicians like that as well. The magician card.
The magician card. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has a hand up like that and the tools, yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah, they for some reason they do that weird, creepy, ominous lighting, like just like the lighting to the hallways to the goat room. It's like they're heading deep into the dark recesses of the human mind. And I like that effect. I wasn't sure why they decided to use it for this, but it was a cool vibe anyway. I was gonna show. Okay, Dieter dropped the link to the shirt again. I can't find it right now. I'll come back to that later. But if you, I'll just show this. I'll just show this again really quick. If you want to win one of these T-shirts from MagickwithaK, who's doing a giveaway with us tonight, you just type hashtag GOAT GOAT in the chat, all lowercase letters, and you can win a T-shirt. It's just for the US and European countries, but certain European countries have import fees that she can't cover, so just be mindful of that. But she cannot accommodate shipping to European countries, just not the import fees. And it's a scary number shirt, and it says JulieBDeepDives as the file name. So again, that's still going on. You can still enter, anyone who just joined recently and wants to participate. It's a random drawing, so anyone has an equal chance who participates. So anyway, getting back to this, and also check out her shop with that link that Dieter dropped in the chat. You can get 15% off any of her other awesome Severance merch as well. So moving on. So they get to I missed a few pictures, but they get to the MDR room, and damn, I missed some ones that were actually really creepy too, and creepy and important, but I can just read from my notes what was in them. You don't have to actually see literally everything. So they get in there, and it's not that I missed the pictures, it's that my Wi-Fi went out while the pictures were uploading, of all times. That's when it chooses to go out. Damn cats. So when they get in there, in the room, there's the image of Kier standing there. The mannequin Kier from the Perpetuity Wing holding a note, and he's kind of lit up by this greenish color that it's a lot like the old greenish computer displays they have. And so they he reads the note, and it says, Mark, the founder, wishes to witness the historic completion of your 25th file. Helly R will also bear witness from her chair. Goodly splendors await upon your victory. Love, Mr. Milchick. And you know what? I've got to pull this up and show it because now it's bugging me that I can't, because there's a funny picture from it too that I wanted to show. So I'm just going to pull it up in the episode itself and show it. And I remember watching it like, what the hell is happening? Because I remember like there was this video where someone was predicting that somebody would be standing there wearing a Kier mask, and it wasn't someone in a Kier mask. It was just the mannequin from the perpetuity wing. So I'll just share stills from this because it's bugging me not being able to show it. Yeah, so they get in there and it's all this greenish light. And hold on, if I could show the clip without the video getting pulled, I would, but I can't. So hold on. Okay, so yeah, so they pull out the note. There it is. So there's the note. Mark, the founder, wished to witness the historic completion of your 25th file. So goodly splendors await upon your victory. Love, Mr. Milchick.
Splendors await upon your victory.
And
I like that it says love.
Love, right? I know. And then when he opens the card, I gotta wait. He opens the card and it's a pop-up waffle. So they're gonna have a waffle party? That was the plan?
It's a 5x5 waffle, apparently.
Yeah.
25 spots.
So it seems like, yeah, a waffle party was gonna was gonna be awaiting them after. A waffle party with both. How would that work? With both Mark and Helly? Would they get both tickets? Or just Mark? I guess just Mark.
Yeah, it's a full-out orgy, I guess. And
Yeah.
Helly's just dancing with the goat guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that I just had to at least show that because that was funny. The waffle thing. Then the light, there's a light that comes on over at their desk station, and they go over there and sit down, and they talk. You know, they have stuff to share with each other that, you know, that happened. You know, she tells him about how Jame was there, and he said some cryptic shit about the fire of Kier being in me, and that today is a special day. And Mark says he knows why they're doing this. Meanwhile, Dylan arrives back at work, and Milchick greets him. And Dylan, I think I missed I think those images didn't upload either because of because of the internet going out, but that's not that important. It was just Dylan getting back to work, and Milchick greets him. So then Helly says, what happens when they extract the chip? How can we trust anything Cobel says? All she's ever done is lie, which is a great point, you know. Mark says, I know, but she seemed different. I mean, she's the same, but like different, same. I don't know. Whatever that means. He said, I mean, I could just not do it. I could just not finish the file and not get her out. And Helly says, but if she's telling the truth, we're screwed either way. Which she's right about. They are screwed either way if she's telling the truth, you know, because they'll have no more use for them as innies. I think that would be the end. They would be fired as innies. They would be laid off. And so effectively their lives would end as innies. It's the equivalent of a death. So yeah. And then Gemma is brought to see her outfit for the day, and it's I don't have a picture of it here, but it's her it's the coat that she was wearing on the night that she left Mark and never came back. When she was going to her party, and that's when I think she was abducted by Lumon that night.
Yeah.
So when she sees that, her eyes well up with tears as she says, "What's going on?" or "What's happening?" She knows that that has to mean something. And the nurse says, "Just get dressed. Everything's gonna be fine." Yeah, right. Okay. That wouldn't reassure me. There it is. Yeah. So I do have a picture of it. That's the coat she was wearing the night she left Mark. They kept it all this time just to traumatize her in the ultimate trauma room. Lovely. And Helly says, "But if you get her out, maybe that will take Lumon down, like his sister said, and maybe you can do this combining thing." And Mark is saying, "Well, yeah, but he could be a total liar." She said, "What if he's not? At least you'll have a chance at living." She's being unselfish here. I mean, she wants him for herself, and she knows there is no life for her outside of this place because she's Helena, who she despises, but she wants the best for him is what the way that I take this, she wants the best for him. So
she loves
and
him.
that's love. Yeah. It's selfless. She wants him to make the choice, and she says, "Well, at least you'll have a chance at living." And he says, "But I want to live with you." And she says, "But I'm her, I'm her, Mark. I'm her," which was a really pointed statement, like just saying that even though they are kind of like separate people on the outside, she's Helena, and at their core they are the same human being. So she's acknowledging the fact that they can't have a life together outside of Lumon. It's just not possible. I give her a lot of credit for this. She's willing to sacrifice being with him if he can have a life outside of the place and be with his wife again. And she leaves the choice up to him and encourages him to complete the file, basically, and go with the plan. We obviously don't see all of the dialogue that goes on between them, because they must talk about something more than this. They obviously execute a plan later. We just don't see all of it. The plan is for him to finish the file and then go run down to find the testing floor, and she creates a diversion. But we don't see all of that. We just have to infer that that's what happened. Yeah, and she's she's really making a sacrifice here, and what great acting too. I mean, her eyes have real tears in them here. She did a great job.
She's kind of doomed in a way, I guess.
It's pretty tragic, yeah.
Because Helena, and like if she has her way, would just basically just kill her without thought. She's an animal, she's not a person.
Yeah, it's really tragic, actually. And Britt did a great job with this scene. The emotion of it really packed a punch. They both did. Her and Adam. So he says okay, and he decides to go ahead and complete the file, which means he's going to execute the plan that Cobel proposed. And again, amazing acting. You can see there are tears in his eyes, and then there's a single tear rolling down his cheek. Yeah, really great, amazing acting by both of them. It's powerful stuff. Their lives matter too, they're innies, but yeah, in this shot you can see the tear too. Good continuity there.
You would think the outies would have personal responsibility for their innies, because it is almost like an adult child situation.
Yeah,
they created that child. That child did not, know it wanted to exist or not. They had that responsibility, but then they don't want to take the responsibility.
Right. Yeah. That's true, you know. Maurer and Drummer look on, watching it get completed. Very dramatic.
I
You
like
know,
that they
is
all
he
have
really...
their little rooms, you know, like their little rooms they can watch.
Yeah, I know. Jame has his own separate room where he's watching later.
I can't be around the breath of the little people. I have to have my own room.
Right. And then we cut to a scene with Milchick and Dylan. Your Audi has responded to your resignation request, and as it may yield an embarrassing emotional response in you, and as I'm duly swamped, I shall leave you to read it in solitude. And then he just runs
And
like
then he
hell
just
out of
runs. I loved it.
Yeah. It's so weird. It's like, okay. It was so random at the time. We didn't know why he was running. He just ran like hell out of there. And he got his note, the Innie resignation request. He really did check off every single box for why he wanted to quit. Every single one. I can't see them all. Like, depression, anger, fatigue, guilt, loneliness, shame, annoyance, stress, bitterness, jealousy, fear, selfishness, cowardice. All of it. He checked off all of them.
What's the yes thing? What's underneath it? Can you read that?
Does the employee feel certain this emotion cannot be corrected with regular wellness staffs, I think, or
Yeah.
visits?
Visits.
Yes. I hereby request that my Audi resign from his or her position of employment at Lumon Industries. Yeah, denied. I knew it would be denied. I knew he'd be coming right back. Like, come on. They weren't going to get rid of Irving and Dylan. We had no Irving in this episode. Irving seems to be gone.
Yeah, but
Hopefully
I like that Audi gave him a choice, gave the Innie a choice.
I like that too. It was great. Yeah. He denied the request for now, but then he says he's giving him a choice. He says,
I like that this is 0.1 fuck you.
I know, right? He says, I've read your dear Innie, I've read your request and organized my response into 3 points. Point 1, fuck you. It was so formal, and that was just a random fuck you. Gretchen is my wife and my beloved, and your actions with her were deeply fucking indecorous. How do you say this? Indecorous?
Yeah, I think that's right.
I don't know.
I have it written down.
Yeah. Point 2, I get it. She's perfect, and given our shared physiology, it tracks that you'd agree. And then it shows a shot of her looking far from perfect, which I thought was very sweet. You know, her hair is messed up. She's wearing some baggy shirt, cleaning something, or on all fours on the floor, and he's saying in the over in the voiceover, she's perfect. That's really sweet. She's perfect to him because he loves her. That was sweet. I liked that. And then he says, here's the thing. I've never been an impressive person. When Gretch told me that you were like this self-assured badass, I don't know, it stung. So I guess point 3. So that's got to make any Dylan feel good, at least a little jolt to his self-esteem. He's a self-assured badass. So I guess point 3 is one day I hope she sees in me what she sees in you. In the meantime, if I'm being really honest, I guess I like knowing you're there. So if you want to leave, you can, but I think you should stay. Sincerest regards, your Audi. I liked that. He said if you want to leave, you can. So he could submit another request and he would agree. I like that. He gave him a choice. So I think Audi Dylan handled it the best way he could have. Because he thinks that, he is valuing the life of his Innie as a person and, giving him the option on whether to continue existing or not. So good for Outie Dillon. He took the high road, even after his wife
Mhm.
cheated on him with him. And he threatened to get rid of Innie's existence. He did this, so I was impressed. That was cool of him.
The Milchick running.
When Milchick was doing this, I like, I didn't know what was happening. I thought maybe he was quitting his job and he just fed up with Lumon's shit at this point. Ripping his tie off, rushing down the hall, and then running.
I thought there was going to be a Milchick moment, but it was different than I thought it was going to be.
Right. Well, I was not expecting what we got at all.
Yeah.
Coming up is my favorite scene in the whole episode. There's this huge tense build up to it as he's stalling when it's at 99%, and then Mark and Helly have this conversation. So apparently they really don't have very much knowledge of the outside world. This is something we've always wondered about. One of the things that they ask them all when they first get there is, name a state, I think. And she said Delaware in her first on her first day. And so we wondered, okay, how much do they know? Do they know a lot about geography? Do they know about history? How much do they know? Apparently they don't know very much at all, because she says, I've been trying to think of other place names besides Delaware. I've got Europe.
Yeah, like Gwendolyn Y mentioned Wyoming.
Right. So some of them have just limited knowledge of random places. Like Helly says, I've got Europe, Zimbabwe, and the equator. Okay.
Sometimes that's all you need.
And he doesn't know what the equator is. He says, the equator, is that a building? And she says, or a continent. He said, maybe it's a building that's just so big that she says that it became a continent. So they don't know. How much do these people know? Like, they really don't know much at all. It's crazy.
It's interesting they picked the equator, because that's an interesting metaphor, because it splits the earth in half.
Yes, it's fitting, isn't it? Yeah, the equator. Yeah. This theme of severance. Yeah, the equator is like it severs the world into two halves. Yes. Yes, please like, subscribe, and tap the bell for notifications. I would appreciate it. Milchick was late for band practice, right, Golden Child?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, do I wish this next scene that's coming, boy, do I wish I could risk playing clips, because it was my favorite in the whole episode. It was epic. If I would play clips, I would risk getting the whole thing taken down, though, which sucks. Yeah. Yeah, David, the Innies have no autonomy or self-determination. Indeed, yes. Helly equals anima, the perfect version of the female from Mark, matching what his mind projects. Helena equals the femme fatale, luring Mark and being a destructive force. Helen of Troy. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, this could be, like, I can see how this could be a double meaning. The real Code Box, when she says, I am her. Huh?
For the Helena believers out there.
Right. Like, she could literally be saying, I am her, as in, I am Helena. Right. So, I just don't.
But you're
don't
not
understand.
her. No, Mark, I am her. No, you're not. Yes, I am her.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either. I don't know why she would stay down there under those circumstances in that war zone. Like, I know she hates her life with her father and everything, but is it really worth throwing her outside world life away completely to live in this hellscape? Like, it's a nightmare now. Who knows what's going to happen to them? I don't know. I find it weird. although, I mean, as Helena, they probably would just come extract her out of there. Like, they would want to come get her, not leave her down there if there's some kind of revolution.
Hopefully they have some kind of security force, but they don't seem to have much security here at Lumon.
No, they don't. They have essentially a skeleton crew. So, like, yeah, I don't know. But, meet me in Montauk equals see you at the equator. Hey, Mel, nice to see you.
Is that Eternal Sunshine reference?
Yeah, I don't know. They could go live among the goat people. Yeah.
It seems beautiful. The, like, rolling hills.
Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful area. They could maybe go make a life there among the goat people.
Or live in Kier's house.
Yeah.
Get on the bed.
Yeah, they have a whole replica house there.
Sit all over the bed.
That's right. They have a whole gigantic house in there they could live in. So yes, Eternal Sunshine reference. Okay.
Have you
and
seen
there
that?
are elements of this show that are parallels to that movie too.
Yeah, have you seen it?
No, but I know the concept.
We'll have to put it on the list. It seems adjacent, like doll houses.
Yeah. So anyway, so let's see. So he kind of is like stalling, like he's afraid to complete it, and at 99%, and she gets up and comes over and kind of helps him. They do it together. She gives him the map to the testing floor and leaves that with him because he's going to need that to execute the rest of the plan. And they finish the Cold Harbor file together, which is, she just kind of, he's the one who's really doing it and sorting the numbers, but she kind of guides his hand to help him complete it.
His imaging.
Yeah. It's a sweet moment. It's, it's like, they know like this could be the end. So they don't know what's going to come next. And she's doing this knowing that this is, going to try to help execute a plan to save his wife, and that he would most likely be leaving with her. So she's being selfless in that. She really is. I mean, we don't know what else they said off screen. The whole plan might have been for him to get Gemma out and then stay in the first place, but I suspect he changed his mind at the last minute and decided to stay, personally. I think he planned on staying, and this was cool. For a split second, when it reached 100%, it showed Gemma's eyes. Just for a second, 100%. So her chip is now 100% refined, which means she can now enter the Cold Harbor room. She can't enter a room until the file is fully refined. But that doesn't mean they got to complete the process. They didn't complete it because Mark interrupts in a little bit. So it may seem like she's complete, but it's not quite the case. Mauer gets on the phone and calls Drummond, and Drummond tells Mauer to call Mr. Eagan. That's it. The lights shut off. Huh?
Oh, Mauer. Okay. Sorry. I had a little brain bubble. Little.
Dr. Mauer.
Yeah. Sorry.
This was so scary when the lights went out. How what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
And then then the green lights came on from somewhere. Green lighting, and then a spotlight shines on just like a vaudeville sketch routine,
And that music too, that do 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 music.
Yes. Now, I heard somewhere that was like music they play for the Chicago Bulls or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I loved that. That was so fitting and so random and unexpected. And then I was just thrilled they gave us animatronic here. I thought that was amazing. They foreshadowed animatronic here in the premiere of the season with Gwendolyn. She thought it was so weird that they don't have animatronic
Mhm.
Eagans. Like, she said, yours don't move? That's weird. As if
Mhm.
this shit isn't weird.
Yeah. This is
This
totally
isn't
normal.
weird. It's totally normal. Oh man, that was great. I was freaking out, like, oh my god, we get animatronic here. This is amazing. Like it's like the creepy presidents, the Hall of
Mhm.
Presidents in Disney
Yeah.
World. Which I don't know why that's even there. It's creepy as hell. See, he's kind of doing this as above, so below thing with his hands too. Like
Yeah.
one is
Mhm.
up, one is down. And he's like pointing at Mark. Yeah, again, as above, so below.
Mhm.
He says Mark S. In completing your 25th macro data file, you have drawn my grand agendum. That's not a word. Nearer to fulfillment, making you one of the most important people in history. Revel now in the fruit of your labors and hail your earthbound steward, your very own floor manager. Except Milchick was late. He missed his cue.
He was so cute.
It was just a spotlight there for a few seconds. Even with all his running, he was still late. He shows up. There's canned laughter.
Mhm.
This whole thing was this surreal, absurdist comedy. I just loved it. This is the best. One of my favorite parts of Severance is just this surreal, absurdist element. And we didn't have as much of that this season. And the fact that
Mhm.
they brought it back for the finale, I was really happy about.
Yeah, this finale reminds me of the best parts of The Prisoner. I know you haven't seen that show from the '60s, but it gives me Prisoner vibes.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Because
I
weird
gotta
stuff
see
like
that.
this happens in The Prisoner too.
Oh, wow. I gotta see that. Yeah, because this is just hilarious. Essentially, they're doing like a spoof on a vaudeville comedy routine, and and I'm sitting here like, what in the hell am I watching? We were in the watch party, like, what's happening? What the fuck is this? The canned laughter, the little barbs, the witty barbs they're trading, and then it just gets even crazier. But he's like, "Thank you, Kier, and may I say, you're looking very handsome, sir." And Kier says, "Thank you. I'd say the same of you, if not for my favorite core principle, probity. No, vision." Amazing. He just can't get respect from anybody. Milchick. He gets shit on even from the wax dummy Kier. Like, and what exactly are the Innies supposed to think here? That I mean, how would they even have Kier's voice saying all this shit? What did they take AI? It used his deathbed audio and turn it into an AI Kier voice. I mean, like, you know, when we interviewed Mark Geller last night, who plays the voice of Kier and is the image of Kier, he said that his voice, they used his voice for all these recordings, including this one. The only one that was not his voice was for the congratulations little video game looking Kier when Helly completed a file in season 1, because the rationale was that Kier would have been long dead before that technology was invented, so they used Ben Stiller's voice. Well, he still would have been long dead and wouldn't be able to do this bit, so why change their minds now? It's just odd. I don't know why, but for some reason they chose to use his voice. I guess I guess the innies might just, they could explain it to them as well. It's AI, you know, they took Kier's voice and his real voice, they made it into AI, or they had somebody pretend to be Kier, I guess. Like like the Hall of Presidents or something when they're talking. But yeah, so yeah, he takes a shot at Milchick, at Milchick's looks, and Milchick takes it once again. Just at first he doesn't fight back. He says it's truly special to host a man so illustrious, so sapient, so magnanimous. And Kier takes another shot at him because he's using too many big words. We can't have too many big words, of course. So he says, "My, you're verbose. Good thing you didn't write the first appendix. It would have burst." More canned laughter. And Milchick has had about enough. This is where I think he might have gone off script. He says it's an honor to receive your barbs, Mr. Eagan. The legacy you've left behind is truly and irrefutably larger than life. This is so. This, you know, Kier says, "My company, you mean my company?" And Milchick says, "No, I mean this wax statue that's 5 inches taller than you actually were." And there's not a lot of canned laughter for that, just some awkward canned laughter chuckles. That's the line that Mark Geller said was added to the script because Mark is shorter than this Kier statue, and when he showed up to record his vocals and he recorded them on set, he told us last night, you know, he stood next to this thing and he said, "Why is it 5 inches taller than me?" And the next day when he showed up, it was in the script. So they wrote it in based on his stray comment about how the statue is 5 inches taller than him, which is great. And it's odd too that Milchick would be allowed to say something like that. I mean, it's blasphemy. You're insulting Kier. I don't know why they let him get away with that. But also the fact that, you know, they're reading from a script. He's reading off of cards. I think he went off script to say that because he's tired of getting shit on by this company and the cult. And yet he doesn't quit. I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe eventually he'll have enough and fight back. But for now, he just takes a shot at Kier's height. Kier, who's already dead. And oops, I gotta plug in my Chromebook in a second, but so and then he has my favorite line of that Kier says, just because of his delivery. "Thank you for that feedback, Seth." He just spits out the word like it leaves a bad taste in his mouth. And I loved that. And Milchick says, "Thank you, Kier." So, oh, by the way, that's the second time someone this season, you know, spits out the word Seth like it's a pejorative. I loved it. The first one was Irving at the retreat. And he's like, "Yes, do it, Seth." And he spits the word out. Poor Milchick can't get respect from anyone.
I wonder if they personally picked that name so they would like be able. What name can we just draw out and make sound sinister?
Yeah, I wonder, you know, because he basically hisses it. The way he hisses it comes out of his mouth. Seth. Yeah. So maybe they did pick a name they could do that with. Yeah, I think Milchick kind of crossed the line, you know. It seemed kind of blasphemous. Mackie, yes, he really bodied him with that. That was great, you know, taking a shot at the height. Oh yeah. Yeah, Starry, I want to see all of these too, you know, Beehive transfer, a branch transfer, clean slate. Clean slate is probably where they just wipe their memories. Beehive, I think, would be a hive mind. Branch transfer is pretty self-explanatory. Elephant might be endless length memory. You'd remember everything. Elephants never forget. Freeze frame would just completely freeze them in place. We saw the Glasgow block this season. That was where Helena got pretended to be Helly.
That's why I'm
And
surprised when they're walking down the hall, running down the hallway. Somebody doesn't hit freeze frame on them.
Good point. You would think they could just do that.
Yeah, that wouldn't make entertaining television though.
Yeah,
That would be
exactly.
just desolate. Like they're running for their freedom, they just hit a button and they're like, okay, well that ends that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like it would be kind of too easy, I think. Yeah, they roasted each other. It was hilarious. Seriously. Oh, and there was also another function in there. There was another function of the chip was, oh, it went out of my head. Goldfish, which I think would be a really short memory. Dre, yeah, the animatronic was hilarious. I loved it. Yeah. Let me see. Now you're floor manager, loose hips. Oh god, it was so good. Yeah, Keith, the banter was great. This Matt says this fake Kier animatronic may be foreshadowing. I still think it's a silly idea and I hope they don't do it, but it has actually been set up that the typical point of the testing floor might not be just to cure the world. It may also be part of the process to resurrect Kier. Yeah, I know that's a popular theory and I hope they don't do it too. Because I think I don't know, I just think it's like, I don't know, I just don't like it. I don't like the idea. I think it's silly, like you, and I personally would rather them not be trying to resurrect Kier, but you never know.
It give Mark Geller some work though.
It would. I know Mark Geller would love it.
Oh,
It'd be
yeah.
great for him. I'd like them to do an origin story for him, give us a whole episode of backstory where he gets to play Kier. I think that would be great. That definitely had to be Drummond behind the scenes going back and forth with Milchick. Keanu Reeves was the voice of the training video this season. That's what Keanu did. The MDR training, the new training video with the claymation. It makes a lot of sense as long as you keep in mind the dual nature of the show. Lumon and Kier cult have parallel but different objectives. Yeah, definitely, Matt. There is a distinction between the two, I think. What else? Please hit the like if you haven't already. I would appreciate it. Yeah, they do freeze at the end, though. You're right, Mel. Technically, they do. The very last shot, they freeze while they're running. The camera shot just freezes in place. Hey there, AA. What if Milchick was raised by Lumon? I think he probably grew up in a school for boys. Like, there's an Eagan school for girls, so there must be a school for boys, too. I think he probably was, and he's brainwashed.
But there's some argument that there's only a school for girls because of impregnating. Which I thought was like, ugh.
Oh, God.
That's why there's not a boys' school. And I shudder and lie on the floor in a fetal position.
That's nauseating. Matt said the chip doesn't give them control over the body, though, does it? Just severed minds. Yeah, but the thing of it is, the mind is in control of the body. So if they can control what the mind is doing, maybe they could control the rest of the body too. Maybe. Yeah. No, I won't rule it out that they could be trying to resurrect Kier, but I don't know. I don't see how they really could after all this time. They don't. I mean, I guess I don't know how they could do it. I mean, with this show, anything's possible, I guess. this chip has one purpose for Lumon and maybe a different one for the Kier religion. Yeah, I think that that Lumon is just kind of perverted the original message of Kier personally. Literally perverted it by dressing the Tempers in the lingerie. I think that's a clue that they've perverted the original message of Kier. David said definitely Cobel cares more about her goals than Mark's goals. They just happen to align at this point. And I think that's probably correct. Yeah, definitely. And let's not forget, she's been brainwashed since childhood, and you can't just deprogram from a cult that easily, like a snap of a fingers. Like, yeah, I agree. I think they fire Milchick and he goes to work with Ragabi. I don't know, S. Madison. I feel like they've got to keep him down there. We got to have some major player down there in charge next season, or everybody will wind up out there. We've already lost Irving, and we've lost, Cobel. She's not going to be down there anymore. So I think he's going to stick around, but maybe eventually, in the end, I think he might be able to deprogram. He won't be able to take it anymore. Because I think I agree with Matt here that he's an outsider who's desperate to be accepted by the company. So, yeah, even though it seemed like he was kind of bending a little bit with Mark by letting him, take that extra day off, he's not going to change that easily. Anyway, so, so then. So then Milchick introduces this new department that we never heard about till now, and it's been alluded to, but that there may be other departments on the severed floor that they don't know about, and now we finally get to find one out. It is choreography and merriment, as Milchick says. He introduces them, and the whole thing is so surreal. And then he drags
Kier
while bobbing his head. He starts bobbing his head to the music of the band that's on its way in while dragging Kier off and smiling from ear to ear. It's hilarious. He's just smiling, bobbing his head. And there he is dragging him off. You can hear the music playing in the background. Playing, of course, the Kier hymn. It's a marching band version of Kier, Chosen One Kier. And meanwhile, you can see Gemma getting ready to go to the Cold Harbor room, putting on her clothes, her coat. The marching band shows up. I was losing my shit when this happened in the watch party. I'm just like, what's happening? What the fuck is happening? And they've got their Lumon uniforms. It says C&M on the back. They come in from two different directions. So you've got green lighting on one side and blue on the other. Notice there's no red. They come in playing, and they quickly surround them on all sides. And Milchick is in the center, just kind of being the band leader. You got that interspersed with shots of Gemma looking like she's walking to her doom, which she was, and she seemed to sense it that this is it. Nothing good is going to come from this. You could tell she knew something was coming with this last room, so she had that real dread hanging over her. But yeah, this was amazing. Milchick basically kind of leads the band. And Mark and Helly's reactions were hilarious, just completely baffled as to what the fuck they're seeing in front of them. They only ever saw the goat people and the O&D people. This is the most people they've ever seen, keep in mind. And all these instruments. They were briefly on the outside in the outside world, but there's very little they know outside of this place.
The instruments are in the ones that are in the opening credit sequence in Irving's mug.
Right. That's another thing that was foreshadowed in the opening credits. Like so much that was in there. Everything in there was
I
foreshadowing
would never
something.
guessed when we were going through that this is what those instruments would be.
Yeah, I don't think anybody could have guessed this. Anybody. I don't care. I don't care how brilliant you think you are as a theorist. I don't think anybody could have predicted this. No way in hell. It's not possible. I like their form too. They're like squatting while they're playing, and there's a drum line. And Mark and Helly are surrounded on all sides, and they look genuinely threatened. Yeah, like this could have gone south. You know, who knows what was going to happen to them after this? They kind of just stand back to back. It was nice to see some humor come back to the show after so much darkness this season.
Yeah, they moved
Really,
the desk.
it was a refreshing. Yeah, they moved the desk in a circle, so you had this aerial view of it, and the band members moved the desks around in a circle, like a windmill, like a windmill.
Of your
It
mind?
fits with the yes, the windmills of your mind. Oh man, this show is so good. The closing song of the show is "The Windmills of Your Mind" as Mark and Helly are running, you know, through the hallways that represent pathways in the human mind, winding pathways, and they're just running through there, and like that's how it ends. And this was kind of foreshadowing the ending of it too, you know, Mark and Helly together and the windmill turning. It looks like a windmill. Wow. That's so good, the imagery. They even had something that looked like a windmill going around in a circle in the closing credits too. The music they choose for this show is always so on point. God, that's a lot of people. Damn.
Mhm.
I was laughing so much. I missed the humor. And then they all had somewhere, I don't know where they all got these pieces of paper, but they all each lifted up a piece of paper, and it combined to form this image. 100%. There's Mark, and they all yelled Mark in unison. What the fuck? That was amazing. Yeah.
They yell it during the song too. So it's like every once in a while they yell Mark.
It was great. My favorite scene of the whole episode. That whole sequence, starting with the vaudeville routine with the Kier statue,
Yeah.
and this whole thing with the band.
The
My
return
favorite.
to form, and now it's over.
And now it's over. Yeah.
Now it's over. I'm like, yes, this is great. Oh yeah, it's the last episode. Oh, okay. I'll wait another 3 years. That's cool.
Yeah. Wait another 3 years, and then the
Begin
revolution will be afoot. Yeah. 2028, and at that point, well, the revolution will be afoot here, I think. So I don't know how much humor we're gonna get. Things are gonna get pretty intense.
Or they're getting one of the people that worked on The Walking Dead, which makes me feel kind of like,
oh really? Oh shit!
Is it gonna get dark?
Oh god. Yeah, that can't be good. That can't be good. I don't know.
It might be like the movie High Rise, so you might have to watch High Rise so you can get an idea how crazy it would be. How crazy and dark it could get.
Was that on the podcast that they're getting someone from The Walking Dead to work on the next season?
I heard it from Lori. She kind of keeps her finger on the tip of the Walking Dead stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's a huge fan of that. I know. The revolution will be afoot. Well, it's true. I think it will be. Ben Stiller said they're hoping to beat the asteroid that might hit Earth and release season 3 in time. Oh God. I hope so. I hope so, Keith. Shit. Oh. Yeah, honestly, the way this world is going to shit so fast that God only knows where we'll be 3 years from now when they finally put out the next season. So hope there is still a world left so we can watch the next season of Severance. Oh, Dieter. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah. He was letting me know that my Jade doll will be shipped tomorrow. Well, that's exciting. Anyway, let's see. What else are you saying here? Yeah, Keith, I still want to know who Irving was on the phone with. They never said who he was leaving voicemails to. And he wasn't even in the finale. That
Criminal.
Yeah. That's frustrating. They just left that dangling. I don't like that. And is he even going to be back? Like, they should at least tell us if he's. Well, I guess they can't tell us because now it's a cliffhanger, so they won't tell us if he's going to be back. Because the last we saw him, he was off on a train, and that's it.
Yep.
No Irving in the finale. Yeah. I don't know. If the next season opens with them still frozen there, that would be crazy. Yeah.
Definitely freeze frame, as somebody else in the chat said.
Yeah. If it's a freeze frame thing, yeah, maybe.
It's just like Police Squad when they like did their final credits and we were just walking around them where they're frozen.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, they could drag them around and do whatever they wanted with them, like they did with that.
They just put them in a different room, but they're still in the running pose.
Yeah. Matt said, I think we're seeing a few stories layered on each other. A semi-Marxist tale of workers through love gaining class consciousness and doing revolution, and a biblical story around an Old and New Testament and a slave revolt. I agree. There are elements of all of those things for sure. They're definitely building towards some kind of Marxist tale of workers, the proletariat class rising up against the bourgeoisie, the owners of the means of production. I think that's what we're heading toward. Revolution at this point. That's going to be next season. I'm totally seeing that. Yeah, but they're also doing like, Old and New Testament themes and, biblical, references, stuff like that. So they're playing with a few different things, and a slave revolt. I can totally see all of that. And a satire of our strange end of history culture where it's always the present, the past is forgotten, and the future is dead. Yikes. Oof. Yeah, that's dark. Yeah, but I see what you're saying. I agree.
Bring on the Walking Dead, people.
Yeah. Yeah. The show itself is kind of severed. Yeah, it operates on several different levels for sure. All those things that you mentioned, Matt, I completely agree. Yeah. They're sending a lot of messages through this. The severed floor, it's kind of a microcosm of our world with the class conflict, the religious dogma,
the World War imagery.
Yeah. Yep. Keith said when I was browsing a few minutes ago, there's an amazing behind the scenes of them rehearsing this, and someone posts Milchick's high school yearbook photo. He was in band in real life on Reddit. Oh, I'll have to look that up. That's so cool. Oh, I love it. I love it. This is the best scene for me. Gemma being the scapegoat is also foreshadowed in the credits. We see that goat face forming on Mark's monitor screen. Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, everything in the credits I was wondering why they reshot the incredible original opening title sequence, and then eventually, as the season unfolded, I understood why, because they used the new one to foreshadow. Not that the new one wasn't great, it was. It's just that the first one won an Emmy. I was surprised that they redid it, but they were foreshadowing everything that happened in this season in the opening credits. Julie, all the points to you for that one. But for what? I don't know what I was talking about. It was 7 minutes ago. But thank you. Let's see. I'd be fired on my first day of Severance for lighting a trash can on fire. Right? Nightman.
When you be seen as fiery, maybe having Kier in you. Do you want Kier? Do you want a little Kier in you? Never mind.
Oh God. Oh God. Yeah, that's a bad. That's a really icky connotation. Oh, yeah, that's horrifying. Nightman says, I would love to be on the band floor as an Innie this one time at band floor. Yeah, imagine working in that department. What do they do all the time? Just practice their instruments all day, every day, I guess. And I guess it wouldn't be too bad if you had to do that type of job. Yeah, I didn't know that some asteroid might hit Earth. That's news to me, Keith. Yikes. I know now Milchick made those freaking balloons. Yeah. From season 3 finale and Severance season 2 finale are at the same point in the hero's narrative after winter heading into spring, blue to green. Well, that's interesting, David. Yeah, they're kind of following that same trajectory. Might as well bring Will Smith on too. They need to bring Christopher Waltz aboard. Okay. Let's see. I heard that in the live thing they did. A coincidence about 3 weeks ago, someone in chat made a joke that the MDR team could be hit by an asteroid. Oh man.
So
yeah,
it's Ellie finale, the final season.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess there just wasn't enough space to fit everything in here. But it sucks that they wrote him out of the
37-minute episode.
I mean, if they had just sent him back to Lumon, it could have fit.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have the team all together on some level.
It would have been nice.
Like them all coming in one at a time with Dylan, and then surprise appearance from Irving.
Mm-hmm.
Where you could explain it after he shows up.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Starry said Windows of Your Mind are also iconic movie scores for The Graduate and the Thomas Crown Affair, both derailing movies. Yeah, and the end of The Graduate, they were doing a play on that with the way they froze Mark and Helly at the end. And the now what situation. Let's look. Okay, I'm gonna star this comment, Keith. Thank you for that. From the creator's mouths about finale conversation. Yeah, I starred that so I can look up the video.
Yeah, I just haven't had time this week to listen to that podcast or any other videos with Ben Stiller and Adam Scott on them.
Yeah, I haven't had time either. I listened to some of it, but not the whole thing. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, comrade Julie. Yeah, no, I'm 100% on board with that. With all that stuff, that the message that they're trying to send with this, it's pretty clear to me, for sure. Capitalist realism. Yeah, they're making a statement about capitalism. That it can't be denied in this series. It's just so obvious. They're making a lot of statements with it, but that's one of them with this series. The word severance, it has symbolism. Even in the logo is severed with a notch. Yeah, Keith. That's right. And the parking lot resembles the two hemispheres of the brain. Oh, that's unmistakable. Oh, okay. All the points for noticing the 3 desks form a windmill. Well, thank you. Yeah. I literally just thought of it now while I'm looking at this. I was like, oh yeah, in a minute. It fits. AA thinks Helena will have a severed pregnancy, meaning she will go through her whole 9 months as Helly. I think Mark will come back to the birthing cabin so their innies can be together. He might keep it from Gemma. If they even let Mark out of there. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, you know? They might not let Mark leave. I'm thinking they might keep him down there. So, that's if Gemma and Mark's outie continue their marriage, then I think Mark will be sneaking out to the birthing cabins. I don't know. I think Mark's going to be the one trapped in Lumon this time. It'll be the reverse now. I don't think they're going to send him to the testing floor, but now that Gemma has gotten out, I think Mark's going to be stuck in there. That's one of my predictions for the next season. Mark will be stuck in there, not able to leave, in some kind of revolution with the innies. And they won't let him out. That's what I think.
And then Gemma has to find him, like a
reverse. Gemma has to find him. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. And he was just an accessory to murder of Drummond. So that's another reason there's going to be serious trouble for him there.
Yeah, and I think it would give Devin and Gemma a more active role in the next season.
Yeah. Definitely, their mission will be to save Mark now. Now they got Gemma out. Like, it's so ironic, you know. They got Gemma out. Now I think they're going to have to get Mark out. Mark will be the one stuck in there. Yeah, Starry, we've seen a game-changing thing here, a shift that there's no getting away from. I don't think the team will come back to the office again like they've been doing in season 3. I don't think we're going to see the 4 of them back together again. I don't think... it's doubtful Irving will be back.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll join the resistance and we'll see him on the outside, I hope. And but the other 3, I think they will be down there, but I don't think they're going to be able to leave. Maybe they'll extract Helly because she's actually Helena and keep Dylan and Mark down there. It's hard to say, really, but I think Mark's going to be stuck. Mark might make a deal with Lumon. He keeps quiet about what happened with Gemma. In return, they keep his Innie and Helly together. Yeah, as Madison, who knows? You know, he could make some kind of a deal. But like they have the upper hand over him, so I mean they could just unalive him. You know, they've shown they have no problem just unaliving people. Drummond was trying to kill him. Drummond was choking him and almost did choke him to death. So I don't know.
It wasn't for Lorne.
Yeah. Lorne saved the day. Lorne was the MVP. He said I had that theory that they would keep Mark, but I think if Helena is pregnant, she will order them to release him. Yeah, but she won't. She doesn't have any real power. She's kind of toothless. The real power is with Jame. She seems like she has power, but I don't think they'll do what she says. It's all Jame and the board. So one of those modes must be active when innies are allowed to sleep. Maybe. Helena is in charge now. Jame had a stroke after screaming. Well, I don't know. Maybe he did scream pretty loud. Basically saw his tonsils. Hold on. I have to mute myself for a second. My mom is calling me.
Okay. If anybody has any interest in going and watching the Netflix show The Residents, we're having a watch party in Julie's Discord at 10 p.m. What would be this evening on Wednesday night, 10 p.m. EST. And we've been interested in covering the show. It's mystery box, kind of murder mystery. With dark comedy elements and kind of quirkiness like Severance has. and we want to check it out, and everybody else can come to Watch Party and check it out and see if it's worth covering, or if we want to do a couple episodes, then go live and talk about it, or we want to split the season up into 2 halves and talk about it, because it was released as a binge model, which we don't like. We like week to week, but we would be willing to make tweak it a little bit if it's really good.
Right.
And it's supposed to have like 157 suspects.
Yeah, I believe 157 suspects in the White House. So it looks really good. A murder mystery with comedic elements. So I think it's worth checking out. And so we're gonna do a watch party. If you want to join the Discord and watch with us, if you're not in there already, the Discord link is in the description of this video, and that'll be Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. So anyway, imagine they transfer Mark to a different Lumon and give him another Innie identity, like how Gemma has multiple, and he wouldn't even know. Oh shit.
Going to the Italian one where he has to climb up a rope.
Yeah. I want to see that Lumon someday. I want to see that.
Are those paper plates on sticks?
Yep, broomsticks and plate faces. They have to climb up a rope because there's no elevator. I want to see that poor Lumon branch. Dieter posted a link directly to the watch party for the residents in the Discord. Thank you, Dieter. So that's a direct link. If you want to just click that, you can join. Sounds like the cats are already knocking things over, demanding food, and it's ridiculously early for that. That's nonsense. I may have to step away in a minute to feed them, but anyway, Dieter said, there was one thing Dieter said I was going to highlight. Here it is. Now, yeah, indeed, now Gemma has to save Mark, but Lumon can switch them between Innie, Outie, or just freeze them when they want, so they aren't free. Yeah, foolish to run inside, but they're like kids. Yeah, I was really pissed in the moment watching that, but I understand why, and narratively, I understand why. It can't just be so easy that both Mark and Gemma got out. They need the show to continue, and if you Adam Scott as Mark, he's the center of the show. If he and Gemma both got out, they could just run off together into hiding and the show would be over. We wouldn't really have a show anymore, would we? So
quite honestly, I thought they were going to stop it right in the hallway with him looking at Helly and looking at Gemma, and then the show was just going to end.
I'm surprised they didn't do that, actually. That would be a more ambiguous cliffhanger. He made his choice. We saw that part. So yeah, but I don't think we'd have a show anymore if both Mark and Gemma got out. Mark is the center of the show. So they had to do something to keep the show going. They plan on, like, they didn't know if they'd get renewed for a season 3, but they were planning in that direction. And I think this ending, if they had gotten canceled, they could have left it with this open-ended. You know, we've seen movies and series that had an open-ended thing like this to close. They could have ended it right there. I would have hated that because I hate open endings, but they could have. But we know that the creators wanted 3 seasons, or more likely 4 is what I've heard. I heard that they want 4 seasons. So Mark has to still be stuck there. He has to have a reason to be stuck working there. And now I think it's him who's going to be the one down there. So yeah, it makes no logical sense to us that Mark stayed down there, but they are like kids, even though we know that they can't have any real life together down there. And it's going to be basically a war zone. Well, they're not mature thinkers, and he chose to go with his heart, and he stayed with Helly. Anyway, the building itself is a main character. I agree, Doc. It really is. The building has a lot of character to it, for sure. So getting back to it, let's see. So, yeah, we have 100% Mark image, and then Jame with his miserable, scowling face coming out of an elevator. That this elevator opens directly out into this one little room. Like, where the hell is this in the building? The door is open, and it's just a room. So it's kind of like those elevators that take you just to a penthouse apartment. This one just takes you to a tiny room. It's weird. So it's just his private little viewing space for the Cold Harbor room. And there's a portrait of Kier up on the wall. The nurse basically walking Gemma to her doom. The nurse seems like such a bitch. My God. Like this nurse is just, she's horrible. She's Nurse Ratched. Just awful. Jame, you know, he looks at Kier on the wall, kind of like looming over him. I know there are some people who have theories that Jame wants to kind of take Kier's place in the cult, and you know that he might even resent the way everyone worships Kier, and he has to live up to that legacy in some way. He kind of like gives him a look at Kier, and then he sits down and gets ready to watch Gemma in the Cold Harbor room. And meanwhile, so the show isn't over yet. The show isn't over in terms of the performance.
Some may say the show just started with this scene.
Oh, it was just getting warmed up.
Yeah.
This was, oh my God, this was amazing. We got more Milchick dancing, and he's got the what do you call these things? It's like a Grand Marshal stick or something. He's holding, yeah, so he's like the Grand Marshal, like the band leader, and he's leading while they play another song. What the hell was it?
It's the Ballad of Ambrose and somebody else. Ambrose, chat, help us. The Ballad of Ambrose and another Eagan.
It was I got it here somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was a baton, but I wasn't 100%. Staff.
Ambrose and Gunnell. That was it.
Oh, Ambrose and Gunnell.
Oh, and when James sat down at the computer, a disembodied voice said, "Welcome, Mr. Eagan. The efficacy test will begin shortly." So that was, they're testing the efficacy of the chip in Gemma's head with that final Cold Harbor room. It's the ultimate test. Milchick says, "Thank you, CNM. Let's keep the Mark S. love going with the Ballad of Ambrose and Gunnell." And they play another song. So it's like it's another hymn. Got Ambrose and Gunnell are two other Eagans. So they got more music, and Milchick does this oh my God, he have moves. This thing he did with his shoulders. The way he just like gyrates his shoulders. Oh my God. I haven't seen moves like that since my boy band heyday. The Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. That was like, oh my God, these moves were next level. I mean, I thought the music dance experience was amazing. This topped it. It managed to actually do the impossible and top the music dance experience for me. Like, look at the shoulders and the hips. He's got the gyrating hips and the shoulder. Like, I don't know what you call that move, but like, shoulder shimmy kind of thing. I don't know, but it was amazing. I loved it. I was like, oh my God, I can't even believe this is happening. This is amazing. This is like the best. This might be my favorite episode of Severance I've ever seen. Like, that's saying something, because this is a phenomenal show. What the hell is he doing here? He jumped. I guess like jumped. He almost went airborne here. Wow. Yeah, he put his all into this. This actor is fucking amazing. I absolutely love him. He better never leave the show. Trammell, is that how you pronounce his name? Tillman?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Amazing. Absolutely love him. And he's so quirky and interesting in interviews. Even just the clothes he wears. It's, he's so unusual. I don't know. There's just something about him. I love his whole vibe. And I love him on the show. It's great. I wish we had more Cobel this season, but him being manager did give us more Milchick, and I love him. I love me some milkshake, I gotta say. Both kinds, literally and figuratively. Yeah, it was amazing. Like, he did such a great job with this scene. And I don't know how they didn't break character. They stood there, Adam and Britt playing these characters, just looking bewildered and confused. How did they not crack up laughing? That's impressive restraint, I have to say. I'm sure, like, there had to be at least one outtake where one of them started to break. There had to be. Because look at him. You think you're stoic and confused and not even crack a smile while he's doing shit like this. Look at him. Like, and he circles around them. Oh, it was the same in season 1 when he was doing those crazy moves around Dylan. How do you not crack up laughing too? How? It's amazing. I mean, there had to be outtakes. I wish we could see them if that's the case. I love outtakes. Yeah, he's dancing around in their faces. They just continue to look confused, baffled, and bewildered. He's like, he was so extra. Like, what is he pointing at? He's pointing at. He was just so over the top, surrealist, extra. I mean, if we thought the MDE was extra, like if this was next level, like all we got were some like Birdman moves in that, but this was on a whole other level. Hold on a second, I gotta just reach down and get my charger cable because it's on critical low battery now, and I don't want a repeat of last night.
Oh yeah.
All right, now we're good. So I noticed no red lighting here, only blue and green, the other two main colors of the show, and white lighting, but blue and green. The primary colors of light are red, green, and blue. So it's fitting. Those are the three primary colors of the show. And Mark says that he's got to, he has to get out of here. So they made a plan. They made a plan. We definitely didn't see their whole conversation when they were at their desks alone. Mm-hmm. She gave him the map, and they're looking at each other, and I'm starting to get the vibe that watching this back now and looking at the way they're looking at each other when he said, "I've got to leave," and she says, "You ready? I'll see you at the equator." And then he says, "I'll see you at the equator." I think maybe the plan all along for them was that he was going to get Gemma out, but he was going to stay with her.
Yeah, because they didn't kiss.
Yeah.
You only kiss somebody when you think you're not going to see him again. And she didn't kiss him. So I have a feeling that she thought they were going to see each other again in the equator.
Yes, I think that was the code, that they were speaking in code. "I'll see you at the equator." That means she knew they were going to see each other again. The plan was to get his Audi's wife out of there so that they could feel like, okay, they did their part. They freed her. She was trapped down there. And Helly was being unselfish, knowing that he was going into, extreme danger doing this just to get his Audi's wife out of there. But ultimately, he told her flat out, "I want a life with you," in this episode. She said, "But I'm her." He said, but still, we didn't see the rest of that conversation. Like, there could have been more that we didn't see, is what I think. And either that, or they just intuitively knew, like, this is what was going to happen. She says, "I'll see you at the equator," and he said it in response, and they knew. she met him. She met him at the end, and I don't think that. I think maybe he might have briefly considered going out with Gemma, but I think the plan was to stay with her. They, by the expressions on their faces, the way she's looking at him, yeah, I'll see you at the equator. They knew they were going to see each other again. But they did their part. They could have a clear conscience knowing they got Gemma out because she was being tortured down there and she was going to be killed.
Yeah. And the equator could be the door that Gemma goes out of. That's
right.
out again, Innie.
Yes. Yes. The equator would be the door because that's, the boundary between the innie and the outie, the exit door to the stairwell. So the plan, obviously there was part of their conversation that we didn't see because they executed a plan here. She creates a diversion by grabbing Milchick's walkie-talkie and running into the bathroom while he's still mid-dance move.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. All the band people and all the angles and stuff like that when she's running around trying to get away from him.
Yeah. It was cool. Yeah, it was very chaotic. And yeah, he was just trying to get his groove on, and she grabbed his walkie and took off with it. It's like, oh shit, Milchick just wanted to have a dance party. Like, God damn it!
Got a break.
Look at his face. He was finally having some fun.
Or he's like, not again.
Not again. Yeah, they're at it again. 2 season finales in a row. They've gotten the better of Milchick, and once again, he's gonna be the one to have to pay for it and to get shit on. Like, oh shit, you can see it in his face. God damn it. These fucking innies. They let his hair. Mark's hair is way longer this season. Have you noticed that? What the hell?
Yep.
Why is it so much longer? Are they like growing his hair out like crazy Sasquatch Jade? He just doesn't have a beard.
Grow a beard.
Now he just needs a beard. Yeah. It's so long. What the hell? So she creates a diversion, runs in the bathroom, and he's just like, he has this look on his face, like just a total defeat. He's not even angry. He's just so disappointed that his dance got interrupted. Mark has the note with the directions to run, find Cold Harbor, find the testing floor. Remember, it's hidden, so the elevator to the testing floor, it's not something that you can easily access. No. Let's see. Yeah, real code knocks. I don't think it was Helena in the hallway. The plan was already set. Deep diving. Yeah. I think so. His dance experience ended badly with Dylan in season 1. That's right, S. Madison. They keep ruining his dance experiences. It's like the only time he gets to have any fun. And he definitely is. He's genuinely enjoying himself too. You can tell. You can tell, like, he's finally able to let loose and have a little fun in this company that's oppressing him and shitting on him left and right. It came off as genuine in season 1 too, when he was dancing. Like, he was enjoying it. He for sure was enjoying it. But yeah, they just can't let him enjoy his dance experiences. Oh god. Julie wants some milkshake. Oh yeah, I mean, he's doing his thing. He's fit too. Oh my god, he was on some late show with like a sleeveless, some kind of odd sleeveless shirt on, and he's really he's buff. This guy, he's really fit. They've never gotten a chance to show it on this show because he's always in business attire, but he's really fit.
Well, he had the short sleeve. He was rocking a short sleeve shirt last season.
That's true. Yeah, this season it's the long sleeved, more formal look because he's manager now. He's floor manager. Yeah. Hey, A said, I just think Mark being trapped in Lumon would be too easy to guess, and they love balls, but we'll have to see. I guess I don't mind, as it was one of my theories as well. Yeah, it seems too easy to guess, but if it gets out, it would be too easy narratively. So they've got to make it more difficult for these people, So let's see, what else are you saying before I continue? There's another video about Milchick in real life enters his old high school. Oh, doing a big dance number. I think he guest starring after Severance wrapped filming. He did an appearance on Reddit. Oh, that's awesome, Keith. Thanks. I'll look that up. I love it. Yeah, I need to see the director's cut deleted scenes of the Waffle party. Me too.
Yes. I hope they're on the Blu-ray.
Yeah, that would be so funny. You'd have to crack up laughing at that too. I mean, the guy Zach Cherry who plays Dylan. How do you keep a straight face? Well, he had a mask on, but how do you not crack up laughing? Keith said you can see them almost break, especially when Kier is bantering with the figure. You can see it in his eyes. He's about to bust. I'll have to check. I'll have to look at that again. They did a good job mostly holding it in, though, I have to say. They did a good job. It couldn't have been easy because there were a lot of shots of the two of them looking bewildered and confused and not getting ready to laugh. They even say to each other, what the hell is an equator? Because Innies really wouldn't know. Yeah. But I think that was their code. I really do. That was their code.
When I talk about the hallway and the door, that's just a metaphor for us, not really for them.
Right.
The viewer.
Right. Mark Mel said Mark had no plan to get into the export hall, no key card. That's true, but he was going to try to find a way. That's for sure. He had the map. So he was trying to break his way in. Let's see. Adam talks about it. Ben Stiller wanted Adam's hair to look a certain way the whole time. I've got to listen to that podcast more. I bet he talks about it on there maybe. Now that the show is over, I'll stop. I'll catch up. I'll listen to all those podcasts. Okay. See you later, Matt. Thanks for being here. So getting back into it. So the next segment here, they launched their plan, and so at this point, Mark is following the directions, and as he runs, his hair goes flying like crazy. His long flowing locks of hair. It would take a lot of gel to keep that down. Milchick goes in. He's looking for Helly. It's so smart. She flushes a toilet. So he thinks that she's in this stall, but she just drops his walkie in there, hides in another one, and then runs out of the bathroom and blocks him in. Clever Helly. Really clever. Really good plan they hatched with very little notice, too. And somehow she managed to hold him in there at first, just herself. And she's calling for a little help, but the band plays on.
Hey, they're committed.
They are committed. Like, these people are programmed to do nothing but play their instruments no matter what happens around them, I guess. The band just plays on through all of the chaos. And, she says, a little help, and they just ignore her, continue playing. Meanwhile, Dylan is coming just in time to save the day, and Drummond comes out of the testing floor. So Drummond, I guess he was hanging out down there when he was with I think he was with Dr. Maurer on the testing floor. So he comes from the testing floor, and then God, his profile is exactly like Alfred Hitchcock.
Mhm.
That is
This
is
is where this is the image that made me think. Yeah, definitely the Minotaur in the labyrinth.
oh yeah.
And when he's fighting too, he's almost making these like kind of bull noises with like his nose and stuff. Like he's definitely a bull.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Did you ever see the Alfred Hitchcock Presents TV show?
Yeah, I had.
At the beginning, there's the silhouette of Alfred Hitchcock, and it looks very much like this. Very round, very full. So he enters a secret room. It's like hidden in the wall. There isn't a normal door to it. He comes out of the testing floor elevator, and right opposite to it is a secret room. And I found that so interesting. So the secret room where they sacrifice goats, for some reason, it needs to be secret and not just a locked room for whatever reason. The doors are part of the wall. Mark follows the instructions. See, if you can just run around and look for it while reading the instructions, and why was Helly trying to memorize them in the previous episode?
I think she thought that somebody would find her out. I think she was just trying to commit them to memory in case something happened to it, or maybe she's going to put it back.
Yeah, maybe. Gemma is escorted to the Cold Harbor room. And it's funny too. Like just in time, 2 finales in a row, Dylan was the MVP. Milchick was just about to come out after Helly fell down and the bathroom door came open, and Dylan was arriving just in time. 2 finales in a row, he's the MVP. Then the Cold Harbor room. This was exciting, finally getting this reveal after all this buildup. And I know some people found it disappointing as to what was behind the door.
I liked it. I liked it more than what people were theorizing about.
I do too. Ultimately, at first I was just like, oh, okay, so so she transitions to a new Innie, a brand new 25th Innie, and of course, baby goat,
Aww.
this sweet little baby goat, Emil
being
brought
has the most wiles,
being brought to the slaughter by Lorne, the goat lady, who I did not recognize because they did a Lady Gaga number on her eyebrows and
gave her Princess Leia hair.
Yeah. And what the hell is up with the eyebrows? It looks like she has no eyebrows. What did they do? Bleach them?
Yeah, it looks like she has no eyebrows. Yeah, it must be some special. I'm gonna go sacrifice a goat makeup.
I guess so. I couldn't tell who the hell she was. She looks like a completely different person like this. I could not tell who she was. And I'm not familiar with any of her other work, so that made it harder too. So I thought she was just a random person. People had to tell me, no.
I was glad that she was back.
Yeah, it was nice to see.
That was a good picture of
I was
face.
not. Yeah. Yeah. I was not expecting to see any more goats or goat people. So I was pleasantly surprised they finally gave us an answer as to what was up with the goats and the goat people. I've got to say, I was pleasantly surprised to get an answer on that. I figured, they pulled the same shit again. They paralleled what they did in season 1, where they had the goat room just to be quirky. And Adam, who was it that said that they didn't have any idea what they were going to do with the goats when they created the goat room?
It was Dan Erickson himself that said that.
Yeah, see, that made me worry that it was just to be quirky for quirky's sake. And you know, and then this season we had a whole field with goats and a whole herd of goat people.
But Helly was right in the first season because she thought they like would kill those goats.
She was right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was so not expecting an answer. I was thinking, okay, they did it to us again. Going into this finale, I thought they punked us again with, you know, another weird goat episode just to be quirky, just to be whimsical, and it's fine, but it's just a little annoying if they did that to us twice and they really didn't have any point or purpose. That would have irritated me. So I'm glad they actually had a purpose. There was a point to it the whole time, and
this angle is wild on the van.
The camera work was crazy right here.
Mm-hmm.
It was so chaotic. They did a great job capturing the chaos of what was happening with the band playing while Helly was trying to keep Milchick in the bathroom. This is like a shot, you know, slanted down, pointed at this, you know, this band member, whatever she's doing. And he busted his way out. Somehow she managed to hold him in briefly, but he busted his way out. She fell, and he was just about to come out when Dylan shows up to save the day, just in time. Like, I think she was yelling. I forget what she was yelling.
Somebody help me. She did that a few times.
Yeah. And he was yelling, "Where's Mark?" I know he was saying, "Where's Mark?" Then Dylan appears out of freaking nowhere with the vending machine, like Hercules, just shoves the thing with all his might up against the bathroom door. Oh, I love this shot of Dylan's face. That's great. And it's kind of fitting that it's the vending machine too. It's his precious vending machine with all of his lovely snacks that he loves so much, and he uses that as his weapon, and barricades the door. Amazing. There to save the day. And she's just like, "Hey, hi." You know, just an average day at work here. Nothing unusual. Nothing to see here. I like how that casual hey came out. But yeah, once again, so this, I don't look at this as copying what happened in the season 1 finale, because they're two very different situations. There are just parallels to the dynamic of the situation. Season 1, you have Dylan who barricaded himself in the security room, and Milchick trying to bust his way in, and you know, Dylan yelling, "Fuck you, Mr. Milchick," and eventually Milchick busts in, tackles Dylan, and it's over. In this one, it's Milchick who's barricaded inside but against his will, and Dylan's on the outside keeping him in. Eventually, when Milchick gets out, busts his way out, again Dylan says, "Fuck you, Mr. Milchick." I don't mind that. I don't think it's repetitive. It's two very different situations. Their circumstances have changed dramatically since then. It's just a callback to last season. That's all. Okay, I look at it like that. So I like it. And it you know, it's the duality theme of the show too, paralleling things, key events and phrases from and lines from season 1. He tries to kick the door in. He's trying to fight his way out, but to no avail, with shots of himself in the mirror, as always, the mirror shots. And here, so this is the Cold Harbor room, and to get into these rooms, it's so creepy. Ugh. Like it takes a little blood from your fingertip. That looks like it kind of hurts.
I wonder if that nurse has any feeling in her fingers anymore.
Yeah. How often does she have to do this? Every day?
I don't know. I don't know if they have more than one person down there too.
Right. So she transitions into a new Innie, and the reveal finally happens. Mauer is watching on the camera like a creeper, and then the reveal, it's just a single empty crib in the middle of the room, the empty room. When I first saw it, my first gut, reaction was, oh, it's just an empty crib. And it's not because, my prediction or my Matt Gilbert and I were convinced that this was going to be like a room where they would drown her. Matt thought she was going to literally die, and I thought it was just going to be her Audie's death, just drowning her partially over and over again. But for her Innie, it would feel like it was never ending. And it's not that I have no problem with being wrong. It's not that. I just, my gut reaction when I first saw it was, okay, so we're going the soap opera route then. It's an empty crib because she lost her child, and we're going to focus on that, and the character drama of it all, and really amp it up, make her take apart the crib. But once I had a little more time to think about it, I think they made the right move. I think it makes complete and total sense. By the time I watched it the second time, which was right after the first time, I was already on board with it. It does make total sense.
I mean, the image of it in the room too is really stark and interesting as well.
It is.
And it's the type of crib is called Cold Harbor in French.
Right.
How did I not see this?
It was in the flashback in episode 7 on the crib box. It said Cold Harbor in French.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there was a hint there, and in that episode there was a flashback to Mark taking apart the crib after they'd given up hope on having a child, and she was off in another part of the house, like she just didn't want to deal with it and not dealing with her feelings on it. And now in this room, she's being ordered to take apart the crib herself and confront her deepest, most painful trauma. So this is the ultimate test of the severance barrier. That's why it's here. It makes total sense to me why they did this. It's not to be melodramatic or soap opera like. It's because she's confronting her deepest trauma. So every time they sent her into these rooms, they would ask her questions, see if she remembered anything or if she felt lingering feelings of pain. They were testing to see if the severance barriers would hold all the time. And this is the ultimate test, because that's the source of her deepest pain. And if she still doesn't remember, then they know their chip is a success, and it's fully refined, and they can start trying to spread it worldwide, which is their goal. Now, they're all watching. Jame is watching in his own creepy little room. Lorne shows up at this secret room. It's so part of the wall, huh?
The ghost so cute. Apparently the actor goat was really cute, and this one they have scritches and stuff.
What did you say? The
actor goat they got, he was like a really kind of nimble fun goat, and he went on scritches and things.
Oh, that's cute.
He was very good actor goat.
Yeah, they said on the podcast they had a fun time with the goat. So the wall opens up. So that was weird how they did that. Just secret room. And it's directly across from the testing floor door, the doorway to the export hall. She's in this like really elaborate, ritualistic looking dress. And I don't know what this symbol is, but there's duality there. It's mirroring itself on both sides.
Yeah, it looks like kind of more like what they would wear in the, goat tribe, like some old Celtic thing.
Yeah. So Oh, I forgot to add when Gemma was at that room, she's standing there and Mauer says through a speaker, enter the room, and she's really hesitant to do it. She's not freaking out like new Innie Helly. So I think this shows that she's been desensitized a lot. Remember how Helly, this was the first time Helly had ever been severed at the beginning of season 1, and Helly freaked out. I mean, most people would when you wake up in a room and you don't remember who you are. There's a disembodied voice talking to you and won't let you out. You'd freak out. Notice how Gemma, she looks scared. I mean, she looks very anxious and she's hesitant to approach the crib and enter the room. But she's calm. She's calm, and that's because she's been to those other 24 rooms first, and she's being desensitized. So she had to be told to enter the room because she's anxious, but not that anxious. She's very composed at the same time. So she does what they say, and she enters the room, but she's hesitant about it. That's all. So they're encouraged by that. That shows the severance barriers are holding. She doesn't remember the coat she's wearing. She doesn't remember the crib situation or anything like that. So Lorne shows up here and she says, Mammalians Nurturable brings an offering. That's her goat department name. He says, has it verve? Wiles? She says, the most of its flock. How would they know that? Did they have chips in their heads? The goats? I'm guessing.
That's her just watching them, I think. Like Gwenda and Christy, I mean, I almost cried at the end of the scene when she has the goat, because she went on the podcast and she was talking about how her like ancestors were lambers and it would be hard, like the lambing season's so hard on people raising sheep because a lot of the lambs die, and and she saved the goat, and it made me a little teary, to tell you the truth.
Oh, she was on the podcast?
Yeah. And she was talking about these people lambing, and it's in her background and like her ancestors.
Aw. That's sad. She brings the little goat in, and he has a little remote control that closes the wall behind her. That's so weird. Closes the wall. I don't know why they needed to do that and not just have a door that would be locked, but I guess it makes it more interesting.
I don't know. I guess you have to keep this kind of stuff away from prying eyes.
Yeah.
No windows in the sacrifice room.
In the sacrifice room, yeah.
Ugh.
I'm watching this thinking like, oh my god, they really are gonna do animal sacrifice. What the hell? Like, I mean, it's not like the thought didn't cross my mind. Of course, this is a cult, and historically, cults have done sacrifices in some cases, but typically
well, they did it in the Bible as well, in the Old Testament.
Right.
Typically, it seemed to be a normal thing.
Typically, modern cults don't do this anymore, but yeah, I mean,
yeah, it's weird how clean it looks too. It's like kind of like they've taken something that would be really bloody and making it almost sterile.
Yeah, really, it's. I just wasn't expecting it. I thought, well, we found out that the original pilot involved testing on rats, so I just figured, well, they're using goats instead of rats to make it more whimsical and quirky, and they're using the goats as test subjects and putting chips in their heads.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They might be. I mean, they might be. That might be how they know if it has verve and wiles. Maybe they have chips in their heads as goats, but apparently they do sacrifice goats. The weird thing is they let some of them grow up to adulthood, and they're just chilling in the goat field, but they sacrifice.
Well, you need other goats to breed more baby goats.
Yeah, I guess so. and they pick their best baby goat to sacrifice.
Yeah, the one that's jumping around and looks the most happy. Get that one. Bring it to the room.
And you know something that bugs me about this? There's a strong suggestion by this whole thing that they've done this before. This isn't the first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not even a suggestion. She says it later. She says, "How many more? How many more must I give?"
Mm-hmm.
And then she later says, "No more killing." So, how many other Gemmas have there been too? How many other? So every time
or how many other reasons do they have to kill a goat?
I'm guessing they kill a goat. They sacrifice a goat every time they do this with a person like Gemma, because he says he says this beast will be entombed with a cherished woman whose spirit it must guide to Kier's door. Is it up to the task? So that tells me they've done this multiple times before, probably many times. Now, but see, this bugs me because they've been building this up like Cold Harbor is going to be the greatest achievement in the history of the planet. But they've done this before. Why is the Gemma case special? Why is that any more special than any of the other ones they've done before is what I don't understand. Maybe they think they've perfected it this time.
This one gets a special goat. The one the most wilds.
Yeah. It's weird to me, but they've definitely...
I don't know. I feel like they would just like sacrifice a goat for just about any occasion and not just this one.
Right, but you know, but like it sounds like the whole purpose of it is to be with someone a person who they kill, because it says he says that it will be entombed with a cherished woman whose spirit it must guide to Kier's door. So they sacrifice a baby goat to guide the spirit of a person that they're killing to be guided to the afterlife. Sounds like something, you know, like in ancient times, like they would have done in ancient Egypt, you know, sealing. Didn't they seal like in some cases seal up something or someone?
Yeah, like somebody's extra wives or the pets or horses or where you need to get yourself into the next life.
Into the pyramid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They would,
like tombs too. Tombs would also have it throughout history.
Yeah, and in some cases
put in food, put in stuff they need.
Right. Yeah, so it seems like it's like that's the purpose of this. It's and the cult language in this season has become much more overt. It was already highly suggestive of a cult in season 1, but in season 2, I mean, with all the language replacing God with Kier, saying we should thank Kier for our time with Irving and all of that stuff. You know, I could go on and on that, but the language was very clear. So these people are true believers. Drummond is a true believer. All of them are. Milchick, I think they all are. Who knows if Jame really is, or if he's just a snake oil salesman, but everyone else, I think they really believe this stuff. And that this goat needs to be sacrificed to guide Gemma's spirit to Kier's door. I don't think he's full of shit. I think he's actually serious. He's, you know, but one reason I think he's actually serious too is he said earlier in the season the work is mysterious and important. He doesn't know why they're doing this either. Like that's what Mark said in season 1. The work is mysterious and important. That tells me Drummond doesn't know either.
Yeah, I got kind of a message from this scene that maybe they have made this process so sterile that they might sacrifice goats and not even know why they're sacrificing them.
Yeah,
at this point,
I think they just buy into the Kool-Aid. They don't know. They don't know exactly what this is going to cause. Like, you know, they don't know, you know, what the whole point of Cold Harbor is and all that stuff. But they believe in the doctrine of Kier. They do believe in that. So they're just following all these rituals. This is a ritual. He does this according to ritual practices. Scott, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. S. Madison says the stream is fine here. Maybe refresh the page. Yeah. Yeah, it's a real goat cult. The real Code Knox. Yeah, maybe the only thing I can think of too is that Gemma's chip is different. Like they think they've perfected it after doing this. They've definitely done this before, but maybe this is they think this is it. They finally perfected it. Isn't the ultimate test for Gemma sitting in front of Mark as Ms. Casey? I think Cobel knew more than Dr. Maurer. I agree, Mel. They were wrong, as we're gonna see in this, as the way this ends. They were wrong. They thought the ultimate test was the empty crib, but Mark was able to break the severance barrier by getting her to come with him. He was able to convince her to, and I think that's proof that love transcends severance. I mean, not to be cheesy, but yeah, I think Cobel did know more than Dr. Maurer. She's a genius, after all. They were stupid to get rid of her. If they should have, I mean, they were idiotic. They should have kept her. She probably could have seen this Cold Harbor thing through to the end, and she would have. She actually was telling them she wants to see this through. She wanted to continue and make sure the Cold Harbor project got finished. If it wasn't for the fact that they ousted her, she probably would have seen this through to the end. That's why we have to be casting some side eye at her. Like, can we really trust her going forward? She's out for vengeance against Lumon right now. Is she really going to stay on Mark's side? I don't know. But she was smarter than all of these other people. Way smarter. She knew that it was possible that love could transcend severance, and that's why she was watching Mark and Gemma so closely, testing it, doing these little tests on her own, stealing Gemma's candle and putting it in Mark's session with Ms. Casey, watching them closely and seeing how Mark cared a little too much for Ms. Casey and worried about her fate, the fact that she was fired. Ms. Casey was even wondering, why do you care about what happens to me? And he didn't even really know why he cared, but the feelings were starting to bleed through. Cobel could tell that this was a possibility. That's why she was doing this and watching them. So yeah, she knew more. Hey Dawn, Cole Darber. Yes. That was what was on the crib box, right?
That references a tree. That's interesting.
The collar of an interesting.
Gemma allegedly hit a tree. It's a twofer. It's a twofer.
That's wild. The collar or the neck of the tree. Nice. I should have caught that.
I should have made more about that, I guess.
Seriously. Keith said, oh yeah, I heard about this on the podcast. The entire goat field area was on a real field, and then they built walls and a tent over the head of all the mountain, and the hills were a real mountain, like the side pasture. That's so crazy. Yeah, it wasn't CGI. That's so cool. Yeah, they did an amazing job with that. Yeah, the original goat scene was just to be odd and unnerving, and then they wrote more after fans started leading on or something. Yeah. Yeah, Ben Stiller is a genius. I agree. And so is Dan Erickson. You know, he's amazing. Dan Erickson has the idea of, for this series, and it's phenomenal. Drummond has done the goat god pose, and even Lorne when Mark and Helly first see her. Oh, interesting. Goat lineage everywhere. Keith said, Julie, I'm not inviting you to defend me in a police lineup.
Yeah, that was with Gwendolyn Christie, because you couldn't identify her.
I mean, you gotta admit, when you bleach someone's eyebrows, it gives you
changes their whole facial structure.
Yeah. It's all in the eyebrows. I'm telling you. It's all in the eyebrows. And I'm not familiar with her outside of this show. Now, when you talk Lady Gaga, when Lady Gaga inexplicably bleaches her eyebrows, which, my God, I hate, I know her face well enough to still recognize her. So, yeah. Matt was listening to us at the bus stop and then losing his reception. Well, maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see you back in a little bit, Matt. The Real Code Knox had said good call on that Minotaur or a little bit earlier.
Yeah, the Minotaur thing looks, especially in this scene, because you know the labyrinth they had. Well, they threw in some virgins, I guess, and I feel like the goats are almost like the kids, like the virgins that they sacrifice, so the bull gets his hands on.
Right. That's cool. Yeah, I can see that. Absolutely.
And then Mark has to fight the Minotaur.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, belated good night to Doc. Didn't see that earlier. Matt Gilbert said the equator is where the hemispheres of the globe and the brain meet, where the two halves meet. Thematic writing. Love it. Yes. 100%. Oh, and Scott had to go walk his dog. I'm just, scanning the chat for little cute things here and there. What else? Locked doors would make fear and doubt part of the ritual. Yes, 2 times in a row now. Dylan is MVP. Yes, the Real Code Knox. Absolutely. Lady Gaga goat. Seriously, yeah. That was the vibe I got from her.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because she's a couple inches taller than Drummond is. You see him in the hall later, I'm like, wow, she's got a couple inches on him.
She is. She's a tall lady.
They say she's 6'3" online, but on the podcast, she herself said she was 6'4", so I'm more likely to believe her than I am to believe the internet.
Right. Yeah. Take her word for it.
And she puts heels on that she's 6'7".
Jesus. She's a giant.
She's a whole lot of woman.
A whole lot of woman. The Real Code Knox says also the half goat god Pan is the god of rustic nature and chasing nymphs. Makes sense. Keith said I just rewatched the scene where Gemma leaves. She changes to her Audi when she leaves, but I don't get why she's not forced back in as Mark-Helly in season 1. Well, that's the thing. She tries to come back in. She tries. The Audi, the thing is, the Audi chooses to come back in. That's why it looked like Mark and Helly were forced back because their Audis chose to come back. Gemma tried, but the building was on lockdown. I think that because of the red emergency lights and everything, the building was on lockdown. So Gemma was trying to get back in, but she couldn't. That's why. She was pushing on the door. Okay. Just wanted to check in a little bit before we continued. But that's... Oh, yeah, I love the goat lady, too. I saw someone say that. The adult ones don't have verve. Oh, yeah, so...
Yeah.
So they just use them to breed more baby goats.
No wiles in this one.
Mel said they only finish 1 in 5 files. Lots of test floor subjects. That's right. They only finish 1 in 5 files. The files expire. They've never got to 25 before. Yeah, but why does it seem like this is a ritual that's been done before? I don't know.
Because Drummond can't. He loves to sacrificing those baby goats. He's like, give me another baby goat. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they must have done this before because she later says how many more, and then she says no more killing. So they've definitely done this before.
Well,
like
it could have evolved from doing something for Kier and then evolved to this, like over time, like over the decades.
Yeah, right. So,
like the Civil War era, they could have killed a goat for some other purpose. You know,
maybe
like all the stuff
but
Mark Geller was talking about, all those different pictures and all those different time periods. There could be different goat sacrifices for different things.
nah, they definitely did other goat sacrifices in this timeline because Lorne was so emotional and said when she said how many more and when she attacked.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I feel like it's over time, like to this point, that is ongoing. You know,
that it's been recent enough that Lorne has had to give up
Yeah.
goats.
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah, definitely.
and many from the way she feels and her emotions.
Right, exactly. Mel said Dylan said they only finish 1 in 5 files because they expire, which means the test subject dies, resulting in a sacrifice. Okay, I could see that. That would explain that. Gemma was the first to reach 25. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, please hit the like. Thank you so much, Scott, for all of your cheerleading. I truly appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, Cobel wanted to present all her evidence to the board about reintegration, but got fired. They were the stupidest thing they ever did was fire her. Stupidest thing they ever did. And yes, the giveaway is still going on. If anyone else wants to join the giveaway or enter, I should say, the giveaway, you have to just type hashtag GOAT, all lowercase. We're giving away a Scary Numbers t-shirt with my channel name as the file name in the top left corner. And is from MagickwithaK Etsy shop. So if you want to enter, you still can. I haven't drawn the winner yet. I'll do the drawing on the live, but chances are, based on how many hours we're live, the person who wins may not still be here. So I'll announce it via my socials. So, hopefully if they're not here, then we'll be able to find them. So, because I do want to let people still have options to do it. Different people join at different times. So if you want to enter, just it's hashtag GOAT, all lowercase, GOAT, and it's a t-shirt giveaway that we're doing tonight. So you can also get a discount on anything from the Etsy shop, 15% off on Severance merch. In the description of this video, you'll find the link, and Dieter's been dropping the link too. If you want to see what the shirt looks like, Dieter has a link in the chat to that as well that he posted just a little while ago. And okay, so moving on. Laura Butler. Hey, Laura. So Laura entered. Nice to see you, Laura. So anyway, he gets the gun out, and it's this weird looking gun. I've never seen one that looked like that before.
It's a bolt gun.
Huh.
They use it to when they use something similar when they're butchering cows for meat.
Oh, lovely.
Well, it's a little bolt that comes out and hits them right between the eyes and hits them in the right part of the head, so they die quickly. It's humane, right, for what it is. Jesus. I'm not gonna say it's super humane, but it's humane enough.
Yeah. He also, he takes only one bullet out. We see it, just one bullet. This gun only has one. So, he stands there like, it's just very ritualistic. And it's just, this scene is kind of interspersed with Gemma approaching the crib, and she doesn't seem to really feel anything. So they're all happy. He's like, thrilled. They say the severance barriers are holding. And she's given instructions to take that screwdriver and take it apart. So it's basically, it's a really elegant metaphor for taking apart her own trauma, deconstructing it. That crib is symbolic of her trauma. She's told to take it apart, and they're watching to see if she feels anything, because this has been buried. The trauma in this room, it's her buried grief. She can't remember who she is in this room. Her grief and her trauma are buried, and now she's deconstructing it, and they're going to watch and see, will this trigger anything? Will she remember? Even if she takes apart this crib, which is symbolic of her grief, that is the ultimate test, or so they think, until Mark shows up. But It was brilliant how they did it. I think that was perfect. I think they made the right choice with that, and not to do something more extreme with that room. I think it's really chaotic here. Milchick is really trying to bust down the door. Helly and Dylan are trying to hold him in with the vending machine, and they're trying to get the marching band to help them, but they just keep on playing the goddamn music. Nothing will stop these people. It's like they're programmed.
Cannot stop the choreography and the merriment.
No, it's like they're really hardwired to do this no matter what is going down around them. They just keep on going until they're ordered to stop, like robots. Like they really do. They operate like a bunch of robots, but I'm not saying they are. Believe me, I don't believe there are robots in Lumon. I think the robot theory needs to go away now. But they've been brainwashed to just do whatever they're told and play the music no matter what's happening, clearly. Mark is running around trying to find the Cold Harbor room, and they keep showing the sweet baby goat.
So cute. I was like, they better not do anything to that goat.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing. You better not hurt that goat. I swear to God.
Mm-hmm.
They have the goat.
Stop watching.
The goat even kind of obediently puts his little head down on this altar-like thing.
They said it was a really good actor goat, from what I heard. Like, he's really good, like scritches.
Yeah. And this was like, I don't know what this was on, but this area where the goat was, it has this, this figure of a person and then a goat and then someone like bowing down or something.
I thought it was sad. I thought it was grieving the goat. Like when they
kill
the goat. Like that would be Lorne's position of grieving for the goat.
Gotcha. Yeah. I couldn't see what this was on, but it must be the area where the goat is being sacrificed, or supposed to be anyway. And then this is part of it too.
The aftermath.
The dead goat.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be the dead goat, and like there's like beams of light radiating off of it or something.
But see, I think that's the old school way they did it, and now they have this real sterile environment that they do it in with the bolt gun.
Right.
As opposed to cutting its neck with a knife, like ritualistically, and getting blood everywhere. They just have the bolt gun. That's more sterilized and less visceral.
Yeah. And he should at least do it himself. Like why is he making her
do it yourself?
Why is he making her do it? Like she has to raise these things and get get attached to them, and he's the asshole making her do it. He should have to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fucked up. But just in the nick of time, Mark finds the Cold Harbor, like not the Cold Harbor, but the door to the export hall, and it's right on opposite this room. So when he starts banging on it, they can hear. No, she looks really upset. Like she's clearly had to do this before, and she's just about to do it. Yeah. She's just about to do it when they hear Mark banging on the door outside trying to get in, because his dumbass didn't foresee that his blue key card wasn't going to open that export hall door.
I'm sorry, I forgot this for obvious.
Oh yeah.
The visual of the bolt gun.
Not the baby goat. And the way she put her head down there. Oh, the baby goat.
The bolt gun right there.
It's awful.
It's horrible.
And then just in time, look, even the goat turned her head. They hear the noise outside with Mark, and even the goat turned to hear what was going on. See? Like, yay! You're saving my life. Thank you, Mark. They all turn and look. All three of them. And I mean, come on, Mark. You really think you were going to be able to get in there without a
I
black
know, it's
security
very
key card?
ridiculous.
You know how this works. Come on. You know how this is going to work. And now this next part, I knew it was coming because I watched this video. Mark was hilarious right here.
Yeah, he's got
When he
us
was
like out
caught,
there. Yeah.
he was caught like right in the middle of trying to like climb up to where this air vent is or something, and then he's caught by Drummond, and he's like, "Oh, I was just I'm in the wrong place, wrong room," and then he tries to walk away. And Drummond does that really scary, deep, booming voice, Mark S. You know how his voice is so scary and intimidating. It's
Mhm.
naturally just like this deep baritone voice. And he looks terrified. He's like, "Oh, I was just I got the wrong door," and he just tries to casually leave. And Drummond just grabs him, slams him into the wall, and I was watching a video predicting what was going to happen in the finale, and I guess one of the really quick flashing images in the full trailer was Drummond shoving Mark into the wall here.
Mm.
So this part I already knew was going to happen because I watched that video right before the finale, but it didn't reveal too much. And fun fact, though, on the podcast, they said that this shove into the wall was real, and it wasn't supposed to be, because Adam Scott was supposed to. They practiced this over and over again, and Adam Scott, every time it went fine, he was supposed to put his arm up in a certain way to protect his body from feeling the full blow of getting thrown against the wall. He, for some reason, he doesn't know why his brain kind of froze and his arm didn't go up this time the way they rehearsed it. So when this guy shoved him into the wall, he was full impact. It was real.
And then Ben Stiller is, we keep that one.
Yes. Yes. And then they both looked at Ben Stiller and they like, "Did you get that?" And Ben said, "Yeah, I got it."
It's like thumbs up.
They were like, "Oh, thank God." They didn't want to do that again.
Yeah.
So this was the real one that he used, the real body slam into the wall. Yeah, that had to hurt. He's a big dude. Yeah, he's got some brute force about him. So yeah, he's bigger than Adam. That had to hurt. And he was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Are you all right?" Yeah. And then he just randomly punched him in the face.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah. There was this tense moment of silence first to make it. They talked about this on the podcast too, how they wanted to make that first punch really shocking out of nowhere. They had a tense, long moment where they're staring at each other, and then all of a sudden, boom, he just punches Mark in the nose. And they wanted that to be shocking before they get into this knockdown, drag out fight, because, you know, all of this tension was building up to the reveal of the fact that Lumon really does commit violence against its employees. We already could figure that was going to happen, because there have been signs from the beginning that this was going on. In season one, like Mark came out of the break room with marks on his knuckles once. So it was implied that they did something to injure his hand in the break room.
And Cobel threw a coffee mug at him.
She threw a coffee mug at his head. Like, what else? Also, when Helly was trying to escape, boo, my cat is in my face and I can't see. When Helly was trying to escape and she was going to swallow a pen cap with a note in it, Mark said that, it's best if you, how did he say?
It's best if you tell Milchick when you when you took the cap because he's going to extract it.
Yeah, so
He
like
needs to know which end to extract it from. I think it's along those lines.
so it was something like, yeah, if you, it would be best for both of you if he knows which end to look to start with, which end. So that was ominous, and it made you wonder, like, do they really do body cavity searches for, you know, contraband that they're trying to sneak out of Lumon? Was he bluffing? But you know, Mark came out of the break room once with marks on his knuckles, so they clearly did something to him, and lied about it, of course, and sent him a gift card to Pips. And we had that we knew that the show was capable of depicting shocking violence because there was that shocking sudden murder of Grainer by Mugabe in season 1. So they talked about that on the podcast too, and but this was a big shock to actually really see the violence explode. So they wanted to show, like, they wanted that first punch before they got into the full-on fight to be a shock and let that sink in for a moment, and then they get into the way over the top fight. Yeah, so this is the darkness that's been hiding. You know, we haven't seen this side of Lumon yet, but this has been there all along, what they're capable of, the violence they're capable of. And we already knew they abducted Gemma, they faked her death and all that stuff. You know, they're not above killing people. Petey was running for his life from Lumon, because they were going to kill him. He believed that. Cobel is in hiding now from Lumon. She was in hiding, laying in the back of a truck under a tarp, even way out of town, because she's afraid Lumon is after her. So we know what they're capable of, but this is the first time we've ever really seen this kind of brutality happen. He just he slams him into walls. This was intense. I never saw this coming.
Very Minotaur related, you know, mole Minotaur kind of feel.
Yeah.
You found a Minotaur in a labyrinth.
Right. Yeah. Oh, and Mark he's love to bite as their way of fighting back, just like a little kid. Dylan bit Milchick in season 1. Now Mark bites Drummond. and yeah, Drummond just throws him around like a rag doll. And I never thought we would see this kind of violence on the show. I mean, this extreme, what becomes very bloody violence. Mark just takes Drummond down. This was a clever move. He just takes him down by grabbing onto his leg and knocking him over, but then Milchick grabs Mark by the leg and drags him. Oh man, that had to be a difficult scene to shoot. I'm sure they used stunt doubles, but somehow they made it look real, like it was them. And then, you know, being thrown around so much, and then Drummond is about to kill him. I mean, he really looked like he was choking him for real too.
That's
and
what
this is where the growling started.
Kind of like bull noises, like how bulls snort through their nose. He like makes those noises, like he's just like an animal.
It was so weird, like, and they call the Innies. And they called the Innies animals. He's the one growling like an animal. Yeah, that was so weird. The snorting and the growling. The choking looked so real too. They did an amazing job making this look realistic. He would have finished him off. Anything to prevent him from getting in the way of what needed to be done with the completion of the sacrifice and the Cold Harbor project. More growling. The point of view shots were so good from Mark's point of view and Drummond's point of view. Oh my god, it was amazingly shot. They did an amazing job with this whole thing. Of course, I didn't think for a moment that he was going to succeed in killing Mark, because Adam Scott is the star of the show. He has plot arbor, so
Mark
come on.
might die.
Oh no, yeah. Oh my God, I was so scared.
Dan
Mark
Erickson said that. The everything is on the line. Mark might die.
Yeah. Oh my God. I was on the edge of my seat here wondering, is he going to live or die? Oh no.
Oh,
Sorry, I had to take a drink of water.
that's okay.
Talking so much.
I know, it's too much because you thought Mark might die. I know you need to take a drink and get yourself together.
Yeah, I thought he might. I really thought he was going
I
to
thought he
die.
died. Yeah.
We were gonna lose him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, thank God! Just in the nick of time.
There she
I
is.
love how his face froze like this when Lorne put the gun to his head.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, "Oh, shit." He just froze like that for a few seconds, and then his eyes go to the side. There was something so comical about it in a dark way. I mean, wow, this guy. I'll miss seeing him on the show, but what an epic way to go out! What a performance he delivered! It's just amazing. They interviewed him on the podcast. Since this is his final episode, they gave him a special feature in the first part of the podcast, and he said that he actually just got done filming a fight scene, not that unlike this one. And I think in that other fight scene, he was also choking someone. So, yeah, this is kind of his thing lately.
So it's his type.
Yeah.
We need a bruiser that'll like strangulate people. He's like, I'm here. What do you need?
Yeah. So anyway, she puts the gun to his head, and yeah, she's like, she's done with this shit. And I was so cheered for Lorne. I knew somehow Mark was gonna get out of this, but I didn't know how exactly. And
I thought he'd just die and then the show would be done.
end of the show, yeah.
The end.
The end. So wow, I still have a lot of notes left. Damn. I lost my place in my notes. She said no more killing. And then, then they start to fight. He shoves her away, and I'm thinking, oh no, she's screwed, because I know she's a really large, tall woman, imposing woman, but he's got the advantage of weight on her for just sheer brute force. So I couldn't believe how she was able to just beat the shit out of him like that, even as tall as she is. She slammed him around. He slammed her around.
This is goat revenge. Lawrence just hopped up on goat revenge.
Oh God, yeah. I mean,
all those goats.
And he punched her right in the face. Damn. Punched her right in the face. Like, so much for, men not hitting back with women, like, no, he didn't hold back at all. But yeah, this was like revenge for all the goats that this was pent up rage for all the goats that she had to sacrifice for him, for Kier, at his order, on his orders. This was amazing. Yeah, it was like pure adrenaline and rage that allowed her to get the upper hand over him despite his brute force advantage. And somehow she managed to throw him around. I don't know how she did it, but she threw him down on the floor, and Mark did his part by grabbing him by the necktie. So he's being choked, harder for him to get up. She gets on him and starts pummeling his face. I mean, I gotta be careful some of these images that I stop on, because they get really bloody. I'll have to go buy a few of them quickly. She's about to finish him off. And then Mark yells, "Stop," because he knows, I guess I guess he must figure there may only be one bullet in the gun. I don't know how he would know that, but she stops him from. No, wait, that's not why. Because he needs Drummond to show him to the testing floor. That's why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured he needed Drummond for some kind of like leading to the place, or like a blood sample or a card or whatever they would need to get in around. Finger identification, eyeball identification.
Yeah.
Your typical sci-fi stuff.
See, like it looks like she lost a tooth.
Yeah.
It looks like they blacked out one of her teeth to make it look like she lost a tooth. Damn. And her mouth is bleeding a lot. And she just looks devastated. You know, she finally let out all that pent-up rage and despair. But she listened and she didn't shoot him. And meanwhile, Jame, this was really cool editing. Jame was watching, and you see like the fade into the shot that he's looking at, which is Gemma taking apart the crib. And it fades into Mauer watching her. And then fades back into Gemma again. She's taking it apart. And Mauer says, the barrier is holding. She feels nothing. It's beautiful. So again, this is the point. Like, the barrier is holding. This is the ultimate. They think this is the ultimate test. Her taking apart this symbol of her grief. This is her taking apart her deepest trauma. And yet, still, she feels nothing. It didn't bleed through to her innie. That's why it makes sense for her innie to be the one doing this task, not her outie. They're testing the severance barrier. And she finishes it. And so it keeps kind of fading in and out. And then Mark takes him at gunpoint. Such a badass move. He was such a badass in this scene. It was great. Oh god, I gotta go buy these quickly. That's a lot of blood. I don't want to get the video taken down.
Yeah.
The elevator scene, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to show the elevator scene. He stops and he says thank you, and she says, Emil thanks you. She says, Emil, that's the name of the goat.
The goat wins.
It's such a good thing that you got the goat noises, because who would have thought we'd actually get more goats before the end of the season? The goat noises came in handy.
I was hopeful.
Well, you got your goats. You got your goats back.
The heart wants what the heart wants.
Yep. Aw, it's so cute too when she's talking and saying thank you and says Emil thanks you. The goat looks up at her.
They said it was a perfect actor goat. They like lick her face and stuff. Probably licked off some of that fake blood.
Aw, that's so cute.
It's usually like syrup and stuff. They're probably like, oh, that's good.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood. Gonna go buy that quickly. That's a lot of blood.
That is a lot of blood.
Yes, indeed. Now, Mark takes him at gunpoint and says, in a second, I'm going to change into my Audi and then you are going to take him to, and he runs out of time.
Well,
he switches.
You were going to.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He runs out of time. He does the weird eye rolling back in his head effect. I don't know how he does that, but it's really creepy. And switches back to his Audi. And then this gusher of blood shoots out of Drummond's neck somehow. I'm not sure how and why exactly.
No, the bolt gun goes off because he changes in the elevator, and he doesn't know that he has the gun, and he shoots the bolt into him.
Oh, it's because the gun goes off. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a bolt gun. It's not an actual like a gun. It's a bolt gun. It just shoots out a bolt.
Oh, okay. Okay. That part confused me as to why the blood spurted
That's why
out
it's
like
making like a thudding noise instead of a gun noise.
that. Okay, because like I didn't hear a gunshot. Okay.
Mhm.
So
Now, this kind of stuff reminds me. I know you've never seen Mulholland Drive, but there's a scene in Mulholland Drive where there's a assassin, and he's trying to assassinate somebody, but instead of assassinating the person he's supposed to assassinate, he ends up shooting the wrong person, and it gets kind of madcap and kind of dark like this.
Oh,
And that's
really?
what it reminds me of. It's just like being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then just accidentally shooting someone and going, "Oh shit!"
Yeah. Like, oh shit, indeed.
I didn't think it was funny because of the violence. I was just thinking it was funny because of the irony.
Of course, yeah. And in the podcast, the part I did get to listen to, Adam said that they actually had to shoot this a few times. One of the times it didn't go the way it was supposed to go. The blood basically it sprayed him directly in the face.
Oh god.
And he goes all over his face, and that's not what they're going for at all. So they had to redo it. And he said like the rest of the episode he's completely covered in blood, and so there were a lot of days he had to come to set and put on his costume of crusty fake blood clothes.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was fun for him. The blood just sprayed him like a hose. Like, what the fuck? Imagine just waking up. Imagine just waking up and like in an elevator and a guy's just squirting blood all over you and you just accidentally shot. It's like he's so grossed out.
Yeah.
What a way to wake up. Wow. The elevator. I mean, he knew some crazy shit must have had to go down by the time he's executing his plan, but I don't think he'd expect that exactly. And yeah, then he just plops onto the ground in a pool of his own blood, and Mark's just looking at him like, "What the fuck?" Steps
and
around
you know
him.
it's dark. It's dark comedy because the doors keep opening and closing on his legs.
Yes. They threw in a touch of comedy with that, for sure. And the whole elevator was sprayed with a comedic amount of blood, too. You know. And look at how he's like so grossed out and weirded out by the dead body that he's, the bloody body that look how he's walking past him. He's so grossed out. So and then he's off on his way to search for the Cold Harbor room. But I mean, how in the hell could you possibly find it in this maze? He has no way of knowing. One of this one says Minsk. That's a file we haven't seen before. Yeah. And then back to this. Milchick finally, I think this is where he busts his way out of the bathroom. Meanwhile, the goddamn band is still playing through all of this. They are still playing. What the hell? They played for like half the episode.
Merriment. More merriment.
Wow. They are dedicated. That is some dedication. No matter what happens, they are programmed to do this. This is what they do. At one point, this is the only thing that makes one of them actually stop and say something. She grabs this dude's trombone. And as Milchick is starting to climb up over the vending machine, she grabs it from the guy, takes it, and then knocks Milchick in the head. Milchick falls backwards, and somebody is like, what does he say? What are you doing? Those instruments are the property of choreography and merriment.
Yeah, exactly.
They take this very seriously. All the Innies take their jobs very seriously, I guess. And yeah, this is serious shit. No, how dare you? How dare you take my trombone? Yeah. That was hilarious. I love how she bonked him in the head with the trombone. Nice, quick thinking. So we had some dramatic shots of Mark searching for the room, covered in a comical amount of blood. I mean, it was such a ridiculous amount of blood that there was a darkly comedic aspect to it, even though this was very intense at the same time. And then, yeah, that was the dude that was like, "How dare you?" You know, that's the property of choreography and merriment. And then Gemma finishes, and then Milchick yells for them to stop and says, "Choreography and merriment, return to your department now." This is the only thing that makes them stop. They don't listen to Helly or Dylan or whoever, but Milchick orders them to stop. They finally stop playing, and the band leader blows his whistle and says, "Fall back to C&M. Our performance has been compromised." Like there's some kind of military unit. Fall back to C&M. Okay. And then Milchick Milchick is trying to bust through the vending machine, but Helly tries to get them on their side, you know. She gets up there and she gives her little speech, you know, saying, "Wait, this desk used to have 4 seats. Our friend Irving is gone, and they want our whole department gone. If he gets out, we're dead," meaning Milchick. She says, "They're going to turn us off like fucking machines. You've seen them do it. I know you've lost friends too, and you could be next. They give us half a life and think we won't fight for it. Right, Milchick?" And then she says, "Please help us." Really great speech. I thought that was fantastic. I loved that speech. You know, trying to rally them on, you know, like, we're on the same side here. We outnumber them. Like, they need to join forces, start a revolution, like the working class rising up against the ruling class, like a Marxist kind of thing going on here. I get that strong vibe from all of this. You know, the power concentrated in the hands of the privileged few, and if the masses would just join together and rise up, they outnumber like the ones at the top. But they remain divided, and divide and conquer. That's why it's such an effective technique to keep people under control. Yeah, she had said, she said, "If he gets our way, you know, his way, if he gets out, we're dead." And points to him. He's just looking out through this little crevice. He's still trapped in there. Yeah, that was a great speech, and I think that she got through to them. Well, we'll have to wait and see in season 3 rather, because we don't know. It's kind of left on a cliffhanger as to whether she won them over or not, but it looked like they were listening. She had their attention. Their faces, just from their facial expressions to me, I think they're going to join the cause. I think it's going to be a revolution, and they outnumber the people in power. Of course, there are huge advantages the people in power have. I mean, they're controlling the chips in their heads. So, I mean, I don't know what kind of a revolution it could look like under those circumstances with that kind of advantage. I mean, I don't know, but see, look at their faces. It looks like they are, you know, starting to be convinced. They look at each other. She looks like she's thinking about it. I think she's having an impact on them. That's the sense that I got. And Mark finds the Cold Harbor room.
It's gonna be meanwhile at Cold Harbor.
Yeah. What a surreal scene. If we had seen stills from this episode before it aired, like, I would have been like, what the actual fuck are we looking at? Helly standing up on a desk surrounded by a gigantic marching band. Like, what is happening?
I'm glad I didn't get to see things like that, because I like to be surprised.
Same. It was so much more fun to be surprised when all this happened. I was so glad, like, none of it was spoiled for me. the element of surprise made it so much more satisfying. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, the whole marching band thing, all of their scenes together, it was phenomenal. It brought the absurdist humor back into it, and yeah, again, look at this person. See, it looks like she's winning them over, I think, but we'll see. Mark encounters the nurse, and they have this is another really funny moment, actually.
Yeah.
Speaking of comedy, she just busts out of nowhere, and he's like, Jesus, scares the shit out of him. And she says, how'd you get in here? He demands that she open the door, and she says, step off, fucko. What the hell is a fucko? I've never heard anyone say fucko in my life. Fucko? Okay. Step off, fucko. And then he's screaming, do it. And she's like, no. He's like, do it. She says, no. And then they just get in this screaming match where he's just yelling at her, like at the top of his lungs, like ah. It was hilarious. He's just like waving the gun at her and like screaming like a maniac. It was hilarious. I loved it. And she just takes off running like ah. It was so good. And then she just runs off yelling, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can't say that this episode didn't bring back the comedy to this season. Because
Yeah.
it's dark comedy. I mean, here he is drenched in the blood of some guy they just killed, but it's comedy nonetheless.
Yep.
And this, I mean, come on, they definitely played this for laughs. This was intentionally humorous, of course. And he tries to get into the Cold Harbor room at first, but it draws his own blood and won't take it. And then he realizes, oh, well, I could use the blood I'm drenched in from Drummond, maybe. And very clever. He puts his tie, the blood-soaked tie, up to the thing. It takes a sample of that blood and opens the door. And then it's a really emotional scene. He comes in and sees his wife, who he thought had died years before, what like 2 years ago or something. And she's terrified. Yeah, I can't even imagine like how that would feel. Like he literally like had a funeral for her. He thought that he had her remains, and everything. And now here she is alive in front of him. She was alive the whole time, like literally working, trapped in the same building he was working in. And he disarmed her amazingly well. She was instinctively afraid and like holding a piece of the crib out to protect herself. And, he just says, it's me. I'm your husband. Your name is Gemma Scout. We've been married for 4 years. We had a life together. Maurer is on the speaker saying, don't speak to that man. He's here to hurt you. You would think that they'd have somebody nearby to run in and put a stop to this. Like, he's just powerlessly sitting in the room saying, don't speak to that man. He's here to hurt you. Like, their security is terrible in this place. It really is. It always has been. They have a skeleton crew for such vitally important work to them. You would think they would have more security, but I guess they're just so full of hubris and overconfident that nothing like this would have ever happened, because they brainwashed the Innies so well and they underestimated what they were capable of. Because for this to happen, his Innie needed to coordinate all this, or it wouldn't have worked. Mark could not have gotten this done without the help of his Innie. Right now he's in outie form, but his Innie got him there. And he tells Gemma, if you come with me right now, we can get it back, meaning their life together. Dr. Maurer says, stop, this is not a part of the test. Don't let him touch you. And Mark is like pleading with her, please, we have to go. And he just kind of edges toward her slowly, takes the piece of crib out of her hand. And this, I think, is evidence that love transcends severance. She doesn't remember him, so it's not like it completely transcends it, but the feelings are there. Like the fact that she was willing to go with him, this guy comes in covered in blood, and she took his hand and went with him. So she doesn't remember him in this current state, but the feelings are there. Some kind of instinctive sense of trust was there enough to go with this blood-soaked guy she's never seen, and ignoring the doctor on the speaker saying, don't talk to him, he's here to hurt you. Meanwhile, Jame is watching in horror. Fuck you, Jame Eagan. This is so satisfying to watch. Their plan failing. And it worked, like they talked about, the showrunners talked about the concept of what transcends severance, what could transcend severance earlier this season. And I knew they were referring to love. Obviously, it's, and this is part right here. Oh my God. Did we really need to see like practically
Yes.
all the way down this dude's throat?
Yeah.
Like, was this really necessary? God, this is, you want to talk nightmare fuel? Here's more nightmare fuel. Jesus. He screams, fuck, at the top of his lungs. Oh my God. I've never heard him speak above a low little like croaking, old man voice.
Grumble.
Yeah. He when he was saying like, you tricked me, my Helly. I was so cross with you. I threw a tin of candies. I didn't think he was capable of yelling. This dude actually
has a
has
pretty good imitation, Julie.
Really? Yeah, and I'm not usually good at impressions.
A tin of candies. I haven't been so bad since you dumped my tin of candies.
That's how he usually talks. I didn't think he had the lung capacity to scream like this. Damn. That was like a jump scare. Holy shit. Oh my God. Yeah. And that had comedic elements too. I was cracking up laughing at that. But again, I think this is proof that love transcends severance. I mean, what more can you say? She doesn't remember him, but the feelings are still there. It's the same reason why on the outside, Irving and Bert were still having feelings for each other, even though they didn't remember being together on the inside. The feelings were still there, just not the memories, the feelings. That's what can transcend. So she went with him. And that was really the ultimate test. They were wrong. Like someone was saying in the chat earlier, breaking down the crib and confronting that trauma, that wasn't the ultimate test. I mean, Mark was able to break the severance barrier by coming in. Now, maybe that's just because he interrupted the process before it was totally complete and they were going to have her come in and do this a few more days. I don't know. This might not have been the only time they would have her visit this room. She had to visit the other rooms multiple times. I don't know. We don't really know what would have happened next. But he broke the severance barrier. So Cobel is smarter than these people. Like someone in the chat was saying, Cobel knew love could potentially be what transcends it. And she was worried about that, about them remembering each other. It seemed almost like she wanted it to happen, but that's a whole other story. Maurer comes running down the hall and she's like, it's the fucking spouse. God, these his face. And he's such an evil bastard. I enjoyed watching him panic. That was satisfying. And Mark has to coax her out of the room. And this is, the final step, because once she's out, she turns into her outie, but he's got to get her out of the room. Now, he could have just grabbed her hand and dragged her out, but, they got to make it a more dramatic moment. And I think it was more powerful that she chose to do it. And again, it's proof that her feelings transcended. She made the choice to step out and trust him on her own. He didn't have to drag her out, even though time is of the essence here. And he probably should have hurried things along, but she came out and transitioned out of it, and now they're both in outie form, and they have a very, very brief, fleeting reunion as outie Mark and outie Gemma. Boy, this doesn't last long though. It's bittersweet, It really is. It's sad, like they get to be with each other again after years. He thought she was dead. She thought she would never see him again, and no. And this is just so fleeting. Now they're separated again. I may have to try,
but at least she isn't dead.
At least she isn't dead. Indeed.
Well, she can find them or try to find them.
Yes. Oh wow.
Happy ending.
How are we?
Hollywood ending,
Yeah.
everybody.
Hollywood ending. How are we up to the most people that we've had in the whole stream right now?
I don't know.
We've got 50 people here right now. Now it's 49.
You guys should be putting hashtag GOAT in the chat.
Yes. So we're still running the contest. I have not done the giveaway drawing yet. So if you want to win a Scary Numbers t-shirt from the MagickwithaK Etsy shop, I'll show it real quick one more time. If you want to win one of these, let me see, is it showing? Did I switch? Yeah. So if you want to win one of these, MagickwithaK has been kind enough to do a giveaway with us, which we really appreciate. And you can still enter if you would like. You just have to type hashtag GOAT in the chat, just like Mel did here. That's exactly right. All lowercase. So, hey Trace, nice to see you. Yes, season 2 ended. Yeah, you better not stick. As much as I would love to have you, Trace, I don't want you to get spoiled, because we're talking major spoilers. We're almost at the ending of season 2, the finale right now. So nice to see you, but better get out of here before we spoil the finale for you.
You can put hashtag GOAT in the chat before you leave too, if you want the shirt. Just tell you, Trace.
Yes. Yeah, if you want a Severance shirt, then you can join you can enter the contest before you leave. But yeah, trust me, don't listen or don't look at the images. Well, right now I'm showing the t-shirt, so you're safe. But I'm going to be going back to the images.
You can look at the t-shirt.
If Trace was here just a minute ago, though, the image I had on the screen would be like the most massive spoiler you could get for the whole season. Yeah, we don't want to spoil it for you, trust me, because it was so much fun to be surprised. And I was glad that some of my predictions this season were right, but a lot were wrong. And I would rather be surprised. I find that so much more satisfying and enjoyable. I don't want to predict everything. I'm waiting to binge all season 2 in one day. Yeah, some people do that. I know that's a popular thing nowadays. They wait until a whole season is over and then they binge it all. Now, personally, that wouldn't be my cup of tea. But hey, whatever floats your boat. If you enjoy it that way, then more power to you. And after you binge it all, we're still going to be doing a couple more Severance lives, Trace. So if you enjoy it, then next week we're going to be doing a call-in live discussing the finale. Anybody can call in and join the panel and discuss if they would like. The next week we'll do a live stream on the UUR audiobook. It's also a regular ebook that's free on Apple. So we're going to be doing more Severance content. We're not done yet, Trace. So if you're interested, you can still join some stuff after you finish binging. I think I'm going to have no choice but to get on the treadmill for the last segment of this because my pain is out of control and we've got to finish this. I've been trying to go through it as quickly as possible. I really have. Apologies for not checking in with the chat as much as I would like to, but my pain is getting really bad. I can only rest for a certain amount of time and it's out of control. And unfortunately, last night, I didn't have enough time to get in enough exercise before we started, so the pain spiked early, and now it's just completely nightmarish. Oh, Dieter, that's so awesome. Doug sent me so last night Doug Hughes had dinner. He finally was able to coordinate with Liz Saunders and Cliff Saunders. These are cast members on From, if any Severance fans in here are not aware of them. Watch MGM Plus's From. It's amazing. But anyway, he had them over for dinner last night, which he's been hoping to get to do for a long time, and I can't wait to hear about it. Oh, and Friday night, Doug Hughes is going to join us at 10 p.m. for another story time with the Man in Yellow. So maybe he'll have some story time and tell us a little about his dinner with Liz and Cliff, if he's okay with sharing anything. Sorry, were you going to say something? Sorry.
I wanted to see the picture, but maybe you want to keep them. But I don't really have Instagram, so I'd like to see them sometime.
I'll show it. it.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on a sec. I just have to switch to my YouTube tab, and because I can't click on links from in StreamYard. I wish StreamYard would show the hyperlinks because it's so annoying. Like every time I want to click on a link, I have to go to my YouTube tab. So I have to do this all the time. And then I've got to reload it, and it's slow. I do have I'm gonna have a much faster device that's easier to use, but I've been so overwhelmed the last few days that I haven't had a chance to switch over to it yet, but I'm going to tomorrow. And then everything will run faster on the new laptop. Thanks to Dieter. It'll be so much easier to do stuff like this, to multitask, because this is too much for a Chromebook to handle. I'm in StreamYard right now, and I'm just trying to load my YouTube tab, and it's taking forever. I feel like I'm using dial-up internet again. It's terrible. Anyway, okay, it's loaded now. Where's the link? Dieter changed his name to Dieter the manager. Yeah, he basically is my manager at this point. Just taking care of a lot of stuff and reminding me of stuff because I have really bad brain fog from being in constant nonstop pain 24/7, and I can't stay on top of things the way I would like to. So he's constantly reminding me I need to do this, I need to do that, and it's very helpful. Oh my god, this is great. Okay, I'm going to share this tab. Can you see it?
Yeah.
This is great. Oh my god. It's so great. Oh, I love them so much. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my god, I love them. I'm so happy for Doug that he got to have them over for dinner. He and Cliff are old friends. They used to work at the Shaw Festival together. Or the Stratford. Was it Stratford or Shaw? I think Shaw. It was Strat. I can't remember. It was one of those. He worked with Cliff, and so they did theater together. But he never met Liz, even though Cliff was with Liz already at the time. He just never met Liz at any point. So this was the first time Doug ever got to meet Liz. When Doug shot his Man in Yellow scene, he hardly met anybody. It was just a one-day thing, one afternoon, and done. So he didn't get to meet Liz at that point. So I hope they had a good time. There's Mini Man in Yellow. Liz is it looks like he's got it looks like the Mini Man in Yellow is holding a bottle of liquor.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's holding a bottle of, is that liquor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want him that close to me. I'd be a little scared, Liz. And Cliff is being hilarious with this
I
facial.
also like that Mark Geller as Kier actually like this as well. So we have a Severance tie-in.
Yes. Yes. Mark, yeah, see, yeah, see, we just connected Mark Geller and Doug last night. So now
Yeah.
Mark Geller started following Doug because of this. Doug told me that. They weren't following each other before. So now we've got new friends here. They do have a lot in common. So yeah, Doug told me that after the live, the next day, Mark Geller actually, we interviewed Mark Geller, in case anybody doesn't know what we're talking about. Mark Geller, who plays Kier on Severance, we interviewed him live last night, and you can check out the replay if you missed it. But we had Doug Hughes on our panel because he's basically become like a guest co-host and a member of our community, and he has a lot in common with Mark. They both have a long background in theater as their like the main their main career in their life, and they just, both of them, other than that, have just done day player roles in TV and film. And they both wanted to be an actor from the time they were little kids. And both of them first started like writing and performing their own plays at 8 years old. So yeah, it's a lot. A lot in common. And so the next day, Doug told me that Mark sent him a message, and now they're following each other on Instagram. So that was cool. And I reached out to Mark, and he said he'd be happy to come on here again too. He said he had a good time, in spite of our technical difficulties. So that was good to hear. But anyway, yeah, this is hilarious. I love it. Doug actually sent me a voice message a few hours ago while we were live here, so I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet. I assume it has something to do with the dinner he had with them, so I'll be curious to hear what he said. It says, the caption is, "What do you mean you drank the whole thing? That was cask strength, Glenn Farkless little shit." That was yeah. That's great. Oh, I love them. I love all of them. They're wonderful people. And I remember a few months ago when he talked about having them over for dinner, someone was saying like, oh, you should ask them to come on here. And he said, well, Cliff might. Cliff likes doing this kind of thing. So that would be cool if we had Cliff on here. I don't know. Maybe Liz doesn't really like live stream stuff as much. It's not for everybody. But
yeah.
But Cliff might want to do it. So who knows? We might get a chance to talk to him at some point. Maybe I'll try reaching out. Speaking of which, I've also got to reach out to Scott McCord too. He said that his schedule would start freeing up in the spring, and that he'd be willing to do an interview. So I have to try and reach out to him. Anyway,
Donna knows there's a crochet doll of her. Liz knows.
Wait,
does Liz know that Alexis has made a crochet doll of Donna?
Oh yeah, I'm sure she must have. Dieter, what are you telling me to play? I thought that was just a photo. Is that not just a photo?
Oh,
I'm confused.
The video?
I just looked and all I see is a photo. There's nothing there. Refresh what page? Dieter, please clarify, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Make it move.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Please explain. Please, I don't know what you mean. The Doug voice message. Oh, no. I'm not going to do that.
That's private stuff, Dieter.
Yeah.
That's one-on-one stuff.
Yeah, that's not cool. I would never do that. No, when you talk to somebody privately in DMs, that would be a huge violation. I would never do that.
Yeah. I mean, it's different. It would be different if he was doing a promo for our show or something. We could play it over, but not, personal messages.
No. That would be a huge violation of his trust, and I would never do that. Yeah. No. What I talk to about, what I talk to people about privately stays between us, and anyway, yeah, so we just, we talk, and there's certain things that he says that I know are fine for public consumption, and I'll mention like, oh yeah, Doug and I were talking about such and such a thing that, something that's not personal. But then there are other things that, I wouldn't, and I definitely wouldn't play a recording without his permission, ever. He knows he can trust me. Anyway, so for this last bit, I think I am gonna have to do the rest of this from the treadmill so we can finish breaking this down, but we're close now. We are close. S. Madison had said, Julie, that's Audi Mark, not Mark S. He's a badass. Yeah, Audi Mark is a badass. Indeed. The nurse and Dylan's wife kind of look alike and have similar mannerisms. Yeah, a little bit, AA. That whole scene was so funny. Yes, Kelly was. The writers did a great job there. His body will keep the elevator door open. I didn't even think of that, S. Madison. Drummond's body. Yeah. For me, that was the most surprising thing is the finale, Mark shooting Drummond. Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, I thought about it. I thought it was going to happen as soon as he changed in the elevator. I thought he's going to hit the trigger on that gun.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know. I was being dense in that moment, AA. I don't know what I thought happened. I don't know. I thought maybe he just succumbed to his injuries. I don't know. I don't know.
Just started bleeding profusely for no reason. There's a flesh wound.
I don't know. I'm like, call it burnout, brain burnout from this incredibly challenging season of Severance. Okay, like I had like my brain just malfunctioned. Okay, forgive me for that. I don't know what I thought happened.
I don't know. I think it's funnier if you thought his body was so spontaneously spraying blood all over him.
I really did. I didn't know what was going on, okay? And you know what else I missed? This is embarrassing. But, okay, in my defense, I missed this part because I was doing a watch party and keeping an eye on the chat like a good host, and I was watching the chat, and I missed the part at the beginning of the finale where Cobel said, when you get down to the testing floor, you will be your Audi. I didn't hear that part. So when Mark got down there, I didn't realize this was his Audi. I didn't. And I know I should have realized it anyway. I should have figured it out anyway because the elevator would make him switch. I should have guessed it anyway. And based on his demeanor, he clearly is acting like he remembers Gemma here. I don't know. Just call it brain burnout. Don't judge me, guys. I'm admitting to it. I don't even have to be admitting to that, but I will admit to it. Don't judge me. I'm burnt out. My brain is tired from deep diving for 10 weeks into this.
You're trying to get up from the deep diving, and you're getting the bends.
Seriously.
Well,
my
when
brain
I watch it in Discord, my iPad has absolutely zero volume. So I actually have to watch it on the television later with the volume turned up so I can actually hear what people are saying. And then the scene where Mark S. and Helly are whispering, I still don't know what they said because I can't get it loud enough to actually hear them. And I can't put the closed captions on my TV.
Oh.
So I assume they're whispering about some things.
Which scene?
The scene where she says she's me. She's me, Mark, or whatever. That scene, but then they're doing some other whispering and I can't hear what they're saying.
Oh, I have it all in my notes. I can tell you what they were saying.
Oh, that's fine. I got the gist.
Yeah.
We went over it.
Yeah. I noticed TJ popped in. I just saw this. I just scrolled up and saw this. Is this live right now? It's 4 a.m. and I just woke up. Yeah, you know the drill around here. Yes, of course it's live. Of course it is. Tony had that same response. Tony Teflon, he would come on here and it's live. Tony would sometimes wake and see that Tony would wake up and see that we're on, and he would think, "Wait, is this live or is this still the same live? No, it's got to be the replay." Nope, she's still streaming. Yeah, they're still at it.
until you fell asleep and he had to call you. Then you knew it was live.
Oh yeah, that was proof it was live.
Yeah.
Did you know people can fake lives?
Oh really? Why would they?
Tony has a friend who did it once that faked a live.
Why it just be like, wow, there's a lot of people in the chat right now. Hey, John Smith, how you doing? I see you. Oh, hey, Maggie, you show up a lot. That's cool.
I swear, he said somebody
Ben
faked
Stiller's in the chat. That's cool, Ben Stiller. Great for showing up. Is Adam going to show up too? Oh, yeah, I see you.
Well, basically, all you have to do to fake a live, you schedule a video premiere to premiere live, like when I do my video premieres.
Yeah.
And it is a live chat. But, and I could easily fake it because I use StreamYard to make all my videos, and it looks just like this. It looks exactly like this. It's me talking over a slideshow of images. So I could fake it and pretend that I'm live. But what gives it away is that I go into the chat and I'm talking to people in the chat. Somebody one time thought I was live, and then they saw me writing so much in the chat. So they said, "Oh, is this not live? Are you pre-record? Is this pre-recorded?" And I said, "Yeah, it's a video premiere." So it can be done. You can fake it, but it would look like you're a total asshole because you're not acknowledging the chat at all verbally.
Yeah, but you just fake it. You just say a bunch of names like I just did.
You could, but then the people in the actual chat wouldn't see any of those names. So they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's from Instagram or Twitch.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, you don't see Ben Stiller here? He's on Instagram. Instagram Live. Watching.
I think that's hilarious. That someone actually pretended they were alive and they weren't. That's so funny. I didn't catch this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why exactly.
I don't know. I have no idea why.
I'm saying.
To what end? I have no clue. I didn't see this earlier. Thank you. I don't know if you're still here or listening or whatever, but hello. Underground audience secrets. Yes, we've been on a while tonight. Can't wait for season 3, indeed, and I appreciate it. Yeah, but this is pretty typical for us. It's getting harder and harder for me to do lives this long, though. I'm not tolerating them as well as I used to. My pain has been getting worse, so I need to start live streaming from the treadmill more, I think. Because that alleviates some of my pain. Anyway, Miss Casey's Innie, is that a room name? No, I think that's just that's an outlier. That's just that. I don't think that's part of like the room situation. I think that was just for the severed floor. That's all. Yeah, that's the only exception. The rest of them are all tied to rooms. And then there's one other thing I'll highlight, and then we'll finish this up. Why all this money and resources into goats if they're just sacrifices? Then making innies off the goat seems like overkill. No pun intended. Maybe they think it's a religious ritual and really important to them. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well,
that's part of the cure. The cure. Curism.
Yep. 57 people. I'm not sure how many of you are actually listening or in the chat, or how many are asleep, but it's got to be a decent number because that number is the highest we've had all night that are actually awake here. So thank you. We appreciate it. Please hit the like if you haven't already, and if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Consider subscribing. Hit the notification bell. I tend to have I'm dealing with a lot in my life, so I'm not always on time with my lives. And if you enable notifications, then you'll get a notification when we go live. And also, I'm going to be putting out a deep dive for this episode. My goal is to get it done by Saturday. I'm hoping to get it done by Saturday. If not Saturday, then Sunday. So keep an eye out for that. That one's going to be a big challenge, and at least I know it'll still be relevant. I don't have a deadline of Thursday because sadly there will be no more new episodes. We're done. Season is done. But at least that gives me more time to get the video done. Anyway. So let me just see what else you've said before I get back to it. And yeah, clever writing, a flesh wound is but a scratch. Yeah. It's just a nosebleed, dry air. If it was that Sarah Screwdriver, you at least would still be alive, right, Dieter? Yes, and if anyone is so inclined, Dieter did set up this PayPal account on my behalf. It says his name, but he's basically my manager at this point, and he's been raising money to fund a new laptop for me so that I can have less technological issues as I'm making this content. My laptop was only $200 and it was basically useless, so I've been relying on a Chromebook that's not ideal for this stuff. It slows everything down. So any amount helps if anyone is so inclined. We appreciate it. If you're listening on the replay, I also do have the PayPal information in the description of the video. And then I also have Cashapp and Venmo, but those are US only. And right now the PayPal is really the best option, since Dieter did go out of his way and fronted quite a bit of money to make sure I would have a really nice laptop to be able to get things done faster and more efficiently, and ultimately have less pain, because I'll be spending less time trying to get my technology to actually work and run faster. So it helps that too, for what it's worth. And I appreciate all your help, Dieter. Thank you so much. And everybody that's, inclined to donate, even any little bit adds up over time, believe me. Debbie, oh, nice. Debbie is still here, just napped a few hours. Nice to see you. Do you have all the MP4s of the episodes? Well, Dieter does. I'm gonna be getting them from Dieter because I don't. Scarlett, you watch it. How do you watch it, Scarlett? You on that other site, right? It's like that we can't name. Yeah.
It's classified.
It's classified, yes. There are other ways, we'll say that much. Thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. I've been here since the 15 minutes in long haul. Wow, Keith, thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. A lot of people wouldn't stay for a live this long, so thank you. And what else? All right, so yeah, I'm working on getting super chats, Keith. I applied for monetization. Yeah, I know YouTube does take a lot. YouTube takes a big chunk, unfortunately. And I'll be able to get memberships and stuff, so that'll help. But I just applied for it. I was eligible a while ago. I had personal reasons why I didn't get to it, and it'll take about a month. But within a month, I might finally be able to be monetized. I'm not going to get much from it. With a small channel, you don't pull in that much. But hey, something's better than nothing. Anyway, so getting back to the episode, so they had their fleeting reunion, and then this dramatic red emergency lighting comes on, which is so cool. I love how they lit these scenes. The red, representing the Audis too, the two of them in Audi form, and get back to their life together. And so she takes over now and leads him back to the elevator. And the red emergency lighting is throughout the building, which tells me that that this is on lockdown. The whole building is on lockdown. And Helly, I know a lot of people are making a lot of a moment that's about to come up here.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second, I have to take a drink. So they're all just kind of looking around, not knowing what's going on, but she knows. Some people are misreading this, I think. She's looking up and around, and she knows what's going on because she made the plan with Mark. And while they wouldn't have known exactly what was going to happen, since there are crazy red lights flashing and alarms going off, she must have figured, okay, Mark found Gemma. And she's glad. She's wanted that all along. She was pushing for it even more than Innie Mark. I mean, honestly, Innie Mark didn't really care as much as he should have about getting Gemma out. But she was wanting to help all along. And she has a look on her face here, and I read this as satisfaction that, yes, he did it. He found Gemma. She wanted that for her and for him, for his Audi. So I don't think this is like, oh, wow, she's actually Helena. I don't like her face. Yeah, her face looks a little different than the others. It's because she had a plan with Mark. She's not confused and bewildered. She knows what he's up to. So that's how I interpret that. And Milchick, now I think this gives him the extra push. Like, the red lighting happens and he knows, okay, some shit's going down, and he gets up enough adrenaline to finally bust down the vending machine. But first, I think it's interesting how he takes a moment to look at himself in the mirror. It's like, he's kind of confronting the dual part of himself, even though he's not severed. He's looking at himself in the mirror like, like, is this really the life that I want? It's like a moment of reflection before he makes his next move. Lumon has been beating him down all season long, and now look at him. He's trapped in a bathroom. All hell's breaking loose. This is supposed to be the greatest day that he was supposed to usher in, and now he knows damn well he's going to be blamed for it all going south. And it's just interesting, even the non-severed people, the show emphasizes the duality of their characters, the shadow self that they're burying. There's a part of him that, is tired of being oppressed by this cult, but he desperately wants their acceptance. So he's pushing that part of himself down, the part of himself that that was offended and hurt by those racist blackface Kier paintings. He's pushing that down and blocking it out, and that's kind of like the part of himself he's looking at in the mirror briefly. That's the way I read that. But then he just, he makes his choice, and he busts down the vending machine in a minute, and Mark and Gemma run for the elevator. By the way, this whole sequence of the Mark and Gemma running for the elevator, this was so taken right out of the Twilight Zone. Like, you can tell that the Twilight Zone is a big influence on Ben Stiller. He named episode 9 after a Twilight Zone episode, and there was a huge reference made to the After Hours episode within it. And in this scene, like, anytime the events in the Twilight Zone were reaching a climax, like a really intense, terrifying peak, it would just be chaos. It would be there would be like this chaotic, fast-paced music, and that's what happened here. It was like straight out of the Twilight Zone. Amazing musical score that they used. The music was just like heart pounding, so intense, so unsettling, frantic, and the camera work was crazy. Kind of slanted. Yeah, like Scarlett was talking about earlier, camera work was slanted here too, with Milchick in the bathroom. And Milchick again has this defeated look on his face, like he did earlier. Like, once again, he's failed. He knows he's going to be blamed for this. The red light, he knows what this means. This means an emergency situation. The building is on lockdown. Mark, probably found Gemma. He knows exactly what's going on here, and you can see it in his face. He's going to be blamed yet again for another failure, and he's never going to measure up in their eyes. And you can see that all in his face. And I love how they are able to communicate emotions without even saying a word in this show. The actors are so good at that. He's been amazing at that this season, showing the human side of him. Wow. Just, in the first season, he was an enigma. We really didn't know much about him. Season 2, one of the things I loved the most was getting to see the human side of him, that he is just a true believer in this cult, and he's desperate for their approval, but he's wrestling with this cognitive dissonance that they're racist and they're never going to accept him, and they do fucked up things, and they treat the innies like subhuman animals. And I hate when people use animal as a derogatory term. Animals, there's nothing wrong with animals, but you know what I mean. They treat innies as subhuman. He let Irving have a funeral, and Ms. Wong said you shouldn't do that. It makes them feel like they're people. He's more humane than any of the others running things, and you get to see that side of him in this season and sympathize or empathize with him. But he's still stuck in the cult. It's very difficult to deprogram from a cult. And anybody that thought he was going to help Mark in this episode and come over to his side, I didn't believe it. I put that in my video last week. I just said, it seems like he has potential to have a redemption arc, and eventually maybe he can be deprogrammed from the cult, but it's going to take more time. He's not ready yet. He let Mark have a little bit of leeway and have an extra day out of work. No questions asked, but he's not going to just do a 180 overnight. That would be too easy. If he had just joined the cause, like, okay, Mark, I'm going to help get your wife out. No, come on. It would be too easy. People don't deprogram from cults that easily. That's why even Cobel, we've got to keep our eyes on Cobel, because she might still be devoted to the cult and still ultimately working toward the, serving Kier in her own way, and just not liking the way Lumon is doing it. She might want to take control of the company herself. Now, as they're running through the hallways, they're like slanted camera angles, frantic camera work. The Twilight Zone frantic music. Twilight Zone inspired, Mark and Gemma just barely make it to the elevator, and Dr. Maurer is running after them, yelling, "Gemma, stop." And there's one line that I found very odd. Right as they get to the elevator, he says, I think they'll kill them all. Let me look at my notes. Wait a minute. Is that what he said? They'll kill them all? It says no. He says, "No, stop. You'll kill them all." Now, what he means by that, I think that means all of Gemma's innies. So people were wondering what he meant by that. I think by getting Gemma out, they'd be killing all of Gemma's innies. I don't know why he would care. I think he's been in love with Gemma herself. Maybe, I don't know, I guess maybe he's in love with all of her and all of her innies. Maybe that's why he cares that by taking Gemma, they're killing all of her innies. unless she reintegrates 26 different innies along with her outie self, and boy, that would be enough to fuck you up in the head. So I don't think that would be a good idea. So I think, yeah, this would effectively kill off her innies, like he said. One last shot of him. They just barely got out with the elevator doors closing and Dr. Maurer yelling. Mark and Gemma have an extremely brief reunion, and it's so fleeting because, and this is actually a comical moment, they're right in mid-kiss when the elevator dings, they switch back to their innie selves, and now it's just like, what the fuck? You literally wake up and you're making out with your coworker and you don't know what the fuck's going on. At least for Ms. Casey, she completely doesn't understand what's going on. Mark at least could figure out why, but for her, it's just baffling. It's an awkward moment. You can see even Mark even does the eye rolling back in his head when they switch, which is really funny. Just imagine waking up and you're making out with your coworker and you have no idea why. And she says, Mark S., what is happening? What did she say? She says, what's taking place? Which I gotta say, she does an amazing job. This actress is phenomenal. The way that she switches to her Miss Casey robotic persona so well, it's amazing. No emotion, just she's back to Miss Casey, and she's so good at that. She really nailed that. Now without her strange Miss Casey wig, it's a little less convincing, but still, I got the sense that she switched back to Miss Casey pretty strongly, and he was just like, he knew what was going on, but he couldn't possibly explain it to her. So, and there he's standing there drenched in blood. I mean, the absurdity of it all, even amid the tragedy that's happening, there's still dark comedy in it. Waking up, making out with Ms. Casey covered in blood, and then it's back to intensity again. The show keeps veering back and forth between moments of dark comedy and intensity in this episode, and I thought it was a brilliant job that they did juxtaposing the two. Because then it's back to tense again, and as soon as the doors open, they're running again. Milchick, I think once the red lights came on, and he realized now he's going to be blamed for the shit hitting the fan again, it gave him the push he needed to get the adrenaline to finally bust down the vending machine and get the hell out of there. You could see in his face, he's done with this shit. He's getting out of there. He's sick of being beaten down, and until he leaves this cult, though, that's never going to end. Maybe by the end of the series, I think he'll be able to be redeemed and get out of it, but for now, it's going to take more time. So he takes a running start and he busts the vending machine down. And Mark and Gemma are running for the exit at the same time. It takes him a few tries, but he busts it down. And how Mark and Gemma find their way to the exit, I have no idea, because it's Innie Mark. Well, I mean, Innie Mark knows how to navigate it, I guess, but it's chaotic trying to find their way. I've never understood how they navigate those halls. And he manages to get her to run with him, which I thought would take more convincing. I figured maybe he'd have to keep a hold onto her hand to get her to come with him, because she's still Miss Casey.
Yeah, but maybe this is like Miss Casey's big adventure, because she's only been able to walk down that hallway and turn around and walk down the other way.
True.
Maybe this is living for her.
Yeah, so maybe she just decided to go with it. I thought she put up more of a, some resistance, like, like, no, I have to stay here, because she's so docile normally.
Mm-hmm.
But but she, he immediately at the first, when they first started running, he had grabbed her hand, but now she's just following him. But yeah, I think you're right. Just this is like the most living she's ever gotten to do.
Yeah.
So.
Uh-huh.
And Milchick, he's determined now. Not that red lights are on. He's, again, another use of the red shows, rage. When Dylan attacked Milchick and bit him in season 1, the lights in the room turned red. And at this point, Milchick is pissed because he knows things must be going south if the emergency lights are on. That means the building's on lockdown. And yeah, he's determined to get out of there. So he keeps taking a running start and slamming into the vending machine. And Dylan manages to hold him off, at least for this long. Again, Dylan being the MVP 2 season finales in a row. But and I loved how they did this with the flashing red light as they're running through the hall, and the slanted camera angles. Again, the Twilight Zone-like music. And Milchick busts the vending machine down. And he climbs on top of it, and he reminds me of like some kind of a crouching creature, like he looks animalistic when he crouches like that, and he looks like he's snarling. He's like, he has this look on his face. He's like crouching, like like it, like I don't even know what, but he and Drummond were giving off those vibes in this episode when they were really pushed and fed up with this, like this Innie rebellion that's happening. And the way he looks at them, this is the last shot we get of him, I believe, in the finale. He's facing them down. Mark and Gemma get to the exit door, and he has to try to convince her to go out. And at this point, I really don't think he ever intended on going with her. He said, "You have to go." He said, "You have to go." He didn't say we. He said you. I don't think he ever intended to go. He intended to stay with Helly. They were kind of toying with us as viewers, making us think maybe he was considering going. As we'll see in a moment. But look at this. Milchick see, look, I think they've convinced the marching band to join with them. They definitely have. That's the strong implication of this scene. They're all staring down Milchick together as one crowd, all facing him. And then they show several of their faces, and they look defiant. And there he is, Dylan, right in the middle. All of them looking pretty formidable, like an army. They look like an army, staring him down. And then Dylan with that call back to the season 1 finale, saying, "Fuck you, Mr. Milchick." I thought it was satisfying as hell. I liked the callback. And this time he's just saying it confidently. "Fuck you, Mr. Milchick." I think this is foreshadowing that they're going to be like an army. It's going to be a revolution. They look very much like an army. They operated like an army. One of them yelled, "Fall back," in this episode. Fall back to C&M, because he said the performance has been compromised. They operate like a military unit. So I think it's going to be a revolution. And they're going to be rising up, and they've already turned on Milchick. I think his face now is he's realizing this, like, oh shit, they underestimated what Innies were capable of. They are capable of banding together. I mean, they knew there was some risk of this kind of thing because they kept the departments separate and spread rumors about them, like having pouches with larval offspring and really weird shit, and making up that whole lie about the something of, what is it, the barbarity of optics and design, the grim barbarity of optics and design. They said that O&D disemboweled people from MDR and all this ridiculous propaganda, because they knew this is throughout history, this is how you keep people under control, because the elite ruling class, they're always in the minority. So the key to controlling the masses from rising up, you divide and conquer. You make them fear or hate each other, and then they don't band together and rise up against you. But that's what's happening now. They're rising up against those in power. And then Mark gets Gemma to go out, or Miss Casey now turns back into Gemma. And he says, you have to go. He didn't intend on going. He never said we. And once she got out there, the door was locked. The building's on lockdown. That's why she wasn't able to get back in. And they toyed with us. They made us think, okay, maybe he's gonna consider going out. I liked how the lighting behind him, it would go from red, and he's like normally lit, and then now he's red, and the background is white. It's like this tension between, like, okay, is he going to go out and become his outie self again or not? Is he going to stay? They toyed with us, showing his hands faltering, considering, is he going to, like, he's considering, should I go or should I stay? Should I stay or should I go? But he was never going to go. I don't think that was ever the plan. He and Helly had that little code with each other. See you at the equator. She was going to meet him there. That was always the plan. And Gemma's crying and pleading with him to come, and it's devastating. But and I honestly think maybe in that moment he was thinking about it. He was thinking, like, should I really stay here? But I think the plan was to stay. And the clincher was when Helly showed up. And then there was really no indecision left anymore. He may have considered changing the plan and going out, but she showed up and it was all over.
Yeah, maybe if he didn't think she could show up or something. It might have
Right.
been the plan B.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And that was it. That was the clincher. She shows up, all bathed in red back there. Beautiful lighting. It was gorgeous. And, again, the perfect mirror image of herself in the floor. And there's no floor on earth that is that shiny.
That's probably why these episodes are like so expensive, because you have to have somebody buffering like everything and every set to make it look mirror perfect.
Right?
Just a whole team of people that just polish stuff, that just polish everything in the scene.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, they have to polish the walls, the floors, the
Half
cabinets.
the budget is gloss.
Half the freaking production budget, the walls, the floors, the tables, the cabinets, everything is like a mirror. It's to remind us constantly of their dual selves, and it's aesthetically gorgeous. She's Helly, but she's also, we have to always remember, she's also Helena. And I don't know, I know some people think she's Helena right now, but either way, she's both of these people. And yeah, it's gorgeous the way they did this. It's just aesthetically gorgeous. And he sees her, and then it's all over. And Gemma sees her. And it's like Gemma sees this, and it's like Gemma knows what's going to happen somehow. She doesn't know Helly or Helena or any of these, either version of her, but it's like maybe she's getting the sense in that moment that Mark has developed a bond with another woman down here, because I see a kind of look of recognition on her face. And Helly called out to Mark, this was definitely the plan. That I definitely think they were supposed to meet here. This, like you pointed out, this is like the equator. It's the division between the innie self and the outie self is that stairwell. And they met at the quote unquote equator. So, it's devastating for Gemma. She's crying and screaming, and it's like it's so bittersweet because we were wanting her to get out this whole time, wanting her to escape, and she finally escapes, and it's under these devastating, tragic circumstances.
Well, I just like that Mel put in the chat that where is it that he probably should have yelled to her to go meet with Devin. Like, he gave her absolutely no instructions.
Yeah.
Like, where is Devin and Cobel? I'm assuming they're close, hopefully, somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. There needs to be somebody there. I'm assuming Devin is out there somewhere. We just don't know it yet. There's got to be some plan. It would have to be Devin and not Cobel, because Cobel would be in hiding right now from Lumon. Wow, 64 people. That still, the numbers keep going up. What the hell? I guess, I don't know, maybe some European people woke up, enjoyed the chat.
Yeah, early morning crowd.
So I don't know, maybe some Europeans are waking up and listening or tuning in. Please
or
hit the
people
like
here on the East Coast are waking up, getting their coffees, and want to go deep diving.
Yeah, that could be, actually. Some people get up this early, so please hit the like. Anybody listening, if you haven't already, we'd appreciate it. You have just a little bit more time before we do the giveaway announcement. So if you want to enter to win a Scary Numbers t-shirt, you can put hashtag GOAT in the chat, GOAT, all lowercase, because I'm going to be doing that shortly. Oh, Mel is in Australia. Wow, cool. Another Australian. We've got a bunch. We've got a bunch of Australians who follow us. That's cool. There's Matt Gilbert, there's David Agile, there's Grant Gregory, of course, and Miss J's, and I know I'm probably forgetting one or two others. Oh, Carla Way. Yeah, that's so cool. Anyway, your husband left you a year ago for another woman. Yeah, see, this is that look you get when you realize, right here. Where is it? Where is it?
You are the look you realize when you are free, but your husband's been having tense sex with another lady.
Right here. That look you get when you realize, yeah, your husband's been cheating on you, or your husband left you a year ago for another woman. Right there. That look on her face, like, oh shit. Yeah. And yeah, Mel, they could have added the reflection in post-production too. That's true. They could have. They do a lot of that. Yeah, she's his true calling, his rebel rich girl, redhead revolutionary girlfriend. That's a nice alliterative phrase, Matt. I like it. Yeah, so he goes to her and he takes one last look back at Gemma, like, kind of torn between two lovers sort of thing, the classic quandary. But at this point, he's already made his decision, and it's pretty obvious. He's not even, hesitating anymore. But and she knows what's happening too. I mean, she starts screaming again, and Helly genuinely is not sure if he's going to choose. It seems like she's unsure. She's just like, she's got that look on her face, like, hoping that he chooses to stay with her, but she really did leave it up to him, though. I really think she did the right thing the way that she handled it, and she left it in his hands. She did have that plan to meet him there, but she did that knowing full well he could change his mind and leave if he wanted to. And by encouraging this plan, she was also accepting that he was going to risk his life to free his outies wife, and she was encouraging him to do that. So I mean, I have to applaud her for that. It was very unselfish. And then he gives her this look like, yeah, she's the one for him. He always planned on staying with her. I'm convinced of that. That was the plan. He was not going to leave, but he did want to get Gemma out. So I had to use this as my thumbnail. It was just so good that this was the thumbnail for the video for tonight. It was what a beautifully aesthetically gorgeous shot. He took one last look at Gemma, and he's bathed in red, but no, he's choosing to stay there as an innie, with Helly in the background waiting for him. And yeah, they really amped up the drama of the moment. They dragged it out for a while, and it was sad to watch Gemma crying and screaming
I
like
thought
that.
I thought they were gonna end it right here. I'd be like,
Yeah.
to be continued.
I would have been really pissed. I hate that. At least he made a choice. It's still a cliffhanger because everything's up in the air now. All hell's breaking loose, but at least it's not as bad of a cliffhanger. That I think season 1 was more open-ended, like him coming out and running and yelling, "She's alive."
Mm-hmm.
That was way more open-ended than this. At least we have a clear idea of what's happening now. So it's less of a big question mark. There are a lot of questions, but he made a choice. It's so gorgeous how they did this. It would go from white to light to like starting to get bathed in red and then complete red. It's beautifully done. I thought they were going to just kiss right then and there, but it was like, no, they didn't, because like you pointed out, they planned on this. It wasn't like he just suddenly decided to pick her and, so then it would be like this emotional kiss, like he's choosing her. No, I think this was the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So, they just took he took her hand and they just started running. I mean,
because they made that big deal all the time of her kissing him when it was life or death.
Yes. At really intense moments. Right. Mm-hmm. And this was an intense moment, but it was one that they planned on. Mm-hmm. She still has a look on her face of slight surprise, like, oh, wow, he really did choose me. She couldn't be sure that he might not decide to leave once he sees Gemma. She couldn't be sure. And maybe love would transcend severance and he'd decide to leave with Gemma once he saw her. Mm-hmm. Well, so she looked like pleasantly surprised in that moment. Like, wow, he really did choose me. Choose to stay here. I mean, she was even pushing him, saying like, you could at least have a life outside of here, which is unselfish again. Now, this look on her face, people have been debating on this, saying that this is Helena looking back, like a mean look. I don't think this looks mean, personally. I don't. She's looking back at Gemma.
It's sort of like sympathy, I think.
I think it looks like sympathy. Yeah. Like she feels sorry for Gemma. Like it doesn't look like, I got
like a
my
smirk
man.
or anything, like a smirk or a, eyebrow arched or anything.
No, none of those things. Like, I think she genuinely feels sympathy for Gemma. Mm-hmm. She wants Mark for herself, but she was willing to let him make his own choice, and he made his choice. Mm-hmm. And yeah, she wants him for herself, but she feels sympathy, I believe, and compassion. for Gemma. So that's my interpretation of that. I don't think it's Helena, in my opinion. I don't think it makes sense for it to be Helena. I think it would totally cheapen the emotional impact of the story if it's Helena. And this story, the emotional impact is important to this series, just like with From. It's not just about the mystery for them. You know, it's about the emotional journey. And if they were to pull some kind of twist where it's actually Helena, I just think it would cheapen the emotional impact of Helly's journey. Helly is a character in her own right. And, you know, this is Helly. Yeah.
Barely.
She didn't get as much. She didn't get as much to work with this season.
I needed more Helly time.
She's a character in her own right, though. So they have this amazing sequence where they basically run off into the sunset together, except, and they talk about this.
The red sunset is just the lights of Lumon's lockdown.
Yes. It's basically like, yeah, they're running off into the unknown together. And they talked about this on the podcast, how they're running off into the sunset together, but it's this twisted unknown that they're running off into that it's romantic, but it's terrifying because they have no idea what's coming next. But they just know they want to be together, so they're going to face whatever it is, and they're willing to take that risk to be together and to also not just to continue to have lives. I don't think it's solely about being together as a couple. There's the love story aspect of it, but it's also about just having the value of their lives as innies. Mark said it in this episode. People get all hooked on the romantic part of it, but Mark said it in this episode that, you know, we find ways to feel whole. Like it's really not, nightmare is the wrong word. He said, you know, these are our lives and, you know, we don't want to lose them. These are the only lives we have, essentially. That's what he said. So their lives are messed up and they're stuck in Lumon, but what's the alternative? The alternative is this reintegration thing. Who knows how it would pan out? And they don't want to like lose their own existence or each other. So it's about both things. And then they do this really cool effect where they're running together. You see their dual reflections too on the floor. And as they're running, like you've got the red lighting following them, I just love how that looks aesthetically. It's so cool. It was the same thing they did with the white lighting in the black hallway earlier. Now it's red. Yeah, and you had that song Windmills in the, what is it?
Windmills of Your Mind.
Windmills of Your Mind started playing. It's just such a fitting song choice, actually. And they kind of look at each other. Even in this chaos, like she has like a little smile on her face, and they're looking at each other like, you know, they're gonna just face whatever's coming next together. And yeah, and they're like, she looks oddly happy now that I look at these stills. She's smiling. It's like, it's utter chaos, and yet she's smiling. I mean, what kind of life? When I first watched it, I was pissed, but when I had time to think about it, I understood why they needed to end it this way. It wouldn't be a show anymore if Mark and Gemma got out. We wouldn't have a show, and somebody has to be trapped. Couldn't be that easy, and you know, this is a more interesting alternative. I mean, yes, logically, it makes no sense. What kind of life can they have together under these circumstances? All war seems to be breaking out, and an all-out war full of chaos and destruction, and you know, who knows what could happen. But they choose that over I mean, going out into the unknown of the world that they've never experienced, not really, and trying this reintegration thing, she wouldn't be able to do that. So they just decided to take a gamble on this. And this is that grainy thing that they did. It looks like that old grainy film, which was a
they
cool
used
effect.
real film.
So they must have switched in this, sequence of this,
I
this
read
little,
that they used real film at the end.
which is it's a really cool aesthetic. Yeah, it's grainy, and then this is where it freezes. It froze right here, and then it just zooms in. As
So I say it looks like a painting. It looks like one of the Kier paintings.
It does. It does look like a painting. So I thought they nailed it. What a way to end the season! Oh my god! Like, it's like he's covered in blood. He's just decided to stay down there with her. All out revolution could be breaking out now. He's just killed Drummond. Who knows what's going to happen with her? I mean, they could just extract her because she's an Eagan. She could be taken out of there whether she wants to or not.
Yeah, but Jame likes Helly, though.
That's true. Yeah, Jame likes Helly better.
Her.
Maybe Jame might like this.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe too much.
The fire of maybe a little too much.
I'm gonna spill my lineage to all this story. Helly.
Right. Oh man. That's a horrifying thought. But this is so cool.
I didn't write Jame Eagan's character.
Yeah.
I didn't write that stuff.
Yeah, you didn't know. It's from the twisted mind of Dan Erickson.
Wonder how his family life is.
Yeah. It makes you wonder. But I liked how they dissolved then into the red. That's how they closed it. It was instead of fade to black, it was fade to red, which was fitting. The cliffhanger, instead of fading to black, we're fading to outy red, and red of revolution, red for, the spilling of blood.
Color of the blood.
Yeah. Yeah. And they never have done this before with the credits. It's never been red. I liked how they did that. And then they did this, this effect with it looks like a windmill. That's why I included that, because, yeah. That's they usually have the windmill in the credits. And again, it looks like the 3 desks that the band were turning around, the band members. So really great song choice. As always, this show nails it with the song choices. Man, that was tough to break down. God damn, there's just so much to discuss on this. It was an epic finale, one of the best I've ever seen. So good. God, I can only imagine what's going to happen in the next few years before we get the next season. God, hopefully the asteroid doesn't hit Earth before we get a resolution. I want to know what's going to happen next.
So, do we want to get to the giveaway soon here?
Yes. Yes. I just need to make a quick bathroom run. I'll be right back, and we can do that. I'll be right back.
Okay. Promo.
So last chance before we do the giveaway.
Yeah.
Last chance to anyone listening. If you want to, I'll show it one more time. So we're giving away a shirt. This is the exact shirt that we're giving away. It's from MagickwithaK's Etsy shop, and it's a scary number shirt, and it says JulieBDeepDives as the file name in the top left corner. And it's US and Europe only, I believe, and so she can cover shipping, but if you live in a country in Europe where there are import fees, that's the thing she can't cover, just FYI. So if you want to enter it, all you have to do is type hashtag GOAT, GOAT, into the chat. That is the last chance. I'm going to be back in a couple minutes, and then I'll do the drawing. And thank you very much, Matt. I appreciate it. Thank you. Applause for Julie and Scarlett, he said. We appreciate it. It was not easy. A lot to break down. Like Mel said, that was also Russian red too, you know, little flavor of Marxism.
They were Russian down the hallway.
Oh, they were Russian. They were Russian. Yes. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll do promo. So tonight, and it's going to come up faster than you probably would think, we're having a watch party for the new series The Residents on Netflix and Julie's Discord at 10 o'clock tonight, EST. Be there. It's a murder mystery. It has 157 suspects. It's got dark comedy. It's got awkward quirkiness. If you love Severance, you'll probably love The Residents. And that is tonight at 10 p.m. EST on Julie's Discord, which should be listed somewhere on this YouTube page if Dieter doesn't list it in the chat. On Thursday, there's going to be a real surprise for Yellow Jackets fans. If you are a fan of Yellow Jackets, I got a surprise for you. The actress that plays Jen, Vanessa Parad, will be in the chat live on Sci-Fi Vision, and me and Jamie Ruby will be interviewing her. But if you have any questions for her, feel free to put them in the chat or get a hold of Sci-Fi Vision or myself on Discord and ask the questions to me, and we'll make sure that they get answered to the actress. And on Friday, we are having story time with Doug and on Julie's channel on JulieBDeepDives, and Doug will regale us with stories of the theater and other experiences of his long, amazing life. And that will be around, I think, 10 p.m. EST on JulieBDeepDives channel. And on Sunday, again, if you're digging Yellow Jackets, me and Jamie Ruby will be doing a breakdown of the next episode, the current episode of Yellow Jackets, which I do believe is 9. It can't be 9, 8. There's got to be more. There's got to be more Yellow Jackets. But anyway, we'll do a breakdown of the current episode, or roughly 11 p.m. EST, and Sci-Fi Vision's channel. If Dieter's still around, maybe you can put that in the chat, or Julie can pin the chat the Sci-Fi Vision channel later. And we usually do maybe about a 3-hour breakdown of the whole episode, theories. People can call in and talk about their theories if they want, and it's generally a good time for everybody involved. So that's what's happening in the week. I think later in the month, we're going to be having more Severance Mondays. We're going to be having a talk about Rickon's book, The You You Are, and that'll be in a couple 2 weeks' time, which will give everybody enough time to read The You You Are or listen to audiobook, and it's only an hour long. And then 2 weeks from now on a Monday, we will get together around this time and chat about it. And we'll have some interactive chat stuff, like Rickon has a quiz where you can find out if you're a Vestal, a Dove, a Scribe, a Warrior, or a Coward. And we also have a poll where you can, if you want to, say to the world which one you are, and then we will have other sections, like there's a section on doing acrostic poetry and other things, and we'll interact with the chat and we'll have fun. It'll be like, a back and forth thing where we share poems and share, the different things that Rickon wants you to do on your vanity. There's different things he wants you to put on the vanity, or affirmations and stuff like that. So that will be kind of a separate thing, and we'll have fun doing that. And the next Monday coming up will be just a call-in show with your theories about the season of Severance, either talking about season 2 or what do you expect in season 3. And that will be a very kind of casual talk, and it'll be really fun, and that will probably just go as long as it will possibly go. So I don't know if we ever put up the poll. We were going to put up this poll earlier to see if people thought it was Helly or Helena, but I think that might pretty much went to the wayside.
Yep, I forgot.
That's fine.
Yeah. Maybe I'll probably do it next time we do a severance live. Our next severance live we'll do a call in, and we'll, people who want to share their thoughts can call in and discuss the finale next Monday at 10:15 p.m. Eastern. And yes, I agree. Helly, Mel, definitely. So.
Oh, I think Debbie Evie Bowebby wanted to know about the Yellow Jackets thing. The interview's at on Sci-Fi Vision Thursday at 7 p.m. EST.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Very cool. Okay. So. Oh, that's cool, Keith. The red lights reminded Keith of a Kubrick Clockwork Orange Kill Bill /007 credits vibe. Oh yeah, the credits too. Oh yeah, definitely. The end credits. Yeah, just checking on what I missed here. Just scanning through the chat. I love that Dr. Bauer is a really bad runner. Yeah, he was really. He was really awkward at running, wasn't he? He was like, it was embarrassing. I think they probably told him to comically run like that. Yeah, he definitely, when Maurer said, "No, you'll kill them all," he was talking about all Gemma's innies. When they were getting in the elevator, he said, "No, you'll kill them all." He really fell in love with Gemma and all her innies.
Yeah,
so,
he's obsessed with all her innies.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with each innie equally.
He was in a 26-way relationship with Gemma in his mind. All 26 versions of her. No, wait, it's 27 versions of her, including her outie. So 27 versions of Gemma, and he loves them all equally. Ridiculous. Debbie, oh my God, this is ridiculous. Igor got a $200 super chat and YouTube took over $100 of it. See, this is why I don't want to do super chats. This is bullshit. That's absolute nonsense. YouTube should not be getting that kind of money out of little guys who are just trying to keep their head above water. Like Igor has a pretty thriving channel right now, but he's not making bank. Believe me, he's not making enough money to quit it, whatever his day job is. I'm sure of that. That's bullshit. So that's why I don't want to monetize the channel. That's a big reason why I don't. It's much better to just, if people want to donate, it's much better to donate through Cashapp, Venmo, or PayPal, and then YouTube doesn't get a cut on it. Greedy bastards. I had other issues with it, but that was one reason. Anyway, but just scanning through here some stuff that I missed before I do the drawing. Let's see. What else did I miss? And please hit the like. I'll say that one more time. I'd appreciate it. Oh, Amy made a Children of Kier song. That's cool. I'll have to check that out, Dieter. It'll take me too long with my internet. My Wi-Fi is really bad tonight, so it'll take too long to try to load it. So I won't hold us up by trying. But next time, I can do that for next time. Keith, I don't think there is a purpose for the other workers besides keeping Mark happy. I think their files are nonsense. The dead animal references the manifesto of Rick and Cobel. Yeah, the Rickon thing, I think they pushed it to the side and they shouldn't have. That I think was dumb. They built that up to be like something important this season, and it wound up being a nothing burger. And right now, it really does seem like a nothing burger after what just happened. So I don't know why they did that, but yeah, the other workers, I think they were just there to pacify Mark and make sure he stayed productive. That's why when Milchick threw together a new team over the weekend, he said, I hope there'll be chemistry or something. It's all about pacifying Mark, I think. I think those other files were just bullshit. For Dylan and Helly and whatnot. Mark should have told Miss Casey that her outie is his outie's wife. Yeah, I don't think there was much time to explain it though.
Well, no time.
Why are we
Should have wrote her a note. Should have wrote her a note, put it in her pocket on the way out.
Yeah, that would have been a good idea. Keith said he read an interview that they did multiple takes. Original cut was for Milchick to kick the machine, fall back. In one attempt, it falls over and he's standing there all raging, and it was a happy accident. Oh, wow. I think it was better the way they did it, honestly. Multiple attempts. So that's interesting. So they kept the scene that we see. That's cool. Well, here, yeah, the band was definitely on Dylan's side, Jeter. And yes, Innie Dylan is hilarious. Yeah, I know. Like, what do Mark and Helly expect to happen? They live happily ever after in the replica of Kier's house where they host the Waffle movies.
Yep.
Yeah, seriously.
Consummate their love on Kier's bed. Throw away that can't sit on here sign. Just throw it on the ground.
Just throw it on the ground. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. No bed sitting, they said.
Rebellion.
No bed sitting my ass. We'll just take over the whole place. Revolution is in the air. I'm here for it. Now that we know about the music department, yeah, choreography and merriment. Do you guys think that's where the Waffle Party people work?
Yep.
Maybe.
100%.
Yeah.
Choreography.
Maybe. The yellow was behind Milchick. The best way to make a slave believe he is free is to convince him he is an employee, attributed to Marx. I never heard of that. Interesting. And there was some quote in this show that was it Cobel who said it? The best way to enslave a man is to convince him that he's free or something like that. Something like that. So to that effect. Yeah, like an employee, yeah, like rather than a slave. Yeah, I could see that. That, you know, they're just an employee and not a slave. So that's not as bad. Yeah, he was realizing he'll die if he goes out the door. Yes. He should have yelled at her to go meet with Devin. There must have been some kind of a plan. There had to have been. Because they had to have figured that maybe Innie Mark would not go through with it and leave. Mm-hmm. If they just left Gemma to her own devices and didn't have Devin out there, then that would be really stupid. I have to assume Devin's in the parking lot, I would hope. But we're left to wonder now until next season. They couldn't be sure. I mean, after that confrontation with Innie Mark yelling and threatening that you'll never see your wife again if I don't see the severed floor, you really think you can count on him to execute the plan the way you want? You need to have Devin out there and make sure. Like, anyway. Going back to what I said before, Gemma not being forced to go back in. I just watched again. She says, Mark, you got to go home. She wasn't able to get back in because it was the building was on lockdown. That's what I think. She was trying to get back in. No one was ever forced. When they go out, they choose. We just don't see it. But their outie chooses to come back in. And she was trying her damnedest, but the door was locked. The whole building was on lockdown. And so she couldn't get back in. Mark's his Innie. He probably barely remembers anyone he met outside. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so just scrolling through. Anything else I missed that's interesting here? It's possible that it's possible that Gemma could have voluntarily had a severance procedure to forget about her trauma. She and Mark had drifted apart a lot. She could have been lying about going to a party that night. It's possible. I don't know. I tend to think that she really was going to a party and she got abducted, but it could go either way. Time to be severed till season 3. Yeah. I think they run to the place where they shared vessels and make a plan to meet again, maybe at the birthing cabin when she's pregnant. Wait, who runs there? I don't know what that I don't know what that meant because I'm behind the chat there. I was just looking back at things. That was how it was originally written, Mark between the two women in the hallway. Oh. And then they decided to actually show who he chose. I like that better. I'm glad they did that. She showed up to watch him leave, but he hadn't left. And then Mark saw her and he made a decision not to go, but to stay. I think they planned on, I don't know. He might have planned on staying with her the whole time, but they were going to meet there either way. That was definitely part of the plan for sure. Yeah, Mel, I agree. I was disappointed he didn't have any flashbacks from reintegration in the finale, but I guess that's completely gone. I don't think it's gone. They mentioned it in exposition that he's been having flashes, so I think it's still happening. They're just not showing it to us, and that sucks because it's a really cool, trippy effect, and I would rather see it than hear about it in exposition. Like he mentioned to his Innie, like, "Hey, I've been having flashes. I'm sure you have been too." And yes, I think it's sympathy on Helly's face. Lumon screwed everyone. Helly sees in Gemma another victim of Lumon, maybe even some guilt. Absolutely. She's a compassionate person. She's not just happy to get her way. She deserved a bit more time after risking her life to save Gemma. Yeah, I agree. There's a plot hole there because Cobel is at the cabin. Mark says he's reintegrating, but says, I better be on the severance floor. Suddenly Mark's fine. What did Cobel do? I think we saw it from Innie Mark's perspective. It looks like a plot hole, but what we saw was, he switched back to his Audi. They went home and all that, and eventually he went back to work, and from his Innie perspective, that's what we see. It's like, boom, he's back at work. So, the color of hell, love, and revolution, and of danger. Yes, Matt, absolutely. The Windmills of Your Mind was a perfect ending song, 100%. Yes, it's as much about the society they're building down there. Love was the catalyst for change. It's not the only thing, it's both. Yes, people get so hung up on the romance aspect of it. It's not just about him choosing Helly, staying down there for love. It's more than that. It's much deeper than that. Proto-society, community, exactly. Helly likes to take off her shoes. Practical gal, indeed. Ending it this way leaves us with hope for all our characters. Yeah, I like that way of looking at it, Mel. So 70s, freeze frame and cheesy music. That's exactly what they were going for. Jame likes Helly, so she'll use that as her way out. I could see that. Russian red. Maybe Helly becomes the next Gemma. I doubt it just because she's James' daughter, but who knows? I mean, with this show. Anyway, so I'm gonna do the winner drawing. So I'm gonna share my screen so you can actually see it. And if it's somebody who's not in the chat anymore, which is highly likely because we've been going for 6 hours and 47 minutes.
Where's their commitment level?
Yeah, where's their commitment?
Must be present to win.
Yeah, you got to stick it out for 7 hours, damn it. How dare you leave before we announce the winner? Matt thinks the manifesto of Rickon has a definite role to play. It was more important in season 1. I hope it'll still, like the new manifesto that he's writing, I hope that it's still relevant because it seemed interesting. I liked where they were going with it. Seemed like it was selling out. Maybe next season we'll see more on that. What else? Once it had fulfilled its role in season 1, they kind of did a visit from the state censor thing with Natalie trying to get Rickon to essentially censor his text, but that's where it sits as of the end. Right. I don't think they have any expectations other than not dying and being together with their friends for 10 seconds or minutes. Okay, cool. Yeah, something to that effect, wage slavery, but the Innies are much closer to slavery. They aren't even serfs. Yeah, they have no bodily autonomy. They have no rights at all. Get that JulieBDeepDives text on your chest. That's funny, Dieter. Dylan stood tall, his army in sight. Fuck you, Mr. Milchick, he screamed with might. Milchick just smirked, calm as can be. This severance package won't come for free. Nice. There's slavery and then there's slavery. For me, it's all about the question of who owns, controls, and benefits from the work that produces the wealth of the society. Right. And that's concentrated in the hands of the minority, the elites. So they've got to keep the masses under control, divide and conquer. That's why they've divided the departments with all their bullshit propaganda stories. And now look what's happening. There's revolution because they're uniting. They're joining together. The surest way to tame a prisoner is to let him believe he's free. That's what the quote was that they said earlier in the season. Yes. I think Cobel said it. She may have been tricked, manipulated by Lumon during her time of grief and vulnerability. It's what cults and some religious do. Right. It's possible that Gemma may have been tricked into getting severed to overcome her grief over not being able to get pregnant and maybe not tell Mark because they were drifting apart so much. Yeah, I think they did the best possible thing they could have done with the ending. If he had just been torn between the two of them and it cut right there, I would have been screaming at the screen. It's still a cliffhanger regardless, though. I don't think there was a plan that extended that far. For me personally, it works better as a decision made in the heat of the moment. Mark was about to open that door. That's from the perspective of the Innie. That's true. I mean, for me, I think it could also mean he was considering changing his mind and going out there. So it could go either way. He was definitely considering it. Either way, he was considering opening that door for sure. Oh, we got one more entry just in under the wire from Jaden the Goat. Okay, then. Thank you, Keith, for looking up that quote. I appreciate it. Thanks, Mel. Yeah, this is what we do. Starting to feel down. Oh, sorry, Dieter. Well, you're with friends. We appreciate you. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Got an email from Ben. From who? What? Which Ben? Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll end. Yeah, I'll end it once we finish. I'll end with the clip of Cobel singing. Okay, time to do the drawing and wrap this thing up. S. Madison, yeah, I don't think it's a plot hole. Cobel did nothing. It was just from the Innie's perspective, so we didn't see. And thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Okay. Ben Buffer. Who's Ben Buffer? I knew it wasn't Ben. I knew it wasn't. I knew it wasn't.
Buffer.
I knew it wasn't Ben Stiller, obviously, but I'm like, what Ben are you talking about? Who's Ben Buffer? I don't know who Ben Buffer is. Okay.
I just got text from Adam, my friend Adam.
Yeah. Okay.
Adam Jones.
All right, I'm gonna share. What?
Adam Jones,
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to the to the giveaway screen so I can do this and we can wrap this thing up for tonight. All right.
Go. Oh, pay attention. Pay attention, everybody.
Okay. Here we go. Deechin says hi from Australia. Yes. If Deechin is out there, hello. We have a lot of Australian people.
The
We have a lot of Australian
show?
people.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah,
Does
Deechin,
Deechin
please
want a
come.
t-shirt?
Yeah, Deechin, we'd love for you to join.
Yeah.
There are other
That'd be good.
Australians. We have multiple people from Australia following this
Yeah,
channel.
she's from Australia. She's from Australia too.
Yeah, you never know. Okay.
No, you don't need to goat again, Debbie. If you've goated once, it's enough.
Yes, you're all set. You're all set, Debbie. You're good. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I saw Debbie's name in there. She's in there. Oh my god!
Oh my
it is
god! The goat!
It's the latest person who entered. See, wow! Right in under the wire too. That was the last person who entered. Well, you got in just in time. Just in time. Okay. Well, there we go. Jaden the goat. Congratulations. So, you lucky son of a goat. So Jaden, the plus side of that too is Jaden might still be listening or in the chat.
Yeah, he's
that was only a few minutes ago. So, well, there we go. Jaden is here. So now I need to connect you with the Etsy shop owner. The owner of the Etsy shop is going to be the one shipping it, not me. So are you doing the details for the giveaway, Julie, or me? Dieter, do you know how we're doing this with the shop owner? Because if not, then I'll just have Jaden contact me, and then we'll put Jaden in contact with the shop owner. So that name seems suspicious. This happens to have goat in the name too. How about that? That's fitting. That's fitting. So Dieter, I don't know if you know more than me, but we're in contact with this awesome Etsy shop owner, MagickwithaK. She will be the one shipping it. And so Jaden, if you want to email me, I'll put you in contact with her. You can email me. And then she's going to be you can give her, I'll put you in contact with her. You can or you can send me I don't know if you want to share your address with me, but if not, I will put you in contact with her, but just email me first. We'll do it that way. So you can email me here. It's just my channel name, JulieBDeepDives @gmail.com. And just, if you want to send me an email, then I can give your email address to the shop owner, and then she can be in touch with you. You can give her your address if you don't want to give it to me. I totally understand if you don't want to share your personal info with me, your address. But you can email me. I will put you in contact with her. So we'll do it that way, and because not everybody is on different social networks, but everybody has email. So I mean, I would hope you have email. If you don't, I'm also on Twitter, but I'm sure everyone has email. I'm on Twitter and I'm on Instagram, and all my socials are on my channel. So all right, Jaden, sounds like a plan then. Just email me. You can either give me your address and I'll forward it to her, or you can just email me so I have your email address, and I will forward your email address to the Etsy shop owner, who was so kind to do this for us, and we appreciate it. And if anybody wants to check out her shop, you can check out her awesome merch. She has loads of t-shirts, mugs, notebooks, like candles, tote bags, all kinds of fun Severance merch. And you can, I believe until June, you can get a 15% discount if you click the link that Dieter dropped in the chat. And there's also in the description of this video, you'll find that if you're listening on the replay. So yeah, definitely check out her shop. She's got lots of really fun stuff with some of the best lines in the show. Really fun stuff. And yeah, Dieter's already bought the shirt with my name on it and the Scary Numbers mug. It's really cool stuff. So definitely check that out. Until June 1st, the discount code is good for 15% off. Again, thank you so much to the awesome chat for a great conversation as always. And to Scarlett and Grant earlier. It's a great conversation and I really enjoyed it. Thanks, Scarlett, for hanging in for 7 hours. I don't know how you're going to get to work now.
Well, it's the last one, so.
It's the last one. Now we
Well,
can.
I mean, if we're just doing casual conversation, I'm going to bail at about 2 a.m. from now on.
Yeah.
If you have
Plus-
call-ins. Especially if we have call-ins. We'll have a panel, people talking.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right, guys? You guys?
Yeah.
No fighting kids.
Yes. Yeah. The code, Debbie, that link that Dieter put in the chat. Yeah, Dieter just put it in. So if you go on her Etsy page, you can put in that code JulieBDeepDives 15, or you can just click the link. And if you click the link, it automatically applies the discount code for you. So you just, if there's something you want to buy, if you click the link that Dieter shared and that's in the description of the video, the discount code will already be applied when you pick something and go to buy it and put it in your cart. The discount will already be there. So you'll see it, the 15% off. So makes it nice and easy. So yeah. See y'all at the equator. Yes, Mel. Thank you for everybody that stuck around. Keith has been here from the beginning. So that's awesome. And Dieter, of course, you've been here all this time being amazing and supporting. Thank you for everything that you do. Truly appreciate it. And yeah, maybe we'll have merch by the time From season 4 starts. That would be cool. It would be cool. Scarlett could design some cool stuff for it. Scarlett has that artistic ability. I sure don't have that kind of ability, so that would be cool. Thank you, Dieter. Yeah, we love you guys. This community is amazing. And hey, Keith, if you want to be a mod, I'll make you a mod. I can always use awesome mods, and you stuck around here for 7 hours, so I'll make you a mod right now. It's easy. All I have to... The goats agree.
Mm-hmm. They're getting restless.
The goats are getting restless. I'm going to throw a wrench to Keith, and then we'll wrap this up. So while I'm doing that, so tonight we're doing our watch party for the residents, which is a new... Yes. Okay, Keith, I'm clicking on your name. All I have to do is just click on the name in the chat. It's super easy, and I'll just throw you a wrench. I'm happy to have more moderators. That's great. That's awesome. So thank you. There you go. Now you're a mod. Anyone else ever wants to be a mod, just say the word. I'll make you a mod. I mean, I'm happy to do it. There you go. There's your wrench. Thank you, Keith, for sticking around for so long and offering such awesome contributions to the conversation. We really appreciate it. Thanks for finding this community and sticking with us. And we're going to still do a few more Severance lives. Next week, we're going to do a call-in Severance live to discuss the finale. So anyone who wants to can call in and share their thoughts. Monday night at about 10:15 p.m. Eastern. And the following week, we'll do one discussing the UUR audiobook and ebook. So check that out. It's very entertaining. And then we can discuss a week from Monday. Watch out for my Severance deep dive on the finale. I'm going to try and have it out by Saturday. That'll be my scripted deep dive. Not to be confused with this one. And our next thing is going to be in the Discord tonight. We're going to do a watch party for The Residents, which is a new series on Netflix, a comedic murder mystery set in the White House. It sounds like a lot of fun. So we're going to check it out. Probably watch the first 2 episodes tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. If you want to join and watch with us, the link is in the description of the video to join the Discord. That's tonight at 10. And our next live will be Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern with Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From. In our ongoing segment, story time with, From the Man in Yellow, story time with Doug, as we call it. We'll do more fun conversation with him, and that'll be a good time. We're not going to be doing FROMACADEMY this week. We're taking a week off from that, but we will be having another fun conversation with Doug before he goes off on his trip for 3 weeks. We'll get one more conversation in with him. So that'll be fun. And next week, we will resume the From Rewatch. So Wednesday night next week, we'll go back to our rewatch of From Season 2, Episode 3. So that's everything we've got coming up. The link in the description of this video, you'll find the link to MagickwithaK's shop with her discount code. And thanks again to MagickwithaK for doing this giveaway for us. And congrats to I think it was Jaden who won. And was that their name? Yeah, Jaden the Goat. Indeed.
How did you forget?
How could I forget?
Mm.
Yeah.
It's a ruse.
Yeah.
The goats are with him.
Yeah.
They made it so. They picked their leader.
They did.
Oh, Matt, by the way, it's The Residents is what we're going to be watching tonight.
Yes. It's called The Residents. It's a new Netflix series that dropped last week, and we're not bingers. We don't want to binge it, so we're going to probably just watch 2 episodes tonight. It's a comedic murder mystery where there are 157 suspects and it takes place in the White House. It sounds like it could be a really fun series. So we're going to be watching that at 10 p.m. Eastern in the Discord tonight. So anyone that's interested in that, make sure to check that out. Dieter dropped the link to the watch party. And hey, Quan, nice to see you. Have you been lurking? Have a good night to you too. Thanks for popping in. And one of us. Yes, you're one of us, Keith. One of us. The more mods, the better, really. Honestly, it's great. It helps a lot. Dieter and Scott have been doing a whole lot of hard work, and I don't expect anything of anybody. I appreciate it. Even just showing up and being kind and modeling kindness, that's doing a whole lot. I don't expect you to do anything other than that, and maybe ask for likes every once in a while if you feel like it, but other than that, just show up and be awesome and kind like you are anyway. And that's all I ask. Anyway. You're welcome, Matt. You're welcome. Okay. Well, thank you guys. It's been an amazing season. Didn't know how it was going to be covering a new show, and when you start over again, even when you have 100,000 subscribers, like Tony, as he says, you don't know. Like, we don't know how it's going to go. You're basically starting over every single time, unless you're a gigantic, 1 million subscriber channel or something like that. But I'm truly grateful to everybody who has showed up for our lives covering this show every week. After From, I built this channel on From, didn't know how it was going to be covering a new show, and I'm just so grateful to all the Fromily and the Fromaholics who went on this journey with us, and then all the awesome new people that we found too. The new, I don't know what to call them, Severholics, Sevies, but I love all of you guys.
Children of Kier.
What?
We are all children of Kier.
We're all children of Kier. Yes.
Or the fetid Muppets. That'd be my other choice.
Fetid Muppets. That's a good one. It's great, you know. Thank you to all the Sevies who found the channel and tune in to our lives every week. Thank you so much. And if you haven't watched From on MGM, please watch From. It's one of the best shows on TV, and then you can join us for our From lives too. It's a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a great mystery box series. So that's my quick pitch for From. I can't help it. Dieter said, "Hope Doug's plane is delayed. He lands in my country for an hour." You're hoping Doug's plane is delayed.
Get stranded. Doug Hughes gets stranded in the airport.
That's nice, Dieter. Yeah, let's hope his plane gets delayed and he's stuck in the airport. Jeez. Oh man. He is going to be in, I think, briefly in Belgium. He has a layover or something in Belgium briefly. So, yeah, after, yeah, I think I forget what day Doug leaves, but he's heading out next week. So, wild ride. Oh yeah, it's been a wild ride, Matt, for sure. I'm going to write up a little something on the show this weekend. We'll post the link in Discord if anyone might be interested. It's turning into... I already fed the cat. I always get to that. Hold on. Sorry, I've got to mute myself.
Oh, I'd like to go. Oh, here. Goat show. You remember like my song last night I did about Kier? I am here and I'm praying to Kier. I am here and I'm praying to Kier. I think I might just go. I think I might just go. I think I might just sleep.
Sorry, Scarlett. I know you want to go to sleep.
They're getting restless. Look at them.
The goats are getting restless.
Yeah. I need to go milk the goats.
Okay.
Make
all
my
I was gonna say...
artisanal goat cheese. Like as I do, sell at the farmer's market.
Yeah. I love the
Nothing
goats.
to laugh at.
I love the goats. It's just too funny. I like the variety of tones too. Like there's a wide variety there. That was money well spent. Whatever.
$11. Plus $11 ever spent.
Totally. I'm absolutely gonna be interested. I will be reading that. Yeah. And the goats agree. Matt is an amazing theorist in this community. Seriously. Like he comes up with phenomenal theories. I've credited him multiple times in my videos on this show, breaking down episodes. I've been crediting him several times over. So Matt could start a channel himself. He's good. So I'll be really interested to see what you've put together, Matt, and I'll definitely read that and give you my thoughts. I'm curious to see what you have to say. I love your ideas on this show. Peter's going to kidnap Doug.
That's a great idea. Should totally do that, Dieter.
He says yes, so I can meet him. Yeah. So I gotta wash my throat. Yeah, because he's switching planes in Belgium. So, well, If you if this were the days of old before 9/11, you could probably go to the gate and see if you could
Yeah.
run into him, but now they don't allow that anymore. So I doubt anyone allows that anymore. So yeah, you could go stalk Doug at the airport.
Great. You gotta do that.
No, we're not encouraging stalking. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Doug. If you're listening to this, I'm kidding. Sometimes Doug pops into our lives and listens. You never know when we might summon him. So we've summoned the man in yellow into our chat before. It's happened. Yeah, Doug, I'm joking. I don't want anybody to stalk you. Please don't get mad at me. I'm
A rule
kidding.
of thumb: don't stalk people in airports, kids.
No. No,
Public
don't do
service announcement. Don't try to
Matt
bring all
says-
your goats and put them on a plane. That's a bad idea too.
Yeah. Matt said I shall say goodnight because the goats are telling me it's that time. Yeah. Keith said not the ASMR I expected.
Instead of counting sheep, you're counting goats.
You're gonna be counting goats. Oh, thanks, Matt. This won't be theories. This will be like popular writing. Oh, that's cool. Your theories have been awesome. So I'll be interested to see this too because your theories are so well written. I'm sure this will be as well. Amateur lit crit film studies for dummies. Cool, Matt. I'll be interested to see what you have to say. That's great. Doug, I was kidding. Don't get me in trouble with Doug, Peter. It really sounds like they're talking to each other. Like the little noises back and forth. That's great. Good morning, Samuel. He says, "You're still going. I got like 6 hours of sleep."
Maybe they should roast I should just sleep for 6 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, later. Imagine
Look at
man in
this is
yellow.
gonna be somebody's natural alarm clock. Think of the dreams people have if they fell asleep to this.
Oh, I can only imagine the dreams that they would have. Yeah. If they've fallen asleep to this, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if the goats are digging Kier.
Yeah.
They don't like being sacrificed, they tell me.
Yeah.
This one has wilds.
Yeah, does it have verb? Does it have verb too?
It has verb, yeah.
In abundance, I would hope.
Abundance, yeah.
An abundance of verb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, okay then. Then give me its life.
He sees Jame and he's like,
yeah. Then give me its life, Scarlet.
never. I'd rather give my own.
Yeah. We will never give up the goats' lives. Are you kidding me? No. Not gonna happen. I was so glad they didn't take that poor little baby goat out. Oh my God.
I would have just been like, not watching. Sorry, not watching season 3.
Yep, you just lost us. Just lost the goat lover, animal lover demographic, which would be considerable, I'm sure. So, anyway, guys, Thank you so much. I've used this time to stall so that I could upload a special little clip to end the thing. And it may end up getting the live taken down, but if it does, all I have to do is edit out the ending clip, so it won't matter. So screw you, copyright police.
Take that, YouTube.
Yeah.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yes. So I was on the treadmill, Keith, but I had to get off and come back in here. But I'm gonna get back on it now and eat something. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to everyone who's been here. Thank you to the replay gang. I do see the views going up, and I appreciate you guys watching or listening to it later. And there will be timestamps. I'm going to add them in a couple of hours. It won't show up right away, but in a couple of hours, I'll add timestamps so that you can jump around and find different scenes easier. Make it a little easier on the replay. But anyway, have a good day or a good night, everybody. Thank you for coming along on this wild ride with us. And we're still not done. We're going to do a couple more Severance lives. If you're game, we'll still be back next week, Monday night, with more Severance talk. And hopefully we'll see you next time. So have a good day. Or a good night.
Praise Kier.
Praise Kier.
Hello, this is Mark Geller, Kier Eagan on Severance, and you're listening to Julie B. Deep Dives.
Kier, chosen one, Kier. Kier, chosen one, Kier. Kier, brilliant one, Kier. Brings the bounty to the plain, through the torment, through the rains. Progress, knowledge, show no fear. Kier, chosen one, Kier.